Seeing the canon Fodder in the book, who was cheated on, ridiculed, and forced into a corner by the protagonist and his wife, and finally had a bad end. Gu Bai directly traveled into the body of this canon Fodder in the book, who lived a wronged life and died unclearly. He was obviously the legitimate and upright one, but he was pointed at and called a mistress every day. This time Gu Bai couldn't stand it, so he went back to his old job and picked up the keyboard to talk freely with everyone. Not only that, but he also wanted to act like a spirit, a green tea, and personally put on the hat for the protagonist. Such a high-quality hat, Gu Bai felt that it was safe not to let the protagonist wear it. Chapter 1. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning hit the glass that had not been cleaned for a long time, making it appear even dimmer. The mottled shadows of the trees outside the window were projected on the ground, like cats and dogs, and with the occasional breeze, they felt like rustling coins. In the dim sunlight, the dust had nowhere to escape, and it ran around in a disorderly manner under the light, visible to the naked eye. The entire workshop was filled with the rumbling sound of machines, noisy and clamorous, so deafening. But the people on the assembly line had no expression on their faces, repeating the only action in their hands. A man in a black suit, not tall and a bit bloated, with the most distinctive feature being his sparse, shiny hair with only a few strands of hair left. At this moment, he was walking around with his hands behind his back, head held high, meaning he was inspecting. Whenever Gu Bai saw him, he knew he had to work overtime again today, like an unshakable overtime signal. Sure enough, after a while, a notice of overtime sounded in the workshop, but unlike usual, today the overtime work had to last until 8:30. What normally it would take more than an hour, but today it was extended to 2.5 hours. Gu Bai paused in his leisurely movements, and was so excited that he threw the welding gun on the table and was about to turn around and complain to his companions behind him. This stupid bald head oil, every time he comes halfway through his words, he saw the bald head oil himself standing behind him, looking at him with his narrowed eyes. An embarrassing scene, with a bad luck buff added. Hey, good morning, brother. This gun is a little hard to use. It's hot. Hee hee. He immediately picked up the welding gun that had been thrown on the table a second ago. Look, after you came, even the gun is not hot anymore. You are simply the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva. Haha, I haven't washed my hair for 4 days. I think my hair is oily. Bald Oil pursed his lips and looked fierce. You don't think about your work every day, but focus on trivial things. What is the original intention of your internship? Don't think that you can get by with the internship. If you don't take it seriously, I will tell your teacher. Yes, it's my fault, my fault. Gu Bai nodded repeatedly, fearing that he would call the teacher directly. Hurry up and turn around. Do you still want to finish your internship successfully? Okay, turn around right away. Gu Bai immediately picked up the electronic components on the table and turned around again. Hello, brother. HMPH, Bald Oil put his hands behind his back again and strolled to the next place. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the snickers from the people behind him, Gu Bai was furious. What the hell are you guys laughing at? Is this funny? One of the boys wearing glasses came over and said in a sarcastic tone, that's funny. Ha 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 ha. Before he turned back, Gu Bai touched the other's arm, smiled, then pinched it with his thumb and index finger and rotated it 360 degrees. Ah, it hurts. The guy with glasses almost screamed, but suddenly thought of the bald director who didn't walk far away, so he lowered his voice and screamed, Gu Bai, let the fuck go. It's purple. Zhang Liang's face was distorted, but he was afraid of attracting the director, so he endured the pain and didn't speak loudly. Is it still funny? It's not funny, it's not funny. You are the boss. I am just a little brother. Can you please show some mercy? Gu Bai snorted and laughed, then let go. Zhang Liang quickly retracted his hand and rubbed the place where he was pinched with his other hand. Stingy guy, he said with tears in his eyes, and turned back to his assembly line. Looking at the welding gun and electronic products in his hand, Gu Bai couldn't help but sigh. It has been almost 2 weeks since I came here for internship. I was assigned here to experience the opportunity to make money based on my understanding of society. As a result, I faced the oppression scene directly within 2 days. I even had to work overtime and threatened the teacher and grade. How shameless, Gu Bai thought. But in order to graduate smoothly, he had to endure it. After all, Gu Bai believed that he was a very submissive person. I always think about taking a step back and seeing the wider world, but in the end I never see the moon when the tide is high and the banks are wide. After another busy day, Gu Bai returned to the dormitory. The first thing he did was not to take a shower or play games, but to turn on his computer. He clearly found the author-wife Go Shui Pen and clicked on her latest work, Dawn of Love. When he saw the update notification, his exhausted body and energy suddenly revived as if he had swallowed 99 and 81 quick-acting heart pills. He sat in front of the computer with his back straight. Today's plot is hotter and more explicit. Gu Bai read 2 lines, then raised his hands and typed a sentence on the keyboard. You can tell what will happen next from the beginning. It's all old stuff, no creativity. Donate your fingers to those in need. After typing the last word, tap the space with your hand. It feels great. Less than 2 minutes later, that's it. I knew it, a scumbag top and a slutty bottom. The protagonist bottom is a standard little slut, please stop writing. User 358% 779 replied to running naked in broad daylight. Can the person above you shut up? He keeps chattering on and on. Naked running in the daytime reply user 358% 779 You live by the sea, why are you nosy and your mouth is on me? I just like to talk nonsense and not worry about other people's business. Finally finished reading the whole article, Gu Bai raised his noble keyboard hand again. Bad review, is the protagonist a love-brained person? It's a undignified stalker. This book is also finished, I guess I showed it to my dog. My dog can get up in the middle of the night and write 3 novels for me, and each one is different. I see Wakes in 199 If you don't like the people upstairs, please turn left when you go out. I can see you talking nonsense every time. You don't like it but you still come here every day. Do you want to see a brain doctor? Dog-blooded, crazy fanhaze just an idiot, ignore him upstairs, he's busy running naked. 8699 Under the starry sky I can also see the naked streaking nitpicker on time today. The weather forecast is not as punctual as yours. After Gu Bai finished replying, he saw the words in the comment section, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly, grinning disdainfully, see a brain doctor. You really should go see a doctor. This problem cannot be answered without cerebral thrombosis for 10 years, and even 1 year less. Of course I'm running naked, I have good looks and a good figure, 8-pack abs, I'd love to, judging by your question, it's not concave, is it? A nitpicker. I'm nitpicking about people like you who have cerebral palsy and can't speak clearly. The small keyboard was typing away, and when he finished typing the last sentence, Gu Bai felt relieved. The depression caused by being forced to work overtime during the day instantly disappeared with every word he spoke. After taking a shower, I lay down on the relatively comfortable bed. Although it was a bit shameless at work, the company was quite conscientious in terms of accommodation. 2 people shared a room with all the daily necessities. This sleep was somewhat restless. Even though Gu Bai was still asleep, he felt uncomfortable. It was as if something was tying him up and he couldn't move. He felt as if he was in the sea, with the sound of waves in his ears. Gu Bai tried to force himself to wake up, but the discomfort became more and more severe, and he struggled harder and harder. Accompanied by the snoring of his roommate next door, Gu Bai unknowingly went to meet Zhou Gong. Chapter 2. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his face, and Gu Bai seemed to have found an outlet. He jumped up from the bed and woke up. This is terrible. Before Gu Bai could catch his breath and touch a handful of fresh cold water on his face, he heard a strange voice in his ear. You just sleep at home all day long, and I don't see you doing anything serious. What's wrong? Have you changed your routine? What tricks are you going to play this time? Gu Bai was in a daze. The last second he was worried that he would be killed by the waves on the beach in his dream. At this moment, he didn't care about the water splashing on his face. When he saw the person standing by the bed, Gu Bai was stunned. So cool. But who is this? It's so immoral, standing at the head of someone's bed and pouring cold water on him early in the morning. If someone has a bad temper, it would be like a murder scene. Gu Yinbai, I think you can only rely on some little tricks. After saying that, he threw the cup on the ground and walked away without looking back. Gu Shibai. It sounds very familiar. As an avid black fan of the book Dawn of Love, Gu Bai certainly knows what this Gu Shibai is. An invincible love-brained person, a peerless bootlicker, a crazy fan of the protagonist, and an unnecessary cannon fodder in the book. As the saying goes, if you keep licking the dog, you will end up with nothing. This person is the epitome of this saying. Not only did he lose everything, he also died miserably. He followed the procedures one after another, without any ambiguity at all. But why did the handsome guy call him Gu Bai? No. Who is this handsome guy? After asking 100,000 questions in his mind, Gu Bai finally realized the seriousness of the matter. The small 20 square meter double dormitory is gone, and the roommate who snores and grinds his teeth is gone. Instead, there is a bright and warm bedroom. The fluffy bedding is light and soft, and even with a 2-meter bed in the room, it does not seem crowded or cramped. It's a little cool in the morning, and the warm sun is just beginning to shine. The sunlight made the bedroom warm. The windows were slightly open, and the occasional breeze made the white curtains flutter and also brushed the soft hair beside Gu Bai's ears. No matter how nice and warm the environment was, Gu Bai's heart was still cold. He had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. He jumped out of bed and went straight to the bathroom. Then he was stunned again. His skin has never been so white. So perfect. It's not an exaggeration to say that his skin is as smooth as cream and as soft as a baby's. Before putting it on, it was like the skin smoothing filter was turned up to full. Gu Bai even suspected that there was something wrong with the mirror he bought at the $2 store. After admiring his own stunning beauty, Gu Bai once again looked around at his surroundings. Well, it's very nicely decorated. I've never been here before. Gradually, Gu Bai's mouth became bigger and bigger, and he was so frightened that he couldn't even shout FCK. Could it be that he traveled through time? He is a science advocate. He has always believed that science can explain everything, but this. Gu Bai raised his hand and slapped her, completely ignoring the perfect face he had just admired. It hurts a bit, it's all red. He still didn't believe it, so he opened the door and went downstairs. The handsome guy had disappeared, and there was only a strange woman cleaning the living room. Mr. Gu, why did you get up just now? Mr. Zhou just came home and you haven't cooked yet. Aunt Zhong said when she saw Gu Bai coming down. Every time she saw him sitting alone in this big house waiting for Mr. Zhou for a whole day, Aunt Zhong felt sad. Their relationship was no secret and everyone knew it. Today, Mr. Zhou finally came back, but Gu Bai didn't get up for the first time. The kitchen was empty and Mr. Zhou was obviously unhappy. Gu Bai scratched his head and deliberately asked, Mr. Zhou. Which Mr. Zhou? Aunt Zhong looked at Gu Bai with confusion. Mr. Zhou Shenggulan, what happened to you today? Gu Bai pretended to be enlightened and said to his aunt with a smile, I had a dream yesterday, and I'm still a little confused. Then go and have breakfast. Since you got up late, I made breakfast. It's on the dining table. Aunt Zhong looked at the man in front of her who was almost the same age as her son, and couldn't help but feel more concerned. Thank you Aunt Zhong, thank you for your help. What are you talking about? This is what I should do, go now. Gu Bai seemed calm on the surface, but in fact his heart was already in turmoil. He used to complain about the protagonists in novels who made a fuss when they encountered such things, but one day, when he encountered it, he was actually more excited than anyone else. It was actually true. It was estimated that the sun would soon rise in the west, and the sow might really climb up the tree. He actually traveled through it. He traveled through it into this bloody novel that he had been criticizing day and night, and he had become the canon fodder that he hated the most, Gu Bai, the protagonist's marriage partner. This period of time was probably shortly after she got married to Zhou Shenggulan. Except for the fact that he showed up once at the wedding, she left her new husband the next day and went to the protagonist Shuizuki's ecstasy cave. She didn't stay for a moment. Gu Bai thought as he walked towards the restaurant. The breakfast on the table was very sumptuous, worthy of being a wealthy family. He is rich, but in the original novel, he lives a miserable life. In the book, Gu Bai has been secretly in love with Zhou Shenggulan for a long time, so he takes advantage of the situation and finally gets married to Zhou Shenggulan by their parents because of their economic cooperation. He thinks that he can finally spend a good time with the person he secretly loves, completely ignoring the fact that Zhou Shenggulan already has someone in his heart, and there is no room for his little love. So Zhou Shenggulan sneers at this marriage, and verbally attacks, sarcastically and ridicules Gu Bai in the original novel. Moreover, people who know the protagonist and Zhang Qi's fans all agree that Gu Bai is the third party in this crematorium and the instigator of all the mess. For a time, he became notorious and almost became a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting and beating him. Not only that, after Zhou Shengelin and Gu Yinbai got married, they didn't care what the outside world thought of them. They stayed away from home every day and lived hand in hand with Bai Yugong Zhongqi. Gu Bai was like she was in a fake marriage, staying alone in an empty room every day, living like a widow every day. Even so, she did not forget her virtuous instinct and cooked meals every day hoping that the protagonist would come back. When Gu Bai thought of this, he wanted to slap his original self twice. He didn't seem to have cataracts, so how could he be so blind as to have a crush on such a stud? As expected, the author has suffered from cerebral palsy for 10 years, and even 1 year less will not do. Obviously, the original body was miserable enough, but unexpectedly, the protagonist couple would jump in front of Gu Widow from time to time, and go up to him to seek a sense of existence whenever they had nothing to do. However, the cannon fodder Gu Yinbai, who has a wealthy family and a lot of power, swallows his anger because of his deep affection for Zhou Shengelin, hoping that the stud protagonist who gives him some sweet treats intentionally or unintentionally will turn over a new leaf. Thinking of this, Gu Bai complained directly, "Are all the supporting characters in the book stupid?" It seems so. Finally, after Zhou Shengelin and Zhongqi successfully cheated the company's shares from cannon fodder Gu Bai, they kicked cannon fodder Gu Bai out of the house. Then Gu Yinbai came to his senses. After understanding all this, he finally became disheartened and found a place to quietly leave the world. It's only at this point that he realizes that, apart from making the two protagonists happier, it's completely useless. It's such a pathetic and depressing death. That wouldn't do. Gu Bai swore to the heaven that he would not die in such an aggrieved way. Even if he did not benefit all mankind, he must have a circle of people crying for him before he died. If he ended his life on his own, he would be reborn as an animal in the next life. That wouldn't do. As a reader who looks at the overall situation, Gu Bai decides to avenge himself. They had just gotten married, and their hair was like wild grass in spring, growing greener and more dazzling. Since this marriage was the same as not being married, he unilaterally announced that they would go their separate ways from now on. If you have money, are you still worried about not being able to have fun? Gu Bai turned around and sat on the soft sofa in the living room. He picked up his mobile phone and logged into the popular social app, XXX. When he saw the number of his fans, he was amazed for a moment but was shocked the next second. It turns out that all my fans are haters, and they follow him just to make it easier to find him when I want to scold him. All my posts are filled with dirty words, and I can't find a single word praising him. What's even more unbelievable is that Zhongqi, a popular star, came to join in the fun for no reason. Zhongqi didn't get so excited, Mr. Gu didn't mean it. Everyone makes mistakes, please forgive him. Zhongqi's first concubine catch a Zhongqi alive, and I'll take him away first, sisters. Look how kind my Chi-Chi is. She is in stark contrast to someone else. Zhongzong Xiaoyu's Chi-Chi is so kind. She is obviously the victim but she still stands up to help and speak up. Did Zhou Xingxing study hard today? This is the mistress, what is there to forgive? Zhongqi, we are here, don't be afraid. Gu Bai was stunned and gave them a thumbs up in his heart. Absolutely. Zhongqi is undoubtedly the best green tea character of the year. Gu Bai thought everyone makes mistakes. He is not an philanderer and he has never killed anyone. He is a typical law-abiding citizen and he does not need your forgiveness. Aren't you two wearing colored hats like me? Am I guilty? Gu Bai used up all his strength to hold back his hands from moving. No, this is not an opportunity to argue, otherwise it will be completely finished. As the saying goes, you have to give someone a taste of their own medicine. So Gu Bai changed the subject from the time we got married until now. Even though Mr. Zhou has been married to me for almost 2 months, I actually blame myself every day because I don't have the ability to take good care of Mr. Zhou, unlike brother Zhang, who can not only take care of himself but can also take better care of my husband. I am very happy, thank you. You who loves to eat small fish quite self-aware. Zhang Xinkali goodbye, just disappear as soon as possible, you are so eye-catching. Height kitties I feel bad for Gu, since he didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Zhang Xinkali replied to Height kitty's sister, he is a third party, what's wrong with that? Height kitties replied to Zhang Xinkali married ZSL, right. If you want to say it's the cheating one's fault, he is the victim. I'm not afraid of your criticism. You said he was the third party, then why did ZSL never go back after getting married? If he didn't want to, why did ZSL agree to get married? Zhang Xinkali replied to Heitkitties, this is well known in the circle. He is a mistress, which is shameful. I think you are also a mistress, so why are you speaking up for a mistress like this? Our Chi-Chi and that guy have been together for a long time. If it weren't for GU, would this couple be so frustrated? Heitkitties replied to Zhang Xinkali, didn't play with your phone until you are well. 10 years of cerebral palsy. JQ fans are just like mad dogs, they only know how to bark. Your JQ is not a good guy either, he got to the top by using unspoken rules. The underground is always underground, and the one who destroys other people's marriages is the real mistress, who can't be on the stage, no matter how he jumps around, he is not as fair as others. Coco Yami sisters above, I also think GU is right. I am afraid of being criticized and dare not speak every time. I feel sad. Gu Bai was content. He smiled lightly, with two dimples slightly sunken, gentle and warm like a spring breeze, but he was completely unaware of it. Her chestnut-colored curly hair was soft and fluffy, her creamy skin seemed to glow under the warm yellow light, and her eyes were like a deep clear spring, profound and peaceful. Although Gu Bai is not the kind of stunning beauty that can be stunningly stunning at first sight, with gorgeous charm, she is gentle and elegant, and anyone who looks at her face will unconsciously calm their hearts, can't help but stare at her closely, and can't help but embrace her beauty. At this moment, the gentle and elegant beauty Gu Bai felt extremely happy, her heart was like a deer jumping around in the woods, just about to crash into a tree and die. Finally, someone with discerning eyes came. Gu Bai couldn't help but snort. The ant who was wiping the table nearby looked embarrassed and turned her head and shook her head. Oh, how pitiful. The person you have been looking forward to day and night left before you even saw him. You don't know when he will come back next time. I'm afraid he is just trying to be happy in sorrow now. I couldn't help but whisper, what a poor man, alas. Chapter 3. In the dim morning light, in a luxurious villa in the city center, Ezekiel was leaning on a large, extravagant sofa, holding an iPad in his hand, watching everything that had just happened. His eyes were fixed on the screen, but the owner of these eyes was motionless, and no expression could be seen due to the facial mask on his face. Zhang Qi was frozen for a long time, then slowly stood up and grabbed the mask, revealing a delicate face with regular features and just the right angles. It seemed that one more or one less would not be perfect, and she looked like an elf active in the forest. As expected of a popular star in the entertainment industry, this face deserves this job, and it is indeed a feast for the eyes. But at this time, this handsome face became wrinkled and distorted because of its owner's anger. At this time, the sound of a door opening was heard. Baby, I'm back. It was Zhou Shengelin who appeared in front of Gu Bai in the morning, and now he was opening his arms to hug Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi dodged sideways, threw the tablet in his hand onto the sofa, and sat back in his original position, with his arms across his chest, without saying a word. Zhou Shengelin had lived with him for several years, so he had some understanding. So he went over and hugged him without saying a word. What's the matter, Shaoqi, someone made you unhappy. I'll help you deal with him, okay, he spoke in a gentle voice, and it was impossible to associate this person with the ferocious face and the fierce voice who questioned Gu Bai in the morning. The person in his arms struggled symbolically twice, frowned slightly, and said dissatisfiedly, did you handle the matter well? Some people on the internet scolded me for Zhang Qi looked speechless and blushed with anger because he couldn't say it. Zhang Qi actually had a bad family background, his mother was cowardly, his father was an alcoholic and a gambler, so he had never had a good life before. Since following Zhou Shengelin, Zhang Qi, who had never received love, easily fell for Zhou Shengelin's crazy pursuit. Zhou Shengelin also doted on this beautiful canary and responded to her every request. Gradually, Zhang Qi felt as if she deserved such a pampered life, which led to her not being able to tolerate any gossip. If anyone dares to scold you, I will make him disappear from your sight forever. How could anyone scold our Shaoqi? Zhou Shengelin coaxed the little prince in his arms. Don't be angry, your eyes are red, don't you still have to shoot in the afternoon? Have you broken up with Gu Yinbai? I want to be with you openly, not live my life in seclusion. Zhou Shengelin frowned slightly, rubbed his forehead with both hands, and said, Shaoqi, we can't get divorced now. It's not time yet. Our two families still have cooperation. Can you give me some time? I hope you can understand me, too. Zhang Qi is very attached to Zhou Shenggulan coaxing him, which makes him feel loved. But there is a limit to being a spoiled child, and Zhang Qi has always known it, so he turned over and sat directly on the thigh of the other person who was almost out of patience, and put his hands around his neck, the two of them facing each other. Brother Lin, I know, but I love you so much, they scolded me, I'm going crazy. Seeing Zhang Qi's actions and the expression that seemed like she was about to cry, Zhou Shenggulan also relaxed his expression. He rubbed the other's soft hair, and their lips touched and kissed for a while. Zhou Shenggulan directly pressed Zhang Qi on the sofa and said in a deep voice, My little Qi, it's almost done. Wait a little longer, and we can get a divorce soon. After that, he did not wait for the other party to reply, and continued to put his lips on her and linger. As expected, time flies by, and having fun doesn't matter how fast it passes. Even though Gu Bai didn't have much fun, he still sighed that time passed too quickly. He stayed at home holding his phone for a whole day. When he woke up from his nap, what was waiting for him was a dark big house, so quiet and deserted, as if he was abandoned in the gap of time, leaving him at a loss for a moment. Glancing at his phone, it showed that it was 6:50. Turning on the light, Gu Bai's dazed mind gradually became clear. He had been at home for a day. As a young man in the new era, he should be full of energy and expectations and make contributions to the motherland. So Gu Bai thought about it for a second, got up and went out without saying anything. As young people today, how can we live without nightlife? The ground was brightly lit early in the morning, with lights in thousands of houses, neon lights flashing on the clustered skyscrapers, and colorful lights showing the prosperity of the city. The colorful street lights were dotted, and the traffic on the road was like water. It was so brilliant, like a shining galaxy splashing down on the world. The bustling night scene attracts crowds. There are all kinds of people on the streets, shuttling between every corner of the city. The laughter of people around them can be heard in the ears, and the music from far and near makes people excited. Gu Bai, standing on the roadside, silently touched the coins in his pocket, feeling a little guilty. After coming to this world, Gu Bai had nothing except the money on him. Did he have a bank card? Yes, but he didn't know the password. Who would write a bank card password in a novel? What's more, he was a cannon fodder who didn't survive more than 3 episodes. A wise man does not accept food given out of pity. Money has to be earned, and there is still a long way to go. Gu Bai comforted himself as he walked toward the street. As a good young man who had never been to a bar in his 20 years of life, the flashing sign in front of him was like a Pandora's box tempting Gu Bai. Since he had already traveled through a book, he would definitely go and experience it. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he must have seen pigs run. Gu Bai was ready to use his indecisiveness to reject his own idea, so he rushed in the next second. Nightclubs are always noisy at night, when there are many people. The whole space is very large, and the lights are always flashing brilliantly, reflecting the blurred eyes in the dance floor. The music is noisy and deafening, resonating with the beating heart in the chest, making people can't help but twist their bodies along with it. He ordered a glass of wine, but regretted it not long after he came in. The noisy music almost made his head explode. He decided to finish the glass and leave. While drinking, he complained that the wine might have gold in it, which made it so expensive. He completely ignored the row of dazzling luxury cars that he had ignored before coming in. At this time, in the invisible box on the second floor, the situation downstairs could be seen clearly, and there were 3 people sitting in the box. Young Master Zhou, are you coming back this time? The young man sitting on the right asked. You've been gone for 8 years, and you didn't miss us at all. I miss you so much that I can't sleep well. The man sitting in the main seat had a casual expression on his face, and his face was angular and handsome. His hair was combed back, revealing his sharp eyebrows and forehead. His nose was high and his facial features were strong, like a model living on the cover of a magazine. His eyes were dark and deep, like an abyss that could not be seen to the bottom, fascinating but also full of aggression. Don't do that. You're the one having the most fun among us. You're always holding a sweetheart in your arms and sleeping better than anyone else. Another stern man joked. Haha, you're envious, you're jealous, your old man is watching you closely. Jing Yi embraced the beauty beside him and continued, Zhang, you've been doing a lot of things in private, right? I heard that you're having a scandal with that big star. Zhang sneered, it's an accident. I don't have any idea. I'll deal with it. Many people wanted to gain traffic by being tied to him, but it also depended on his mood. As it happened, he was in a bad mood. Zhou Yunxing, what about you? You wouldn't be a widow for 8 years, would you? The man in the middle said, I'm different from you. With a casual smile on his face, he said, I keep myself clean. Keep yourself clean. You are a beast in human clothing. After taking a sip of wine, Jingyi glanced at a white figure in the midst of the lights and feasting downstairs. Based on his many years of experience, this should be a pure person, but whether she is pure or not, why not call her up to take a look? How about we make a bet? Jingyi pushed the person in his arms away. Zhou Yunxing turned his head, thought for a moment, and said slowly, if the bet is your piece of land by the sea, it's fine. You are such a cunning old man, you must have planned this long ago. Jingyi cursed in his heart, he really deserved to be the one who grew up together. Finally, he leaned back on the sofa, okay, but if you lose, you have to go to the bar and dance. Suddenly, he thought of something and added, take the person back in the end. Zhou Yunxing smiled and picked up the wine glass in front of him, okay. But I still want to see you dance, haha. Downstairs, Gu Bai drank a glass of wine and felt dizzy. His face was hot and he couldn't help but mutter, this wine is quite strong. I don't know if the dizziness was caused by the life-threatening music or the alcohol. Forget it, I won't drink it. Gu Bai put down the wine in his hand, stood up and prepared to go out, but a uniformed staff member came over and blocked his way. Sir, there is a guest upstairs who wants to buy you a drink. Ah, I don't want to drink. I'm a little drunk. The staff member looked at the unfinished cocktail on the table and frowned. I'm ready to leave. To be honest, the wine here is just average. Please work on improving it. I don't know how Gu, who has never been to a bar before, could say this with such a thick face. Seeing Gu Bai turning around to leave, the staff panicked and said quickly, there is good wine. The guest upstairs wants to make friends and invites you to drink different wine together. Seeing that the other party did not respond, he leaned close to his ear and said, the wine costs tens of thousands of dollars. Rich people can spend hundreds of thousands with a wave of their hands. Oh, now Gu Bai finally understood. They wanted to chat up, what about buying me a drink? Who knows what they were up to? How could he, a good college student in the 21st century, be fooled? Although they saw through his stubbornness because he had no money, he was a man of principle. Young man, I've never drunk wine that costs tens of thousands of dollars. This is a rare opportunity. The staff member was a little excited when he heard this, thinking it was a good opportunity. This was a considerable commission, but then he heard, how about I give this opportunity to you? I think I, who drinks Wangzai every day, am not worthy of such expensive wine, don't you think? No, you. You're welcome, no need to thank me, let's go. Sir, no. Hey, in the blink of an eye, the person slipped into the dance floor and disappeared. He was at a loss as to what to do. The three people upstairs who were watching all this had no change in expression. The staff member who had just come in described what had just happened. Zhang Zheng was the first to burst out laughing, ha ha ha, wow, the beach villa is gone, the beach is gone. Zhang Zheng, jump down from here right now, you're disturbing my eyes. Jing Yi's face was full of shit. I admit defeat and come with me to sign the contract tomorrow. Damn, bad luck. Do you think everyone thinks the same as you do, that everyone is blinded by money? Zhou Yunxing said. That's how it is in the bar, isn't it? You're lucky today, you found an exception. Zhou Yunxing took a sip of wine and said indifferently, I think he looks familiar. Jing Yi smiled and said, look familiar. How long have you been back? At this time, a phone call came in. Zhou Yunxing answered it in silence and stood up, I'm leaving first. I have something to do. Go, you're so heartless. You're so heartless to just run away after earning a piece of my land. I'm willing to accept the loss. Very cunning old man. Chapter 4. Gu Bai finally managed to slip out of the crowd. This experience was average and there probably won't be a next time. The air was not as fresh as on the street. Walking on the street, my mind gradually became clear. I sipped the juice I bought on the roadside and strolled back home. This city is indeed very prosperous. I have always imagined it countless times before, but seeing the real scene is a different feeling. It seems that this is how it should be, but it also seems to be completely different from what I imagined. Some people were talking and laughing, while others were just passing by in a hurry. Gu Bai was all alone and suddenly felt a strange loneliness. It came suddenly and caught him off guard. It was really lonely being alone on such a big street with no one to share with. It was a pity that he was a married man, yet he became a widow right after getting married. The sound of luxury car engines was something he had heard many times. At first, Gu Bai would look back in amazement, but after hearing it so many times, he only had one thought left: it's great to be rich. Gu Bai threw the plastic cup into the trash can and waited for the traffic light. Xuan, you can't go through. A woman's voice suddenly rang out, and then a child of 3 or 4 years old rushed to the middle of the road. But the light is still red. There were roars and honking sounds everywhere, but the people standing at the front ignored them and just whispered to each other. Gu Bai was stunned for a second, and immediately caught up with the petite figure who was running, and just then a motorcycle was coming towards him. In a flash, Gu Bai grabbed the child in front of him and rushed to the side to avoid the motorcycle. The owner of the motorcycle probably didn't expect that 2 living people would suddenly appear in front of him. He was instantly confused, turned several corners and braked suddenly, and crashed into a dark Maybach. The road was in chaos with the loud noise. The horns were blaring and the drivers were yelling. The owner of the motorcycle was in a serious condition and was lying on the ground with his arms in his arms. In the Maybach, Zhou Yunxing frowned and asked impatiently, "What's going on?" The driver, Uncle Zhang, was also startled. "A motorcycle hit us. I'll go and take a look." Uncle Zhang got out of the car and came back a long time later. He leaned in and said to the car, "Someone's injured. The call has been made." Gu Bai's right arm was scratched while dodging, and a layer of skin was peeled off. He didn't feel any pain, but immediately let go of the crying child in his arms and ran towards the motorcycle owner on the ground. "Are you okay? How are you?" The man was wearing a cycling suit, and it was hard to tell where he was injured. "I'm so sorry. I'll take you to the hospital." "Why did you run a red light when you were fine? Are you sick?" Enduring the severe pain, Wei Jian looked at his beloved car lying on the ground, feeling heartbroken. He turned around and saw the other person trying to hail a taxi in the chaotic scene to take him to the hospital, and he almost choked on blood. "The road is blocked, why bother calling a taxi?" He shouted at Gu Bai angrily, "The ambulance is on the way. Can you please stop shaking? The more I shake, the more annoyed I become." Gu Bai also felt that what he had done was very stupid. After all, it was the first time in his life that he encountered a car accident scene, and he was a little nervous. At this time, Zhou Yunxing came towards them, wearing a suit and tie, with shiny leather shoes, stepping on the ground, revealing the innate temperament of a superior. His handsome face almost made Gu Bai stare straight. It turns out that the handsomeness and elegance described in novels are all true. It's a huge hospital with a lot of people coming and going, including patients, family members, and possibly perpetrators like Gu Bai. The lights in the operating room were on, and inside lay Wei Jian, the motorcycle owner who had been knocked over not long ago. The 3 people felt that they had gone out without checking the almanac, and that they were unlucky. "Well, you take care of it first and check if there are any more injuries at the scene." Zhou Yunxing noticed from the corner of his eye that the lights in the operating room were off. "Well, we'll talk later." On the other hand, Gu Bai, compared to Zhou Yunxing's calmness, has not stopped since he entered the hospital, pacing from one end to the other, and now he has even calculated how many years he will be sentenced to. When he heard the operating room door open, Gu Bai was the first to run over. "How is it? Doctor, can he still survive? Can he have all his limbs intact?" The doctor who was filling out the form paused and looked at Gu Bai suspiciously. "It's just a fracture. The left arm and the lower leg are broken. There's nothing else wrong. Just take care of it." The heavy weight in Gu Bai's heart finally fell. It seemed that he wouldn't have to go to jail anymore. When Wei Jian woke up, there was a big face in front of him. It looked pretty, but it really scared him. "You're awake." Zhou Yunxing, who had been sitting in the corner, turned a deaf ear to him. Uncle Zhang, who was standing at the door, said, "Mr. Wei, since you are awake, let's settle the matter. All the compensation for your damage to Mr. Zhou's car is here. I am also a victim in this matter. I didn't run a red light or exceed the speed limit. You gave this receipt to the wrong person. The person who ran the red light is right there." So Uncle Zhang handed the receipt to Gu Bai. Gu Bai. He's a little homesick. Chapter 5. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when he got home. After taking a shower, He lay on the soft big bed, holding the huge compensation in his hand. Gu Bai felt hopeless. The only money he had was used to pay for medical expenses. Now he was really penniless. Before I even started a new life, I was already being beaten down by life. Although two handsome guys were sent at the beginning, each one was more handsome than the other, and each one was richer than the other, but the price was too high. Ah. Burying his head into the pillow, Gu Bai mourned in silence for his bleak start to life. The night of sleep is always short, especially in a good dream. The fleeting beauty cannot be captured, so it makes people think about it all the time. However, Gu Bai was not dreaming of his beautiful dream. At daybreak, he got up early and found himself some decent clothes. Yesterday, he was honored to be a good citizen with huge debts, so he decided to go to the company today. He remembered that Zhou Shenggulin's company still had his shares in the book. Although he hated people, no one would go against money. Wait a minute, sir, who are you? Gu Bai arrived at the company and was stopped by the beautiful lady at the front desk when he was walking straight inside. Let's talk about something, Gu Bai replied without blushing or beating his heart. Do you have an appointment? I need to confirm it. The beautiful woman picked up the phone on the table and prepared to dial. Gu Bai quickly said, no need, I called him on the way here just now, and he said I could just talk to him directly. The beauty held the phone half doubtfully, and Gu Bai continued to talk nonsense. Really, didn't you receive the notice? This is your dereliction of duty. Gu Bai maintained a polite smile, but it made people feel even more uneasy. Then I will lead the way for you. Who are you looking for? I know the way, you go ahead and do your work. Look, someone is coming. As he was speaking, two people just happened to come to the door. Why did Gu Bai feel like he was stealing something? It was a lie to say that he knew the way. The company was very big, and Gu Bai passed the same place 3 times before he put on a frown and asked for directions. Standing at the door of the office, he was actually a little nervous, but the tough Gu Bai was only nervous for 3 seconds, then he knocked on the door twice. There was no response, so he knocked 3 more times. Not here. When he reached out for the 3rd time, the door opened a crack. Unlocked. Gu Bai pushed the door open and saw a scene that was both erotic and sexy. In front of the luxurious French windows, desk, and sofa that only appear in TV dramas, President Zhou's standard lover Zhang was sitting on each other's lap, occasionally letting out an ambiguous low moan that would arouse endless reverie. The collar was half unbuttoned, and the shoulders were half exposed. The two were kissing each other, and their hands were caressing each other's bodies in a premeditated manner. In broad daylight, indulging in lust. Very erotic. No, this is stealing. I am here, so this is catching the cheating. The door was fully opened. People have a strong 6th sense. The 2 men noticed the presence of a 3rd person and naturally stopped to look at the door. Silence makes people awkward. Gu Bai didn't know whether the 2 people opposite him were awkward or not, but he was quite embarrassed anyway. Facing his nominal marriage partner and his little lover, and it was live, Gu Bai didn't know what to do for a moment. What a scumbag. What a shameless mistress. Seeing that the person was Gu Bai, Zhou Shenggulin was interrupted and showed obvious annoyance. He said, what are you doing here? Letting go of the soft jade in his arms, and continued, did I allow you to come to the company? This is not the place for you, get out. No mercy at all. Zhang Qi, who was dressed and watching the show on the side, tugged at the other person's sleeve and put on a saintly reproachful attitude, meaning that Zhou Shenggulin should be nicer. In fact, I really hope that they will quarrel and then break up. Quote. Well, there is nothing to say. Gu Bai sneered in his heart and said, why can't I come in a blink of an eye? His attitude changed 360 degrees. The frowning face in the previous second immediately became aggrieved, and in his eyes were tears of pain from pinching his hands. He looked so innocent, and no one could refuse such an expression. Yesterday, you didn't go home. I thought you were too busy at work, so I wanted to come and help you. Staring at the other person's relaxed and cruel eyes, Gu Bai continued, but what happened just now? Since we got married, you have never considered my feelings. I prepare dinner every night, but you have never come home once. I get up at dawn every day, trying to say good morning to you, but when I go downstairs I remember that you have never slept at home. Zhou Shenggulin's anger subsided, and he looked at Gu Bai, whose eyes were red. He wanted to argue, but he seemed speechless. He had indeed been at Zhang Qi's place during this period of time. I know that brother Zhang can take better care of you. I am simpler and more honest, and I don't have as many new tricks as him, so I don't blame you. I came here today just to help you with your work. Sorry to bother you. I will leave now. Zhou Shengelin didn't understand, so it was understandable. But as a professional, Zhang Qi understood the hidden meaning of his words. Many tricks. Open-minded. He was beating around the bush and saying that he was a playboy. I'll go home today. When Gu Bai was leaving with disappointment in his eyes, Zhou Shengelin suddenly spoke. His voice was neither loud nor soft, and the three people present could hear it. Zhang Qi looked at Zhou Shengelin in disbelief. Gu Bai turned around suddenly, but Zhou Shengelin didn't look at him. Leaning back on the soft big sofa, Gu Bai sighed. His attack on the company had failed. A strange world, strange people, and strange debts. Was it because his acting was too good today? Zhou Shengelin made a shocking decision. Zhang Qi probably had some trouble these days. Gu, the internet celebrity who has a group of black fans, took out his phone and checked from time to time. Today was also a day of being scolded. So I skillfully switched to a secondary account, and spit at the top commenters through the screen under a vest, and saw that they were anxious, which was effective. The internet trolls can make you angry to the point of suffocation through the mobile phone screen, and directly open the door to the next life. The slender finger tapped the screen, and when it was withdrawn, it accidentally tapped the ad next to it. Cool off in the summer, the anchor will take you to enjoy the summer. Then there is a line of words at the bottom recruiting anchors with good looks, training included, minimum monthly income over 10,000, contact us XXXXXX. Gu Bai sat up from the sofa and muttered, beauty anchor. Isn't that me as expected? Every boy has a mysterious self-confidence that he thinks he is extremely handsome. The minimum monthly income is over 10,000. You can't be lying, right? He would never believe it in the real world. As I said, he has already traveled through a book, so what is impossible? He would even believe if there were trains running in the sky. With a playful attitude, Gu Bai registered an account and immediately started his live broadcast journey. There were many settings on the page, which seemed new for a while. He sat down angrily after clicking through them all. Only then did he realize that many messages had popped up on the chat interface. This shouldn't be the case. He was a newcomer who had just registered and hadn't joined a team. It was impossible for anyone to watch him. Didn't they even give him time to get familiar with the operation? Metaphysics, it must be metaphysics. It's actually true. What? I even registered an account to check it out. Gu Bai is live streaming. You still have the nerve to do a live broadcast. What a big heart. After a few messages flashed across the screen, Gu Bai looked around for a phone stand but couldn't find it. He could only hold it in his hand, put his big face close to the phone, and greeted everyone, hello everyone, welcome to watch my live broadcast. Let's see when you will die suddenly. Why did you do a live broadcast? Are you doing it to apologize? Mistress. Full of evil words, out of sight, out of mind. First of all, welcome everyone to watch my live broadcast. I hope everyone will not say uncivilized words. I haven't prepared anything today. I saw someone mentioned it, so I will talk about the three of us that everyone has been talking about. What is going on? Wow, the host is so handsome, why haven't I seen him before? He has melons upstairs. Everyone knows that Mr. Joe and I are married. Actually, I didn't know he had a lover before we got married. I didn't know until after we got married when someone broke the news about their relationship. And they weren't married, so I didn't step on the line of being a third party at all. I listened carefully, but I couldn't help it. Xiao Bai, can you hold your phone still? I'm almost blinded. But I couldn't find a phone holder, so I'll go find one. I really like Mr. Joe, and I'm really happy to marry him, but I didn't expect that a marriage would lead us to suffer. Mr. Joe hasn't been home for 2 months. I know he's with brother Zhang, but it's also my fault. I didn't take good care of her. I'm not as considerate and thoughtful as brother Zhang, who can take care of himself and my husband at the same time. Unable to find a replacement, smart Gu Bai walked to the door and picked up a sneaker. The number of people in the live broadcast room continues to grow. In fact, my parents arranged our marriage. I didn't force them at all. But I still don't understand why Joe agreed to marry me when she already had someone she liked. After thinking about it for 2 months, I feel there is no need to continue like this. The shaking phone interface finally stopped, revealing Gu Bai's gentle and handsome face again. Every day I am the only one in the house. When I wake up, I find myself alone in a deserted room. It is very painful. I love him very much, so I hope he is happy. This is all my fault and has nothing to do with them. You have the right to scold me. You should have clarified earlier. You never responded to us on XXX. If my spouse treats me like this, I will make sure he never sees the sun tomorrow. Xiao Bai is really a gentle person. Gentleness +1. Gentleness +2. Wenru +10086, is the anchor preparing to divorce her spouse. Have you considered dating someone? I have a friend. The person above is making a friend out of nothing. Get in line. Go behind me. Looking at the rapidly scrolling messages on the screen, well, we are ready to discuss our separation, let go and be free. I won't hold him back anymore. He is also very tired, I hope he can have an easy life. Where are the Ezuki fans who scolded me last time? Why don't you bark anymore? Your male god knows that he is a married man and still licks him. I think so too. Jay always says it's not G's fault and asks us to forgive him. Tisk 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 tisk, he did nothing wrong in the first place, why should he be forgiven? He is just guiding his young fans. Those who call someone a mistress must not have even completed 9 years of compulsory education. Only they are easy to fool. We didn't provoke you, did we? Why are you blaming Xiao Qi for what you are doing? Am I the only one who noticed that the anchor seemed to use sneakers as a phone holder? Ha 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 ha. Gradually, the two sides became increasingly heated. Everyone, stop arguing. It is indeed my fault. I didn't find out the truth before getting married. I want to say sorry here. I hope Brother Zhang can forgive me. I also want to say sorry to everyone for not responding to this matter in time. Well, that's all for today. It was really difficult to say out loud the green tea tone and words. Gu Bai wiped his face in the middle of his speech, mainly because he was about to vomit and was afraid that someone would see his distorted face that he was trying hard to hold back. Care you doing live broadcast today just to talk about the matter alone? Will you do live broadcast again in the future? If nothing unexpected happens, I may live broadcast regularly in the future. Today is the first time and I didn't do much preparation, so it was a bit rushed. Please forgive me. I will bring you a different experience every time in the future. If you are interested, you can pay attention. That's all for today. Goodbye everyone. After the elaborate performance, he admired himself, but when he thought of his own teasing just now, he couldn't help but pat himself on the back. After he turned off the live broadcast, someone contacted him in the background. There were too many unread messages. Gu Bai saw an official message asking him if he was willing to become the official contracted anchor of their platform. Gu Bai willing, is this any different? XXX official assistant hello. You can get more benefits and popularity exposure by signing a contract with us. What they wanted was a lot of money and a high salary. They were all official and they were not afraid of being cheated, so the worldly Gu Bai agreed immediately. Looking outside, it was already evening without them realizing it. Stretching, the room without lights on also became dim. It seemed that Zhou Shengelin would not be coming back. He thought Zhou Shengelin had a little conscience, at least he felt guilty, it seems he was worrying too much. Just as he was thinking, there was a sound of the door opening. Isn't he really coming back? Chapter 6. Why haven't you cooked again? Are you just waiting for me to come back like this? Seeing the empty stove and the lights off, it was cold and dark at home. Zhou Shengelin immediately felt unhappy. Zhang Qi's place looked much better than here. He was just out of his mind today and suddenly made such a decision. Thinking of Zhang Qi who was in a cold war with him, Zhou Shengelin felt even more unhappy with Gu Bai. Are you finally home? Sit down, don't stand. Gu Bai sat on the sofa, ignoring Zhou Shengelin's questioning, and spoke another word. He felt as if this house was not his home, but a guest here. He said impatiently, not going to cook. It's useless. There's a saying that goes, if you work hard, you will have enough food and clothing. If you want to eat, just cook it yourself. I see that you have healthy hands. Gu Bai was still smiling, like the spring breeze in March. Although he was smiling, the words he said were like hail in the cold winter, which made Zhou Shengelin look incredible. Frowning and on the verge of anger, Zhou Shengelin laughed out loud. You asked me to go home today just to give me a cold shoulder, right? You are so capable, are you going to stop pretending? After saying that, He leaned towards the smiling person opposite him and said, "Who do you think you are? I have shares in the company." Zhou Shengelin paused, then heard, "Consider our cooperation, so you dare not do anything to me." In his impression, Gu Bai has always been a timid person. Today's actions and words really surprised him. He could not imagine that the little white rabbit would become so aggressive one day. This was a great surprise to him. "You can't escape either. Our two families are tied together." Zhou Shengelin sat back and said attentively, "Otherwise I wouldn't marry you." Is this interesting? I thought it was really boring before, but now I find it a little interesting. The more you do this, the more I feel. Before he could finish his words, a glass of cold water poured down his head, running down his cheeks and jaw, and then onto his collar. Zhou Shengelin gritted his teeth, wiped his face with his hands, his expression became dangerous, and he was instantly at the limit of rage. "Damn it. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? Your uncle is difficult to deal with, put away those ideas, otherwise we can still part ways amicably." "Part ways in peace? Do you think I will let you part ways in peace now? You must have forgotten that you are a dispensable person in the Gu family, and no one will be held responsible if something unexpected happens to you." He really forgot. Although Gu Bai was a child of a wealthy family, he was actually loved by his mother only and not by his father, but his mother had no say in the matter and gave all her love to his younger brother, a fate he could not escape from the moment he was born. "Do you think anyone is pursuing the matter?" Gu Baimian asked without changing his expression. The best way to refute is to throw the other party's question to him, which will not only confuse him but also make him doubt himself. As expected, Zhou Shengelin became serious and stared at the person opposite him who seemed like he had just met today. "It's getting late, so I won't send you off. Haha, are you chasing me away? This is my home. You have so many businesses, you don't need this one. I'm sleeping here today. Ideographic period, ideographic period." Gu Bai felt like the person opposite him was going to explode. He was really angry. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay." Then he turned around and went upstairs, opened the door, and locked it, very neatly. I almost collapsed. Zhou Shengelin is an idiot, right? Damn, he just wanted to say that the more I resist, the more excited he will be. Gu Bai returned to his room and couldn't help but complain to himself, "I'm afraid he's an M." Isn't that the case in all domineering CEO novels? The male protagonists are all mean, ignoring the fair, rich and beautiful women and falling in love with those women who don't love him and say, "Good, you've successfully caught my attention, tisk tisk." But what Zhou Shengelin said was true. He had no background support at all and no say at all. He could only accept it. He could even strangle himself to death with just a flick of his finger. Gu Bai felt helpless and lay on the bed, sighing sadly. Divorce is so difficult. It seems that the revolution is not over yet, and Comrade Gu still needs to work hard. Since that night, Zhou Shengelin has become particularly fond of going home, and has deliberately brought Zhongqi home with him several times, such as today. As soon as Gu Bai opened the door, he heard the sound of the two of them being intimate in the living room. "Be gentle," Zhongqi moaned as Gu Bai passed by, but Gu Bai had already gotten used to it and had long lost the helplessness and fear he felt when he first saw her. As long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. But he couldn't stay in this house anymore. Zhou Shengelin would take me home without saying anything and get horny everywhere, which made him feel sick. He was afraid that next time he came home, he would be subjected to a live version of indescribable sex, so no matter what happened in the future, he was going to sail away today. There were very few things, and he'd packed them in less than 10 minutes, one box and one person. After the two people downstairs were done being intimate, their bodies finally separated. Zhou Shengelin saw the suitcase in Gu Bai's hand and asked, "Where are you going? I think my presence may disturb you too." Zhongqi stood up and said in a panic, "Sorry, I was too abrupt." "Gu Bai, don't be like this, I'll leave right away." As he said that, he took his coat and walked towards the door. Before he took 2 steps, he was pulled back by Zhou Shengelin. Gu Bai rolled his eyes, looking sarcastic. "Why are you leaving? I brought you here." He turned to Gu Bai and said, "Who allowed you to leave? We haven't divorced yet." Before he could finish his words, he heard the sound of a door closing. "I've never seen such a courageous person before. Very good, really interesting." Zhou Shengelin thought to himself. He successfully caught his attention. You have to accompany me to the family dinner tomorrow. He wanted to embarrass him and let him know the consequences of doing something wrong. It was not an impulsive move for him to move out. After Zhou Shengelin brought her home for the nth time, Gu Bai started looking for a house. The new residence was not bad, but the rent was very expensive, and the task of making money was imminent. It had been taken care of a few days ago, and there was nothing to do when he moved in today. While lying on the sofa and doing nothing, Gu Bai simply logged into his small account to clear himself. When he saw any bad remarks, he criticized them one by one. Pink Candy, reply to Bai Yu Bai, who are you? I didn't provoke you, will you die if you don't argue with me? Dare you go offline, I'm so pissed. Bai Yu Bai replied to Pink Candy Chaoyang Takeshi Kaneshiro. I think you are quite capable online, but you are not as capable as those hands. You just honk all day long, like a little trumpet covered in manure, loud and smelly. In the past, I thought it would be very relaxing to engage in heated arguments with others online, but now Gu Bai feels very empty. Time passes quickly and he feels a little bored. There seems to be something missing in his heart that cannot be filled. Today, Gu's mother called and talked about the family dinner tomorrow, but he doesn't want to think about it now. Why do people feel empty for no reason? Click to search. However, the first piece of content that popped up almost made Gu Bai's eyes fall to the ground. Based on the above description, it is very likely a precursor to cancer. It is recommended to seek medical attention in time. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked at the next one directly without any desire to click. However, the final result was that because of an unintentional search, he spent 3 hours reading what others called personal stories on a certain platform. The next day, many people came. When Gu Bai arrived, he was pulled over by Gu's mother. Why are you alone? Didn't Xiao Zhou come with you? Didn't I tell you yesterday? Hey, look, it's President Zhou, and he brought that little star with him. Two ladies nearby said in a low voice. Just as he said this, the master appeared at the gate, accompanied by Zhang Qi. The two who were talking looked at Gu Bai and whispered. Gu's mother also looked embarrassed. This was simply a public slap in the face. As if he had installed radar, Zhou Shengelin saw them at a glance, turned his head and said something to the people next to him. Zhang Qi turned and walked away, and Zhou Shengelin walked straight towards them. Aunt, where is Uncle Gu? He's with your father. I'll take you there. The moment Mother Gu passed by, she gave Gu Bai a look that was hard to describe. Oh, you're here too. I thought you weren't coming. You didn't tell me, otherwise I wouldn't have brought him here. Zhou Shengelin, who was walking behind, teased nonchalantly. I don't want to pay attention to him. You've really become very capable, haha. Hey, you're here. I was just talking about you guys. During the greeting time between the two families, they tried not to talk if possible. They finally got out of it under the pretext of going to the toilet. The air outside relaxed Gu Bai's tense voice. He took a walk in the breeze in the back garden. He originally just wanted to check the time, but a message popped up on the screen. The Hurricane Group CEO brought him to the family dinner. Why? With such a large family and a lot of wealth, news spreads really fast. He walked out as soon as he entered the house, and there was no paparazzi around. As expected, as soon as I went online, I saw that the two sides were fighting fiercely, but after all, this side could not compare with the traffic of the star. A random search showed what happened at the banquet today, and everyone was saying that his original wife was suppressed by someone. What the hell, nonsense. He couldn't even sit still. Why should I get out? Judging from your eloquence, it would be a pity if you don't do crosstalk. The next message was even more infuriating, full of foul language and slander, and the two people started arguing with each other using the internet as a cover. Zhou Yongxing, who originally wanted to go out for some quiet and fresh air, was resting well on the second-floor balcony. He didn't know when he heard the mumbling voice outside, like a mobile chattering machine. He was a little annoyed by the noise. The light was not bright, and I could only vaguely see a man sitting on a bench in the backyard outside, holding a cell phone and chattering. I think your tongue must have been cut off in your previous life, that's why you are so mean. I don't dare to see anyone with my small account, and you don't even look at your own level. The tortoise is laughing at the turtle, you are the same. His fingers were tapping away. Cough. There were few people in the remote area, and Gu Bai, who was immersed in the arguing, suddenly heard a noise and shuddered in fright. Who is it? You scared my phone. Turning around, I saw a man standing on the second-floor terrace. He was wearing a perfectly fitted straight suit, one hand in his pocket, looking at me downstairs. What a small world it is. I saw that handsome guy who had such a bad temper that day again. Chapter 7. Why is he at my family dinner? Is he here to ask him to pay for the Maybach? Hiss. No money. Good evening, sir, nice to see you again. Gu Bai greeted him angrily. Unexpectedly, the other party stared at him for a while, then ignored him and walked away. Gone. Sure enough, he still has a bad temper. Why did you take so long? Are you not feeling well? As soon as he came in, he was caught by Gu's mother at the door, feeling helpless. Gu Bai shook his head and said, "No, I just took a detour. I've been waiting for you for a while. Come with me. Your dad and Uncle Joe are over there. Your cousin is here. Come with me to say hello." Mother Gu slowed down her pace. "Your cousin just came back not long ago. You'd better behave yourself. It would be best if he could take care of you." The last sentence was said in a low voice, but Gu Bai still heard it. He could see that Mother Gu was worried. In the whole family, only Gu's mother is truly kind to him. Yun Xing. The tall man standing between Father Gu and Uncle Joe looked up in response, revealing his handsome face. It looked so familiar and even more flawless under the light, with clear outlines. The Gu family is so small. We are separated 1 second and meet again the next. Fate is so wonderful, you can grit your teeth one moment and call him cousin the next. Sister, long time no see. Really, it's been a long time since we last met. Xiao Bai, come and call me uncle. Uncle, I'm so reluctant. Gu Bai roared in his heart. When asked what it was like to have a creditor suddenly become his cousin, the person involved, Gu Bai, said he was very nervous and excited. He was nervous because he was afraid that the other party would expose him publicly, and he was excited because he was already his cousin, so the debt would it be. Suddenly Zhou Yongxing laughed. "Well, Xiao Bai, huh? We meet again." Gu's mother took Gu Bai's hand and said, "You have seen him. How come I didn't hear you say it? It's Xiao Bai." At first, he was called Gu Yinbai, and his nickname was Xiao Bai. As time went by, it became more and more familiar, so we simply changed it to Gu Bai. "Have you seen him?" "Yeah, I just encountered it in the backyard." Gu Bai's heart tightened, hoping that his sensible and obedient disguise would be exposed, so he stared at the other person with his eyes, as if he could convey his thoughts with his eyes. Mother Gu continued, "Xiao Bai is introverted and doesn't like to talk. He was very likable when he was little. I still remember when you came to our house before, Xiao Bai liked to follow you like a little tail. So many years have passed in a blink of an eye, and you are more handsome and stable than before. By the way, you are not young anymore. Do you have someone you like?" Zhou Yongxing's temper suddenly improved as he smiled and said that he had no plans yet. This was completely different from the bad expression he had just shown outside. It was amazing. Gu Bai secretly complained. "Don't stand there, let's go sit over there and talk." Father Gu suggested, 3 parts politeness and 7 parts flattery. They also planned to discuss business with this person. Today was a rare opportunity. If they could reach an agreement with this person, it would be a big deal. A family dinner was more tiring than participating in a competition. I had to sit and listen to them talking about things, and sometimes they would even talk about me, so I couldn't concentrate. When it was over, Gu Bai breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go out. As soon as he walked out the door, he was pulled over by Zhou Shenggulan. "What? Let go!" Gu Bai, who was almost pulled to stagger, shook off the hand of the inexplicable person in front of him. "What are you talking about? Don't you see how shameless you are? Why? As soon as you go out, you can't wait to find another man." Zhou Shenggulan was very angry and said this through gritted teeth. "What the hell are you talking about? I saw it. Your eyes never left Zhou Yongxing. I tell you, don't even think about it. It's impossible to cuckold him." Gu Bai wanted to laugh after hearing this. This meant that only soldiers were allowed to prevent fires, but civilians were not allowed to light lamps. Looking at the people still coming and going, he leaned over to the person opposite him and whispered, "Why are you panicking? Is it because he is better than you, and your husband suddenly falls in love with him, and you feel humiliated and without dignity?" After saying that, Zhou Shenggulan got angry and grabbed Gu Bai's neck and pushed him against the wall behind him. That sentence was like a needle, piercing him so much that he was speechless. And he was like a balloon punctured by that needle, and the explosion made him hit without restraint, and Gu Bai felt very uncomfortable being pinched by him. "What are you doing?" a deep voice came from behind. The sudden question made Zhou Shengelin come back to his senses and let go of his hand. Probably because he pinched too hard. As soon as he let go, Gu Bai squatted down and coughed violently, holding his neck, as if he wanted to cough out bile. Zhou Yongxing looked at him expressionlessly, but Zhou Shengelin's father shouted at the side, "Shengelin! What are you doing?" Zhou Shengelin didn't know what to say, so he found the most ridiculous excuse, "We were just joking." Apologized to Gu Bai. After saying that, she saw that her son didn't respond, so she said in a deep voice, "Hurry up. Uncle Zhou, I'm fine, we were just joking." Maybe because he had just coughed, Gu Bai's throat was a little hoarse and his breath was weak. "Let's give him a way out and be polite." Gu Bai didn't expect Zhou Shengelin to take action. "You are already an adult, but you are so careless and make me worry all day. It's getting late, you should take Gu Bai back quickly. You can't make any mistakes in front of this guy. I'll take him back." As soon as he said this, 3 people were surprised. "I haven't finished talking to him just now. Let's talk again on the way." After saying this, he turned his gaze to Gu Bai. It was a statement, not a request. So looking at the figure walking out in front of him, Gu Bai just followed the other person. "Come home with me," Zhou's father shouted at his remaining son. What a disappointing thing. Today it was not a Maybach, but a low-key black Mercedes. The car was filled with a cool fragrance, reflecting a quiet and silent atmosphere, which unexpectedly made people relax and not care about the discomfort of "I am most afraid of the sudden silence of the air." "Do you live here?" Zhou Yongxing suddenly asked as the car turned into the mid-range residential area in front of him. What came to mind? I moved out, we don't live together." The people around him didn't say anything else and remained serious. The car stopped and before getting out, Gu Bai thanked the other party. "Thank you, I'm sorry to bother you today. Although he looks the same age as me, I feel like I am a generation younger than him and yet I still have to respect my elders." Zhou Yongxing still didn't say anything. Gu Bai wondered if he couldn't afford this flower on the mountain top. Not answering the other party would be very embarrassing. So Gu Bai continued shamelessly, "Do you have any opinions about me? Tell me, I will definitely improve. This is my problem." Zhou Yongxing finally gave him a look. "Don't be embarrassed. Speak properly." The voice was low and inexplicably magnetic. Quote? He was stunned by just one sentence. "Does your family know that you often go to the bar?" I didn't. What about running a red light casually?" "It's not random, there was a kid running past us that day." "Then what were you doing in the backyard tonight?" Zhou Yongxing did not respond to his explanation and continued speaking as if he was talking about something unimportant. "So just speak as you should. Next time if you act so sarcastic." The dangerous gaze came over, full of aggression, making people inexplicably panic. "I will throw you down. It's so confusing and it's uncomfortable to listen to. Who did you learn this from? You're here. This is to drive him away. Well, goodbye, cousin. Goodbye." But at this time, Zhou Yongxing behaved properly, stretched out his noble jade hand and waved at him twice. Gu Bai was just worried that the other party would think he was getting off the car too slowly, kick him out of the car, and drive away. On the contrary, the car was not so quiet with one person missing. Uncle Zhang had been the driver of the Zhou family for 15 years and he could tell that the person in the back was in a good mood. "That child looks a lot like Mrs. Gu." After a moment of silence, the person behind me said, "No, I didn't think so before, but now it doesn't look like that." The person who almost got her legs tied when she got off the bus just now, after being exposed, her ears turned red, and she clearly wanted to defend herself but dared not say a word. She didn't look like a well-behaved and slow cousin at all. She looked more like an irritated cat, whimpering softly, raising her claws but not daring to put them down. "I heard that he's already married." "That's too early. He's only 20." Uncle Zhang thought Gu Bai was not very old. Are all young people nowadays so avant-garde? It's a product of the cooperation between the two companies, otherwise I wouldn't live here. Uncle Zhang then realized that the couple lived separately. He found it strange that the family should not live in such a middle-class community. Zhou Yongxing pinched her eyebrows and suddenly felt that he looked like her again. On the other side, Gu Bai, who had just returned home, received a call from his mother. "Hello. Xiao Bai, are you home? The loving voice of Mother Gu came from the other side. Here I am. My cousin sent me back. I know. You have a fight with Zhou Shenggulan. I heard from your Uncle Zhou. No, don't worry, we're fine. Wait a moment. Mother Gu changed her position and continued, son, did they bully you? Mom is useless and can't help you. I know this marriage is not a good one and you are not living well. I have read everything that is said on the internet. Gu Bai, the voice coming from the phone, was trembling with tears. Mom is sorry for you. I shouldn't have agreed to your dad in the first place. Mom, they can't bully me. You're overthinking it again. There are all kinds of people on the internet. They can make up stories with just their mouths. Mom, don't blame yourself. I made the choice myself. I know everything. Well, it's late at night and I can't sleep if I get sadder. You should sleep well. I can't say anything here, but your cousin is back. I asked him to take care of you. You don't have to worry about his face when you go to his company. His high-class, disdainful cousin. It's getting late. Mom has hung up. Go to bed early. I'm going to call your cousin. Before I could say anything to refuse, there was a clean and crisp beep from the receiver. It turns out to be my biological mother. Chapter 8. Since moving out, life has indeed become much quieter, with fewer people wandering around. Gu Bai, who has become accustomed to being independent, also enjoys his free time alone. He makes a cup of tea, reads a book, spends a quiet afternoon, and in the evening, he stands on the balcony and looks out at the dancing night view not far away, which is also very intoxicating. Today is also a calm evening. I drank some wine and the sky seemed to be drunk with me, so it turned into a sunset, which was extremely romantic. If there hadn't been a call from Mama Gu, I took a taxi this morning. I guess I went to see Zhou Yongxing after I hung up the phone yesterday. He called me this morning and said he would go to work at the company tomorrow. Even the donkeys in the production team are not so efficient. He didn't want to go. First, he couldn't handle this person. He was too difficult to get along with. He was arrogant and had a temper as bad as a soft persimmon that fell to the ground. Second, this person was rarely mentioned in the book. Gu Bai had no impression of the existence of this handsome guy. Looking at him, he was afraid that he was a villain. If he stayed with a villain, he would have a bad fate. Maybe he, a flourishing flower, would be strangled to death one day. And they are obviously the same age, but every time Gu Bai faces him, he feels like his parents are called to school and he gets nervous. It's difficult. I couldn't think of a solution yet, but I felt hungry. I had been eating takeout for 3 days in a row, and now I had no appetite when I saw the packaging. In the book, he is a genius little chef who can easily prepare a full banquet, but he can't let his character go astray. A mere dinner is not a problem at all. He browsed through the recipe 3 times before getting it almost done. Then he started. He set up his phone and decided to show it off. He expected to receive countless compliments. Praise makes people happy. It can also be widened. Oops, I'm late today. It's on air now. Luckily I waited, otherwise I would have missed it. What are you doing today? Bye. Looking at this, are you going to cook today? Xiao Bai, Mom is here. This user gave away a skyscraper, come and interact with us. Hello everyone, thank you for the gift from the little white rabbit at home. Putting down the washed meat in his hand, he continued, sorry, it's a bit late today. I will set a fixed time next time so that you won't have to wait. We are willing to wait. You look very handsome today, what a little angel. Just so, looks pretty ordinary, anyone you pick up on the street is the same. Upstairs, can we admire your peerless beauty? I don't mean to complain, but I have never seen such a shameless person to be so sour. He was a follower of someone just now. I see him every now and then. Could you please block him? It has always been like this. During a live broadcast, both sides quarrel from the beginning to the end, without stopping in the middle. It is very annoying. Wait until I finish cooking this meal, and I will teach these brats a lesson. Now his character cannot be ruined, out of sight, out of mind, so he put his eyes on his hands. Well, potatoes now. I'm going to make a simple stir-fried potato shreds and a curry potato stew with meat. Let's get started. I heard that the host is good at cooking, but I just heard it dog head. Is the house husband a deserving title? This is not just talk. I have heard the rumors, but what is this thing that is as thick as the chopsticks I bought at home? Is it not cut completely? Gu Bai picked up the chopped potatoes and said to the screen, "This is shredded potatoes. They're already chopped. Potato shreds. Are you sure they are shreds and not sticks? I'll struggle a little longer, maybe there will be a surprise." Gu Bai also realized that the task was becoming more and more complicated. After frying it over and over again, adding water again and again, the shredded potatoes were finally cooked. "What is this? Ha 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 ha, where is the silk? Wow, it's more similar to mine. The above post has too strong a sense of immersion, so I deleted it and let me speak. The above post is too immersive, so I deleted it and let me say it. +1. The above post is too immersive, so I deleted it and let me say it. +2. It tastes okay, but I'm a little out of shape today. Please don't eat it. Oh my god, I can't face Bai Bai anymore. Dumbfounded, JPG. Haha, I'm dying of laughter." The messages scrolled on the screen, making Gu Bai a little puzzled. What about his little cooking skills? Not so good. The pot of shredded potatoes on the table silently announced the collapse of his beautiful expectations. It was so vivid that he couldn't bear to look at it. Gu Bai was struggling in his heart for a while, chatting absent-mindedly. He decided to leave, not wanting to respond directly to his masterpiece. "That's all for today. I'll bring you a better cooking experience next time. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye." After closing the live broadcast, I immediately switched to another interface to order takeout. I was so hungry that my stomach was sticking to my back. It seems that the food live broadcast route is not working, I have to change it. What will be broadcast next time? What Gu Bai didn't know was that during the time he finished eating, he had been posted on every corner of the social app XXX and was on the front page in a short time. It's unbelievable that a well-known anchor would do such a thing. The cover photo shows Gu Bai holding chopsticks and tasting shredded potatoes on a plate, but the shredded potatoes are blurred. The live broadcast didn't make me laugh to death. It was so cute. They even said seriously that the taste was okay. Doesn't anyone think he's getting dumber? The more I watch him, the more I love him. I'm going to hate him forever. Go upstairs and queue up. The number of fans of Gu Bai, who became instantly popular, continued to rise. His live video was forwarded all over the internet, and memes about him came out one after another. Zhou Yunxing wanted to make a phone call, but he wasn't paying attention and accidentally clicked on a push message on the screen. Then the face of his eldest nephew popped up and he paused. The following is a screen recording of the live broadcast of Gu Bai cooking. Looking at the messy platform descriptions, Zhou Yunxing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and clicked on the video out of curiosity. He said that she was quiet, introverted, well-behaved and obedient, but he thought she was very naughty. He was not a nosy person, and his actions yesterday were entirely for the sake of his cousin's face. His cousin was an adopted child, but the two had always had a good relationship. Compared to his irresponsible father, his cousin seemed like a reliable elder. So when she came to ask him to help his son, Zhou Yunxing did not think too much about it. It was just one more person to support the company, and one meal would not break the bank. He just hoped that the other party could be quiet and do his job well, and not cause unnecessary trouble. He is a troublemaker. Zhou Yunxing watched the entire video without missing a single detail. The last scene stopped at the moment when Gu Bai said goodbye to everyone. He had slightly curly chestnut hair and very fair skin. He looked so gentle and well-behaved, but he was actually a black-bellied cat, secretly showing its claws behind everyone's back. I chuckled, clicked in and clicked to follow. The next day, he got up very early and brushed his teeth with his eyes closed. He did not forget that he had to go to work today. He actually went to work like this. It was amazing. He had never experienced working in a workplace in real life, but he had experienced working from 9 to 5 in a workshop. As a college student who was about to graduate, he had imagined many times the life of a white-collar worker in a company. Full of motivation, passion and youthful ambition, it tempts every young person who is inexperienced in the world to fight against difficulties and obstacles and embark on the journey of life. My cousin's company is not far from where he lives, so he can probably get there in time by taking a bus. In real life, we are used to saving where necessary. Diligence and thrift are traditional virtues. Maybe he had been told in advance, so the front desk took him directly to the president's office and left without saying anything. Knock knock knock. He knocked on the door 3 times carefully. Come in. To be honest, he was a little nervous. There was also a woman inside whom he didn't know, who was reporting to Zhou Yunxing, who was sitting in front of her, and she did not neglect him because of his appearance. I understand. You can go out first. Okay. The woman turned around, revealing her delicate face, her hair combed meticulously, and her work clothes set off her graceful figure to the fullest. She's a beauty. It turns out that my cousin also knows how to enjoy life. Somehow, Gu Bai suddenly thought of the office affair between a domineering CEO and his close-fitting beautiful secretary. Could this kind of bloody plot in a domineering CEO novel be? Why are you standing there like an idiot? Just sit aside if you don't want to do anything. I don't know what's going on in his little head all day long, he seems absent-minded. Oh. As soon as his butt touched the sofa, he stood up again. Then what should I do? Am I not coming to work? It's not like I'm learning to be a boss. Zhou Yunxing leaned back in the seat behind him, looked at him with a half-smile, and said, "Come here." After walking over, Zhou Yunxing was even more confused than when he entered the room. He did not talk about work, but asked, "Did you see the sister outside? Ah, does it look good?" Following his gaze, he saw the beautiful secretary who had just left. Nice. Gu Bai was completely confused. What on earth was going on? Was this a pre-qualification test for joining your company? Could it be? Go out and find that beautiful sister. Go quickly. Oh, he walked out of the office with a head full of question marks. At this moment, he felt like a person hearing thunder while being kept in the dark. He couldn't tell the directions. When the person arrived in front of the person, I remembered that I forgot to ask why he came. Come with me. What are we going to do? He finally asked the truth. Didn't Mr. Zhou tell you? He asked me to take you to get familiar with the company environment first. My last name is Dong, and what's your name? After collecting the documents, Dong Chong took the man downstairs. My name is Gu Bai. Gu Bai, okay, you can just call me Sister Dong. How old are you? You should look younger than me. I am 20. Just graduated. No, it's been a while since I graduated. It's really great that he can enter Zhanrong at such a young age. Gu Bai smiled but said nothing, because he came in through the back door and the praise made him feel a little sad. Sister Dong, did you arrange my work here as well? Dong Chong turned around and said in surprise, didn't Mr. Zhou make any arrangements? No. President Zhou will make the arrangements, don't worry. The company is large and complex, much larger than Zhou's, and a whole day passed quickly after I finished touring it. His eldest cousin arranged him to sit next to Sister Dong, saying that he was organizing documents, but there were no documents for him to organize. He had nothing to do for most of the day, and he didn't dare to play on the computer or his phone, because if he turned around, he would see Zhou Yunxing in the office staring at him. Is he invited here to meditate? However, Zhou Yunxing really had this idea. He agreed to his cousin at the beginning and decided to let Gu Bai come to the company and do nothing. But seeing Gu Bai twisting his head around outside as if trying to tame a wild chair, and turning his head to peek at him countless times, Zhou Yunxing had no choice but to call Dong Chong. After Gu Bai played with his fingers for the 5th time, Dong Chong pushed the door open and came in with a stack of documents. Put these in order. I'll send the content to your computer later. Hurry up and do it. Send it to Mr. Zhou when you're done. Come to life. The process was not as easy as he had imagined, but it was not chaotic either. It was just that the documents were not placed in order, and the corners were folded and dirty, which almost drove him, a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder, crazy. So when Zhou Yunxing received the documents, it was the most satisfactory one. They were neat, orderly, and meticulous. He filled in everything that needed to be filled in, and there were no mistakes. He raised his eyes and said, "Not bad." Gu Bai, who was recognized, instantly became like a colorful peacock, with his tail spread out, wishing he could spread it on the other person's face. Well, that's all for today. Get off work, and don't be late tomorrow. Can I go home now? Oh. Zhou Yunxing looked up at him with sharp eyes. Then I'm leaving. Goodbye, Mr. Zhou. I feel like I won't be able to go home if I stay any longer. Zhou Yunxing left 20 minutes later. The car was stuck in traffic as soon as it left the garage. It was normal to have traffic jams during rush hour. The car drove slowly. After a while, Zhou Yunxing, who was sitting in the back seat, accidentally caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Gu Bai was standing on the side of the road, squeezed by a large group of people waiting for the bus. Will the Gu family collapse if they have one more bowl of food? Zhou Yongxing couldn't help but think about it, and his eyes showed a stronger interest in Gu Bai. When Gu Bai saw a familiar black Mercedes parked in front of him and his cousin's handsome face appeared when the window rolled down, he was a little surprised. Get in the car. It was crowded, so he might as well take a ride. Gu Bai hesitated for 2 seconds and got on the car. The interior of the car was just as clean as that night, and the cold scent was the same. Did you come here by bus this morning as well? No, I took a taxi because I was afraid I would go to the wrong place. You're short of money. Well, the last car repair fee has not been paid yet. After he said this, Zhou Yongxing remembered something that had long been forgotten. Use your salary to pay it back, and then get your salary again after paying it back. Normally at this time, shouldn't you say it's a small matter? Since you're my nephew, you don't have to pay it back. Why don't you follow the routine? What on earth are these people thinking? How could such a thing appear in a book like this? Good. Life is so hard. I have to work for others for free at such a young age. Chapter 9. It was still early when I got home, but I unexpectedly welcomed an uninvited guest. The fake couple who hadn't seen each other for a while met again. Zhou Shengulin walked in with a proud expression, and he looked like he deserved a beating. He looked around the house and said sarcastically, "It's just such a shabby house, and you're so happy living there. It's good enough to let you in. This has nothing to do with you. If you don't like it, just turn right when you get out of the door." Zhou Shengulin didn't move, but sat down and said, "I used to hear a saying, bitch has a bitch's fate. I think you are quite suitable." Gu Bai didn't want to argue with him, it was just a waste of time. "I came here today for business. Isn't it true that you usually do things when you are horny? Please go back to your ecstasy cave and don't come out." Zhou Shengulin suddenly laughed and grabbed Gu Bai's hand, unable to break free. He suddenly laughed and teased, "What? Are you jealous because I didn't do anything with you?" After that, he took Gu Bai's hand and forcefully kissed the palm of his hand. Gu Bai's hair stood up all of a sudden, and he felt as disgusted as if cockroaches were crawling all over his body. Did his testosterone explode after 3 minutes of not having sex? A moving humanoid teddy bear. He continued to complain in his heart, and was still jealous. Even if he ate shit, he would never be jealous of Zhou Shengulin. Is his brain filled with garbage? There's a charity auction the day after tomorrow, you have to go with me. Zhou Shengulin said, ignoring the angry look from the person opposite him. Take Zhang with you, you two are a good match. So don't mess with me anymore. If I could, do you think I would still come to you? They are all watching. You are so blatant. Have you ever considered the consequences? Does this mean that he is just a cover? Okay, you can go now. He just wanted to get rid of this plague god. The humble room could not accommodate such a huge Buddha. I'm sleeping here today. Whatever. This kind of conversation and unreasonable behavior has happened too many times. He is no longer interested in arguing with him. If his mind is not thinking about it, he will be clear. So let him be. Just as he stood up and was about to leave, the person opposite him went crazy again, suddenly grabbed Gu Bai, pushed him down on the sofa, and then pressed his whole body on him. Let go. He was so strong that his hands were pinned down and he could hardly get free. Instead, his whole body was resisting. We are a legal couple, isn't it normal to do this? If you want to force someone into having sex, don't even think about it. One tried to suppress him, the other continued to struggle, and the two rolled from the sofa to the ground. Then Gu Bai hit the other's nose with his head. Zhou Shengulin screamed in pain, released his hands that were holding Gu Bai, covered his nose, and took the opportunity to push the person away and stood up from the ground. Oh damn it. The pain continued to linger, leaving 2 streams of blood from the nose, staining the entire palm of the hand red. Due to the fierce resistance, Gu Bai hit many places, the floor, the corner of the table, including the back of his head when he fell. His head is still buzzing. If you want to get horny, go back to your little lovers. I'm not interested in playing boring games with you. You want to sleep here, fine. It's up to you. He went out to find a place to live. Please be a human being next time. I won't open the door to livestock again. Picking up the coat hanging on the rack at the door, Gu Baidu went out without looking back. Stop right there. The sound of the door closing was his response. The street lights are gradually lighting up, and there are many pedestrians. People are getting off work and students are finishing school. Everyone takes off their daytime disguises and transforms into leaders of the night. Gu Bai came to a square. It was very lively, with people singing in public, aunties dancing in the square, a few skateboarders flying by occasionally, and children clamoring to buy glowing balloons. He took a deep breath to calm his previous restless mood. If Zhou Shengelin hadn't come just now, today would have been a peaceful and happy day in a few hours. Thinking about it, Gu Bai glanced at his phone. It was 7:27, just a few minutes away, so he turned on the live broadcast directly. There were many people waiting in the live broadcast room, and as soon as he turned it on, a small speaker blared on the screen. First, second, third, this is the first time so early, ha ha ha. You two above, have a fight, whoever wins will come first. Outdoors today. Exciting, hee hee. Good evening, everyone. I came out today, for a night run. I'll take you guys to experience the nightlife by the way. Stimulate. Stimulation +1. People from my village just moved to the city. We learned painting from the spirit of the pen at night and want to see the nightlife of city people. Don't bring us country folks along when you want to brag. Let's run around the square first. He didn't look at his phone while running. The square was very large and it took him more than 10 minutes to jog. While he was running, the live broadcast room went viral. Someone gave him a gift worth 300,000. The colorful special effects of the little rockets pop up on the screen one after another, making people dazzled. ! Who is this dad? Who is the number one? Damn, who is this boss? Number one, come back quickly, your home has been stolen. Gu Bai was shocked. He had been live streaming for less than a month, and it wasn't that no one had given him gifts, but this was the first time someone had given him so many gifts at once, and the ID was one he had never seen before. On the surface, he was still chatting with everyone calmly, but in his mind he was still trying to figure out who this person was, wondering if he had forgotten him. However, after racking his brains, he still came up with nothing, and was sure that it was a new face. That's all for today. Now that we're done shopping, I'll take you out to some fun places next time. He turned off the live broadcast because he was not paying attention to the road and was only thinking about other things. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing at the door of a nightclub. He had never been to a nightclub before. Gu Bai looked at it twice more out of curiosity. Miraculously, he saw his handsome and wealthy cousin handsomely walk out from inside, handsomely stop in front of him, and then handsomely ask, "How old are you and you like to run to these places? Are you worthy of your mother?" Frowning is also handsome. No, I really didn't this time. I was just passing by. Lie, I'm going to call your mother. I didn't. Gu Bai followed behind the other person and defended himself, I really didn't. I just passed by. If you don't believe me, I'll give you. Get in the car. Gu Bai just wanted to prove his innocence. He didn't want the other party to misunderstand him for no reason. So he subconsciously climbed into the car and said to the other party without realizing it, I was just jogging at the square at night. Zhou Yongxing knew that the other party did not go in. Gu Bai certainly could not have imagined that his entire live broadcast was watched by his cousin, and Zhou Yongxing just wanted to tease him. It was inexplicably interesting to see his ears turn red with anxiety. By the time Gu Bai realized what was happening, he had already been coaxed into the car. He couldn't help but secretly slap himself, wondering what he was doing. How did he end up in someone else's car? He was eager to sell himself. Why are you hanging out outside so late at night instead of going home? I'm just entertaining myself. Don't hang around outside at night. Oh. After a long silence, Gu Bai couldn't help but say, Uncle, it's just. Just say what you want to say. Can you just borrow some money? I'll pay it back tomorrow morning. I'll just use it today. Are you short of money? No, right now. I forgot to bring my wallet, and my phone is out of battery and turned off. I'll be at your house soon. How come he didn't notice it? It was just the way to his house. No, I'm not going home now. Gu Bai said to the other party hurriedly. I finally escaped. Zhou Yongxing was too lazy to ask any questions. He took out some cash and a card, and wrote the password on a note with a pen. His movements were smooth and fluid. So handsome. Gu Bai admired inwardly. Take it and get out of the car. You're home. Gu Bai didn't want to say that there was someone he didn't want to see at home, so he got out of the car and pretended to go home. As soon as Zhou Yunxing's car drove away, Gu Bai immediately ran out again, wishing to get away from that house. Now that he has money, he can stay in a hotel, and when he walks on the street, he can't help but guess how much money is in the card. No wonder girls like men who throw cards without saying anything, he likes it too. Beep, there were not many people on this road, and the sudden sound of a car horn scared Gu Bai in the front so much that he shivered. The card in his hand shook and he grabbed it 3 times before catching it. Who is so boring? He turned around and saw the familiar license plate, which told him that it was his boring cousin. On the way, Gu Bai was like a kindergarten kid meeting his teacher. He stood straight without saying a word, his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart. I called your mother. Where are you going in the middle of the night if not home? Zhou Yunxing was almost exhausted. This nephew was like a primary school student, very restless. Gu Bai saw that the person next to him really changed his expression, so he simply confessed, Zhou Shenggulan is here. Zhou Yunxing took a deep breath. Trouble? Are you afraid of him? No, we had a little unpleasantness and I don't want to face him. The car fell silent again, with only the sound of wind blowing through the window. Uncle Zhang, go back to Wedding Bay. After a pause, he said, call your mother. Oh. He did fight obediently, but he didn't say anything about Zhou Shenggulan, and Zhou Yunxing didn't expose him either. It took a while to reach the destination. The scenery outside changed again and again. He only remembered that he'd passed a bridge on the way. This is a villa area with European-style villas, most of which look a little different. When I saw where Zhou Yunxing lived, I was amazed at his money power. The golden fountain in the courtyard was luxurious and grand. But there were very few people in this magnificent home, only a nanny who was about 40 years old and the 2 of them who had just returned. Stay here. Go take a shower now. If you don't understand, ask your aunt. I'm busy now. Please do as you please. After saying that, she closed the door of the study in front of Gu Bai. It's really convenient. After taking a shower, he sat in the living room and dried his hair. He couldn't find a hair dryer, so he had to come out to ask his aunt. As soon as he sat down, Zhou Yunxing came out. I'm done. Where is your aunt? Let her take you back to your room and blow dry your hair. Zhou Yunxing discovered that he had many bad habits and they had to change them. I couldn't find the hair dryer. Auntie wasn't there at that time. Come with me. The hair dryer was installed next to the mirror, hanging in a small square box, but was just ignored by Gu Bai. But this is not easy to recognize, Gu Bai thought. Thanks. Originally, he should have left after handing over the hair dryer, but Zhou Yunxing stood at the door and hesitated to move. He couldn't be chased away, or he might be thrown out the next second. He turned into Tony Teacher on the spot, showing off his own concave shape, which was a bit uncomfortable. Just watch it. What's going on with your neck and wrists? Chapter 10. His skin is very white, and under the warm light, you can vaguely see a thin layer of fluff on it, which makes people's hearts beat fast and can't help but want to touch it with their hands, to ravage it, and to commit a crime. At this time, there were 3 purple marks on the fair neck, of varying depths, which were out of tune with the skin color. Gu Bai heard what Zhou Yunxing said, turned his head and looked in the mirror. After seeing the marks, he couldn't help but curse Zhou Shenggulan in his heart. Not only on the neck, but also on the wrists, it was more obvious. What happened? Was there a fight? It was just a small conflict and we had some tug of war. She couldn't say that her husband was trying to force her to do it. She felt sick just thinking about Zhou Shenggulan. Zhou Yunxing smiled silently and said, did you win? Of course. You are too thin. You need to exercise. After saying this, she turned and left without waiting for Gu Bai to reply, leaving him completely confused. After drying his hair, he followed his aunt to his room. Just as he was about to go to bed, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Zhou Yunxing, who handed him a medicine box. There's medicinal wine in it, wipe it off. Oh, okay. Leaning against the door frame, he didn't leave. Gu Bai thought, is this something I have to watch? The medicine box was very complete, with everything, but he didn't know which one it was, and there was more than one kind of medicine in it. Zhou Yunxing saw the person with his back to him holding a small medicine box and rummaging through it like a little squirrel. He couldn't help but step forward and take the bottle of red medicine from the other person. Turn around. At this time, he was obedient and did whatever he was told. When the palm was placed on the back of his neck, Gu Bai shuddered slightly. The slightly cool fingers touched his skin, and an inexplicable and strange emotion naturally arose. It was hard to explain, but it made people feel comfortable. Due to the medicinal wine, as the friction gradually heated up, he could feel his skin becoming hot, and their temperatures were intertwined, entwining each other's hands. Okay, wipe the rest yourself and go to bed early. Then he quickly helped the other person close the door. Gu Bai was still a little immersed in the atmosphere just now, and he was still not satisfied. For some reason, Gu Bai raised his hand and gently touched his still hot neck, but it seemed like he touched a forbidden area, so he quickly retracted his hand. He was stunned for a moment, then threw himself into the soft quilt, his ears reddened. On the other side, Zhou Yunxing was under the shower in the bathroom, looking down at his hands in a trance. The delicate touch just now seemed to still linger on his fingertips, and he hummed softly. Crazy. Raise your hand to cool the water a few degrees. After what happened last night, the impression was so deep that it affected Gu Bai in his sleep. He dreamed of the same scene as yesterday, but it was a little indescribable, so when someone knocked on the door, he woke up with a red face. His hair was messy from sleeping, with each strand of hair in its own shape, and his eyelids were drooping with only a slit left. Why was his eldest cousin at the door? Was it a dream? Go wash up, quickly. Ah, he yawned ungracefully at Zhou Yunxing. Okay. He turned around and walked into the bathroom in his slippers. I forgot to turn on my phone, and when I turned it on, it was only 6 o'clock. It was his wonderful sleep time. Go put on your shoes. Where are we going so early? Zhou Yunxing glanced at him and said, morning jog. It always feels easy at the beginning, but when Gu Bai is halfway through the run, he is already out of breath. This circle is too big and it will take him a long time to finish it. By the time she got home, Gu Bai was hanging on to her last breath, like a dying old woman. My physical fitness is too poor. I'm out of breath after walking a short distance. He was speechless, propping himself up on his knees and waving his hands, finally understanding what the other party meant by yesterday's too thin. Zhou Yunxing, on the other hand, did not blush, his heart did not beat, and he did not even breathe. I won't come again next time. However, after running in the morning, he seemed more energetic at work. He was still in the same position as yesterday, doing the same job, but he didn't feel bored. He was good at his profession and had a keen sense for numbers. He just wanted to know how much he was paid. He couldn't work for nothing all his life, but he was too embarrassed to ask. After all, he got into the company through the back door. But he was unwilling to not ask. The peasants who have risen up have taken possession of their property. After grabbing the small note for the 10th time, Gu Bai went to find his cousin with the document in his arms. These are ready. Zhou Yunxing took the documents on the table without saying a word. Uncle. Zhou Yunxing raised his eyes. Is there something wrong? How is my salary calculated? How long will I have to work here? Don't like it here. No, I like it, it's just who doesn't work for free. It's useless to like it even if you like it. Zhou Yunxing took out a card and handed it to him without saying anything else. Did he have a change of heart? So Gu Bai happily returned to his work position. Seeing that he at least didn't continue twisting, Zhou Yunxing took a break. Today, he took Zhou Yunxing's car home again. When he arrived, Zhou Yunxing sent him upstairs for the first time. In the elevator, Gu Bai was thinking, if he was unlucky and Zhou Shengelin didn't leave and was waiting to cause trouble for him, how would he deal with this crematorium? He was nervous when he took out the key. Fortunately, no one was at home, so he didn't see the face that Gu Bai hated. It was just that the vase on the table in the room was smashed to the ground, and the ground was full of glass shards and wilted roses. It was probably because he slammed the door and left, which angered Zhou Shengelin. Please sit over there first, I'll clean up. After saying that, he went to find the cleaning tools. No, I'm leaving. Sit down for a while, don't you want to rest for a while? I have something else to do. Oh, well, be careful on the road. But Zhou Yunxing stood still, casually glanced at the house Gu Bai rented, and suddenly said, call me later. There was no reason for this sentence, and Gu Bai didn't understand. What call? Next time if you encounter something like this, remember to call me. Oh yeah. The other person lowered his head and faced him with his furry head. He couldn't see his expression, but he felt that he was well behaved for some reason. So he rubbed the head in front of him. The hair was soft and smooth, and it wrapped around his fingers. I'm leaving. When I looked up, the man had already withdrawn his hand and walked out the door. "Goodbye, cousin." The other party waved his hand. Back in the car, Uncle Jong in the front turned slightly and said, "Are you still going over there? Go, take the money with you. Everything is ready." The man's expression was hidden in the darkness, mysterious and unpredictable. It was still the same nightclub as yesterday, in the VIP box upstairs. There were people guarding outside. When the people in the box saw Zhou Yunxing, they quickly stood up to greet him. "Boss Zhou, please take a seat." This sentence was 4 parts respect and 6 parts flattery. After a round of fake greetings, the middle-aged man opposite said, "Boss Zhou, so we get along well. Our company has been working hard for so long and there have been no problems. Mr. Liu has made an indispensable contribution to this. Hey, don't be so. This is the result of everyone's hard work. Ha ha ha." After a glass of wine, Zhou Yunxing gave him a look, and Uncle Jong put the safe in his hand on the table and opened it. Inside were neatly arranged brand new banknotes. "Boss Zhou, what are you doing? I like to be more direct. I'll give you 10 times the 300,000 yuan from yesterday's live broadcast." Zhou Yunxing paused for a moment and continued, "Let's talk about business matters. I don't like to mix business and personal matters." This was a warning to him not to target other people. "I really like the live broadcast of that young anchor, so I'll give him a little tip as a token of my appreciation. You don't have to take it too seriously." Liu Jianan's palms felt a little cold. "Of course I have no objection if President Liu likes me. That young anchor is likable, and I like her too." After saying this, Zhou Yunxing stood up and said, "I wish your company more success. We can talk about cooperation later. It's getting late today, so I'll take my leave first." After saying this, he turned and walked out. Liu Jianan was the only one left in the box. The flattery he had shown before was gone, replaced by an indignant expression, and he stared blankly at the box of money on the table. Faux pas. After cleaning the house in the evening, Gu Bai sat on the sofa and thought about life. He suddenly had the idea of buying a means of transportation. After all, he couldn't always take advantage of his cousin and hitchhike. Although his home was not far from the company, it was always a waste of time to go around in circles, and his generous cousin lived so far away. After making up his mind, Gu Bai went out and took a taxi to the market. There were all kinds of cars in the store, and the content remained the same. "Sir, if you want to know what kind of car it is, you can take a look at the new Ducati we have in our store. It just arrived this afternoon." Gu Bai followed the shopping guide here. Several big red monsters were lying on the stage, looking very handsome. As expected, all men like this kind, and Gu Bai likes it too. After the shopping guide gave him a detailed introduction to all the details and performance, all he had to do was let him ride it for a couple of laps. "Any questions? Have. You tell me, I'll tell you," the salesperson said enthusiastically. "Do you have electric bikes for sale in your store?" The shopping guide couldn't handle this. It seemed like the previous introduction was just a silent fart. "Ah yes, please follow me." On the other side, there were rows of cars that looked almost the same, which was what he wanted. He glanced at it by chance, and a black helmet caught his eye. The helmet was round and ordinary, but the small propeller on the top was so attractive. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, so he simply reported it to the staff. He very readily picked a black electric scooter and paid the full price very readily. Finally, Gu Bai, who was happy to get his favorite car, happily rode his little Lightning and ran home. Don't ask why it is called Little Lightning, it was just obtained. After arriving home, he did not forget to take a photo of his little Lightning, and then celebrated the birthday of his beloved car on the social app. "Welcome the new member of the family Little Lightning, happy.jpg. Ha 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 ha. Grab the sofa. I thought all anchors started out with sports cars, why are you doing so badly? Can you please give your card number to your sister? I can't stand it anymore. This is the first time I've seen such a down-to-earth internet celebrity. This bike is the same model as the one I have. Please give me your card number. Don't ask. It's too miserable to ask. Now and then there will be 1 or 2 black fans coming out, but it doesn't matter anymore. Someone will help him fight back, and he won't bother to take on the role of a fake fan." A chat message suddenly popped up, scaring Gu Bai. "Zhou Yunxing, why did you buy that thing? Hello, who are you?" "Zhou Yunxing. Zhou Yunxing, you'll call your mom." "No, I was wrong. I was just afraid that it was someone else's fake and I was just trying to fool around. Zhou Yongxing, didn't I send you back every day? Are you unhappy? No, I just think it's too much trouble for you to go back and forth every day. You are quite far away. Zhou Yongxing, no trouble. How should he respond? He can't just say you like your car, too. Then go back and return the car. Zhou Yongxing, if you want to buy something, you should buy something decent. He looked miserable, and he was the most frightened one in the family. I think it's pretty good and quite suitable for me. Gu Bai held the phone and waited for a while, but the other party didn't say anything. Offline, in his boredom, he poked into the other person's personal page. Most of the content was forwarded official news of Zhanrong Group, such as the anniversary of X, or some event, without any human touch. And the avatar was still the one given by the system at the beginning, like a small account, but the number of fans was not to be underestimated. There were quite a few comments below any forwarding, all of which were one-sided online relatives calling him dad or my father. It really was good to be rich. Surprisingly, Zhou Yongxing only followed one person, so mysterious. Gu Bai was very curious about who this person was. Could it be his future aunt? Oh, it's me. When did this happen? Holy shit. Gu Bai was shocked. He didn't know when his big brother cousin started paying attention to him. After being shocked, he quickly followed back, which showed that the two of them were following each other. Suddenly a phone call came. Chapter 11. It was an unfamiliar number that Gu Bai had no impression of. It rang for a long time before he answered it, and he immediately regretted it. Hello, Gu Bai. What is it? I don't want to waste time talking to you. Tisk, why are you putting on airs? Do you think I care? The person on the other end was a little breathless while speaking. Don't forget the family charity event I told you about last time. My parents specifically asked us to go together. He deliberately emphasized the word together. Oh, what trouble. That's all. What do you mean just like that? Ah, damn it. Immediately afterwards there was another moan from the other side. Anyone who still couldn't understand the situation was a fool. Zhou Shengelin, can you please have a little sense of shame? Can you please not call him when you are having sex with others? Haha, what? You want to come too? After saying that, a series of ambiguous voices were heard again. Gu Bai's scalp was numb, and he hung up the phone. He was stunned for a while, and felt that his phone was not clean. What kind of person is this? Does Zhou Shengelin like live performances so much? He even suspected that he had this habit and secretly acted as a photographer in private. Maybe this incident was too much of a blow to Gu Bai, so at night Gu Bai had an ambiguous dream for the first time in a long time. In the dream, he could not see the other person's face clearly, but only felt hot all over. A pair of slightly cool hands slowly slid across his body, causing him to tremble. Very comfortable. He fell into a daze, and just when he was in dire straits, he suddenly saw that face clearly. Zhou Yongxing's extremely handsome face appeared clearly in front of him. Gu Bai was startled awake, his heart pounding, and the noisy alarm clock rang in his ears, making his ears hurt. Gu Bai rubbed his face and raised his hand to turn it off. I'm going crazy. What the hell is going on? I must have dreamed about him because I chatted with Zhou Yongxing last night. I dream about what I think about during the day. It's normal. He lay in bed for a while, got up, washed up, made a simple breakfast, and then drove his lightning to work. However, his psychological comfort in the morning was not very effective. The moment he saw Zhou Yongxing, he thought of some unspeakable things, and even stuttered when he spoke, which made the other party frown. Finally, Zhou Yongxing asked directly, "Why are you so shy today?" "Is there? I guess not." Gu Bai said. "Did you come here this morning riding that thing you bought yesterday?" "Yeah, it's very convenient." Zhou Yongxing asked him to go back to work. "I thought it was the same as usual, but it was not." At noon, a strange woman whom I had never seen before came to the company. She looked to be in her 30s or 40s and was well maintained. Even though time had left traces on her eyes, it could not stop the charm of a woman. Her excellent upbringing could be seen in her every move. Her manners were elegant and decent. Her temperament was something that could not be surpassed, as if it was engraved in her bones. It is true that time cannot defeat beauty. The woman walked directly into Zhou Yongxing's office. He was a little curious. Wouldn't Zhou Yongxing be angry if she didn't knock? He always knocked before entering, so he didn't know the consequences of not knocking. However, the woman was not kicked out, miraculously. Zhou Yongxing, who was reading a document, felt that someone came in without knocking, and was very unhappy. He said impatiently, "Knock before coming in." The footsteps paused, and then a voice sounded, "Do you want me to go out first?" The voice was so familiar that Zhou Yongxing put down the things in his hands and looked up. It was indeed his biological mother, Ms. Zhou. "Why did you come all the way here? What? Can't you come over? I just got home today." The woman sat on the sofa. Zhou Yongxing also stood up and sat opposite the woman. "Shouldn't you stay at home and rest after just returning home?" "What are you talking about, brat? Your mother, rushed over as soon as I got off the plane. I wanted to see my precious son, but you didn't even prepare a glass of water. So isn't it better to stay at home? I'm too lazy to tell you." Every time his mother came, it was not a good thing. Sure enough, the next sentence he heard his mother say, "This time when I go there, I will bring your sister back to play. You have to go back to the old house today. Do you hear me?" "Tisk, which sister is this? Your Aunt Zhang's daughter is 2 years younger than you, so she is your sister. You two played together every day when you were little." There are many stages in childhood, and his sister happened to be in a stage that he didn't remember. As for playing every day, he didn't remember it even more. Maybe the other party just said it casually. Let me tell you, girls change a lot when they grow up. Luo is getting more and more beautiful and has a good personality. You two will definitely get along well. The more she talked about it, the more she felt that this was a suitable idea. Now Zhou Yongxing finally knew the purpose of Ms. Zhou's trip. She never forgot to introduce him to someone else every time she went out for a trip. This was the nth time. "Hello, Uncle Zhang, come over now and send someone off." "Who are you sending it to? Who wants to come over?" Ms. Zhou Lin expressed her curiosity. Zhou Yongxing hung up the phone and said, "I'll take you home." "Hey, I just got here. I drove myself." "Then you go back by yourself." This time she refused to do it. "I won't go back. You come back with me, do you hear me? Otherwise, I won't go back." "Mom, I don't have any idea yet, please don't do this in the future. You are already 29 and still have no idea. When will you come up with an idea? If you wait any longer, you will become an old man and still be very picky. You must come back with me today." Zhou Yongxing pinched his brows and said helplessly, "I'll be back tonight, so you should go home first. Didn't you just come back from the airport? Go back and rest." "No, I'm afraid you'll lie to me. You said that last time." Zhou Lin waited for him for a long time with that girl last time, but he didn't even see a shadow of him. "I won't lie to you. I'm going back to the old house tonight." "Real?" Zhou Yongxing nodded exaggeratedly, indicating that he would definitely keep his word. After a stalemate, Ms. Zhou finally gave in. Before leaving, she kept trying to persuade the other party to go home. Zhou Yongxing said yes, fearing that his mother would change her mind the next second. Gu Bai, who was sitting next to him, was watching the show, like a giraffe with its neck stretched out, wanting to find out what was going on. As soon as he came out, he immediately shrank back, pretending to be oblivious to what was happening outside the window, and only focusing on the computer screen in front of him. In fact, his eyes could not help but glance out. After finally coaxing the Empress Dowager back, he turned around and saw that pair of sneaky heads. After they quietly stuck out the next time, they met Zhou Yongxing's direct gaze. "Hey, I was discovered." So he pretended to be suddenly enlightened, gave someone a surprised smile, looked up and greeted him enthusiastically. Zhou Yongxing felt that Gu Bai was sometimes very interesting, optimistic and positive, and devoted to everything, but also extremely childish, like a fledgling entering society, which unconsciously affected his emotions. Gu Bai watched him walk towards him, and quickly grabbed the mouse, closed the drawing page on the computer, and opened the worksheet to create the illusion that he was working hard. "Why are you here?" Zhou Yongxing looked at the documents on his desk and said slowly, "The boss is inspecting the employees. Should I check the computer or something?" He suddenly felt a little panicked. "The work is good, so I'll let you go to dinner early." I looked at the time and there was still more than an hour before lunchtime. "Clean it up. What are you packing? I want you to pack up your work documents and then come with me to eat." "Are you treating? I can pay you if you want." Gu Bai rubbed his hands in a frivolous way. "Hey, why are you treating me to dinner today?" Zhou Yongxing put down the documents in his hand, raised his eyes slightly and looked sideways. I see that you work hard and you also keep an eye on your boss's personal life. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go. Oh. It turns out that he had already discovered it, but he still went around in a roundabout way to be sarcastic. The two went downstairs to the underground garage together. When they opened the car door, they found that Uncle Jong was not there today. It was Zhou Yunxing who was driving himself. It was the first time Gu Bai had seen him. Where's Uncle Jong? Zhou Yunxing closed the car door and said, I'm sending someone off. Where are we going to eat? You'll find out when you get there. Oh. Less than 2 minutes into the drive, I heard the co-pilot ask again, what are we going to eat? Zhou Yunxing took a deep breath, calmed himself, and replied again, go, and you will know. Gu Bai turned back and sat up straight again, okay. This time it was less than 2 minutes, and they hadn't even walked halfway. How long will it take us to eat? Will we have time for a nap? Then we. Shut up. If you ask again, turn around and go back to work. Zhou Yunxing found that his patience increased as he got along with the other party. If it were in the past, Gu Bai would probably have been thrown out of the car before he could even ask the first question. It only took 15 minutes to reach the destination, which was an unfamiliar place. It was not very big, with a wooden door. The door was open, and a waitress in a cheongsam was standing there elegantly. When she saw the two of them get off the car, she came over in high heels to lead the way. Although the plaque on the outside of the door is ordinary, once you enter you will find a different world inside. A retro wooden corridor, which stretches across the pond. There are lotus flowers in the pond, lying leisurely in the misty water, appearing and disappearing, which arouses endless reverie. Gu Bai felt that he was not here to eat, but to become an immortal. It turns out that you can't judge a book by its cover as more than just a saying. Maybe it's the style of the restaurant, the dishes are also pleasing to the eye, beautifully presented, as if the food should have been grown on them. Gu Bai didn't move because he was waiting for someone opposite him. He waited until Zhou Yunxing picked up his chopsticks before he scooped up a spoonful of tofu in front of him. It melted in his mouth and was indeed delicious. The two of them ate in silence, with only the sound of the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. Gu Bai was too embarrassed to ask because the other party didn't speak, and he was afraid of being thrown out if he asked, so he just focused on eating. Zhou Yunxing just didn't know what to say. He never liked to talk while eating. This was the best meal Gu Bai had ever had since he came to this world. Usually he was lazy and just ordered takeout to get by. Occasionally, he would get a whim and cook it himself. Although it was not very good, it had its own flavor. By the way, his cooking skills are much better now than before. Zhou Yunxing had actually finished eating long before, and spent the rest of the time observing Gu who was eating silently. He looked skinny, but he could eat well, and I wondered where all the fat had gone. In order to avoid wasting food, Gu Bai still tried his best to finish his meal even if he was a little full. See, this way the money is not given in vain, it is all spent on yourself. Gu Bai's eyes sparkled, just like a little kid waiting for praise after dinner. Chapter 12. After being attacked by Ms. Zhou during the day, Zhou Yunxing would never go home given his personality, so he didn't even go to Wen Tingwan and stayed in the hotel directly. Sitting on the sofa in the hotel, he took off his tie and unbuttoned his cufflinks, and the live broadcast of Gu Bai was on his mobile phone. You're here so early. Have you finished your meal? A gentle and lazy voice came out after being magnetized by the mobile phone receiver. Yes, this is the meal I cooked myself. Look, I have done a very good job. The person on the screen turned the camera to the table. One dish was braised pork ribs, another was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and there was also a seaweed soup, which was just plain. The picture shook for a moment and then stopped, and Gu Bai's fair and delicate face appeared on the screen. Wow, it's so white, I want to rub it. Since he is called Gu Bai, how can he not be white? Haha, it is a good name. I have decided to name my son Fugi in the future. Upstairs, if your son is not called Fugi in the future, you will be single all your life. Once the beauty filter is turned on, everyone has fair and smooth skin. I didn't turn on the beauty filter, wait a minute. Gu Bai moved closer, groped for the beauty button, and turned it on. I turned on the beauty filter. Ha 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 ha, is this Carmen with big eyes serious? Everyone is beautiful when the beauty filter is turned on, excuse me. Where is the person who just mentioned turning on the beauty filter? Why is he silent? Gu Bai's face in the picture was worn as if it had been ironed with an electric iron. His facial features were almost worn into a two-dimensional plane. His abnormally large eyes looked more and more bewitching the more Zhou Yunxing looked at them, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. I turned it off. I'm going to lose followers. As soon as he finished speaking, someone clicked on the Castle of Love on the screen where messages were scrolling. The screen was filled with pink hearts, one after another, a total of 20. The dazzling special effects floated in the live broadcast room for almost 10 minutes and lasted for a long time. Colon question mark question mark question mark. Colon question mark question mark question mark. Another big guy has come, I pay my respects to him. Gu Bai was also shocked, as he still remembered the last night run experience clearly. But when he took a closer look, it turned out to be not the same ID as last time. He had never seen it before. It was just the letter Z. Thank you, friend Z, but please don't give me any more gifts. Zhou Yunxing, who was hiding behind the screen, was using the live streaming platform for the first time. He didn't know the rules and prices for gifts. He just clicked on the icons he liked, and he would get up to 20 each time. As a result, gifts are floating around in the live streaming room all the time. I really don't need to swipe anymore looking at the floating objects all over the screen, I feel really torn. How inhumane. How inhumane. Do rich people chase idols like this these days? I, who have no money, have already cried on the street. It's because I'm poor that I don't deserve it. In a few minutes, Comrade Z firmly took the top spot, with a series of exclusive labels in front of his name, which made it difficult to ignore. He became the most loyal fan. Who is this? Is this someone who knows me? So generous. Gu Bai didn't want to say anything more, so he was ready to end the conversation after chatting for a while. It's getting late, that's all for today, see you all tomorrow. After turning off the live broadcast, Gu Bai immediately contacted Private Z, but there was nothing on the homepage, as clean as a newly registered small account. The avatar was a black sky with a white moon, and nothing else was found. No contact information. Hello, can you please give me your contact information? I will return the money to you. Thank you for your support, but you really don't need to give me so many gifts. Thank you. After waiting for a long time, there was no reply from the other party. Although Gu Bai had always dreamed of getting rich overnight, and now that he had achieved his dream, he felt a little uneasy about being rich. It is said that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and if there is, it will only be a trap with free lunch. So the first thing he did after he went offline was to contact the official backstage to report it. Because he had been waiting with Wen Zhiluo for the entire night, but his son who had been missing for a whole night did not show up. This brat, he actually lied to me. That's outrageous. Zhou Lin turned around and held Wen Zhiluo's hand, saying, I'm so sorry, Luo, your brother is so unreasonable. He said he would come back last night, how could he go back on his word? It's okay, auntie. He might be busy at work. What are you busy with? Our Luo is still sensible. Since Zhou Yunxing is not coming back, she will go there. She doesn't believe that her son is still hiding and missing. If the mountain doesn't come to save me, I will go to the mountain. Come on, auntie will take you to visit the company. Tisk, I went out to discuss business and drink yesterday, and I was drunk. After Ms. Zhou asked him for the 5th time why he didn't go home last night, Zhou Yunxing couldn't help but make up an excuse. You knew I told you to go home, but you still went to the social event. Did you know I was waiting for you yesterday? Wen Qiluo stood aside and held Mother Zhou's hand, saying hurriedly, calm down, auntie. Don't get excited. Really? Humph, apologize to Luo now. Auntie, why are you apologizing to me? It's okay with me. You waited so long yesterday, why didn't you apologize? This brat made me so mad. Okay. The whole office was noisy and Zhou Yunxing was a little impatient. Let's go eat. Can't I make amends to you? Ms. Zhou turned her face away arrogantly. Humph, I won't bother with you this time. If you lie to me again next time, I'll let your dad beat you up. His mother is always like this. She is spoiled by his father and becomes as childish as a little girl. Every time he faces her, Zhou Yunxing feels helpless. Zhou's mother took Wen Qiluo and walked out of the door a few steps with a smile on her face. Zhou Yunxing turned and went into another office. Gu Bai was sneaking around again. He was first flustered by the appearance of his cousin, and then embarrassed to be seen. He also drew people who felt inexplicably guilty when doing bad things, and always exposed themselves in advance when they were about to be discovered. Zhou Yunxing could tell at a glance that he had done nothing good. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, are you inspecting today as well? Come with me." Zhou Yunxing did not go in. He pushed the door with one hand and said, "Come with me to eat." "Are you inviting me? I think I just had it yesterday. Is it lonely to eat alone?" "Oh." He just set up the table and went to eat. When he went out, he saw that there were two other people. He knew the lady, who had been here yesterday, and Gu Bai still remembered her. But he didn't know the one next to the lady, but she was very pretty, with big eyes, curved eyebrows, and a very smart and beautiful girl. "What is this?" Zhou Lin asked in confusion. "My cousin's son, Gu Bai." "Oh, you are Gu Bai. Oh, you've grown up, I almost can't recognize you. You probably don't remember me either, I'm Yunxing's mother. This is my aunt. Hello, Aunt and Grandma. Hey, you're so handsome. Is your mother okay? We were out the whole time and don't know what the situation is like over there." "Everything is fine." "That's great, let's go and have dinner together." After a round of greetings, he arrived at the garage and was in a dilemma again. He didn't know whether to sit in the front or the back. While he was hesitating, he was accidentally bumped by someone next to him, who opened the front door for him. Zhou Yunxing gave him a look that told him to go in. Mother Zhou withdrew her outstretched hand, and her plan failed. In the car, Gu Bai was talking to the two people in the back seat in a casual manner, but someone in the driver's seat was indifferent the whole time, not saying a word, and only uttering one or two hms at most. "This time we did not go to the same restaurant as yesterday, but to a more upscale Western-style restaurant with luxurious decoration. Elegant and romantic violin sonatas flowed slowly in every corner. The word Western was everywhere in the restaurant." Gu Bai, who had already sat down firmly, was suddenly pulled up by a hand and changed his seat, next to Zhou Yunxing. Seeing this, Ms. Zhou hurriedly gave up her seat to Wen Zhiluo. Then on Zhou Yunxing's left is Gu Bai, and on his right is Wen Qiluo. "What do you want to eat? You guys order." After saying that, he handed the menu to Gu Bai. Gu Bai looked at the hot potato in front of him and said quickly, "Auntie and Miss Wen, please order first. I'm not picky. I'll eat anything." Of course, Ms. Zhou gave the opportunity to Wen Zhiluo, so that he also felt uncomfortable and like a seated player passing the torch. "Xiao Bai, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend?" "I am 20 years old." 20 years old. Yunxing is 9 years older than you, and you are younger than Luoluo. "Do you have someone you like now?" "Ah, I'm married." "Mom, they're eating, stop asking." In fact, Gu Bai didn't want to mention anything about himself and Zhou Shenggulan to others. There was nothing to mention and it would only bring shame upon himself. "Why? Can you learn from others who are so confident even at their age?" "No, we still have to get along well before we get together, otherwise it will be too late to regret it." Wen Zhiluo turned around and looked at Gu Bai, feeling disappointed. The meal went quite harmoniously, and afterwards Zhou's mother went straight home, but left Wen Zhiluo here. Two grown men with a young girl. Because of Zhou Yunxing's elegant personalities, the remaining two people huddled together for warmth and comfort. In the office, Wen Zhiluo didn't know what to say to Zhou Yunxing, and the other party didn't speak either, so they were both silent. She had to pretend to observe the office environment, and then she ended up in Gu Bai's office. Gu Bai. Wen Qiluo pushed open the door and said with a smile. "Miss Wen, why are you here? I'm so bored. Alas, Brother Zhou doesn't even talk to me. My cousin is like this, and I am like this sometimes too." Wen Qiluo sat on the seat next to him. "You are easy to talk to. He is too cold, but I like him so much." Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Gu Bai was surprised. "Ah, you like Zhou Yunxing?" "Yes." Wen Qiluo turned around and said, "I have liked him for a long time, since college, but I never told him. I came here to find him this time." "You just met me, aren't you afraid that I might tell him your little secret?" "No, you're a good person." Gu Bai, who was given a nice guy card for no reason, smiled and expressed helplessness. "It turned out that my aunt and uncle came today for this matter, and he unknowingly became a 1000-watt light bulb. But it's good that you tell him. I'm afraid I won't have the courage to say it when the time comes." Wen Zhiluo winked at him. Chapter 13. The two of them chatted intermittently, talked and laughed, and the matter passed. Gu Bai learned that Wen Zhiluo was the daughter of Zhou's mother's best friend and that she came here to play, but actually for Zhou Yongxing. Wen Zhiluo fearlessly told Gu Bai about his thoughts and admiration for Zhou Yongxing. She was very much like his shy and innocent female classmate in high school who would always hide beside him when she saw someone she liked, but would privately chat with him about the perfection of that person. But in fact, after hearing such words countless times, Gu Bai still couldn't understand that feeling. "Hey, when we were having dinner just now you said that you were married. Is that true?" Wen Zhiluo suddenly changed the topic. "Yes, it's been almost half a year. It's too early. He's even younger than me. Did you date him when you were in school?" No. Gu Bai really didn't know what to say. If it weren't for the marriage certificate, his marriage to Zhou Shenggulan probably wouldn't even be considered a marriage. Speaking of which, he hasn't seen the other person for a long time and almost forgot that he has a marriage partner. But it's okay this way. What he wants in life is for them to not interfere with each other. Gu Bai was thinking about how to get a divorce as soon as possible so that he would have fewer worries. However, he felt like a stone was hanging in his heart and he just didn't feel at ease all the time. "We can't be considered a couple. It's just that the two families happen to have different needs." "No way, you're getting married if you're not a couple." Wen Zhiluo opened his eyes wide, very surprised. Gu Bai didn't say anything and just smiled at the other person. Suddenly the office door opened. "What are you doing?" Zhou Yongxing looked at the two of them with a serious face. "Ah, brother, I was a little bored, so I came over to chat with Gu Bai. He's still working." Then he turned to Gu Bai and said, "Why haven't you given me the document Zhou Chong gave you before?" "Sorry, I'm almost there, please wait a moment." Then he went back to the table and fiddled with the papers. "I kept you here because I hope you will work hard. There won't be a next time." He smiled when he was chatting before finishing the work. His work attitude is too bad. Zhou Yongxing thought unhappily. "I'm sorry to bother you while you're working. Go back to work. I'm going to leave now." "Oh, you are quite noble." Gu Bai was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and turned to go into the bedroom. When he came out, he changed into a formal white suit and tidied his hair, which was no longer messy. Zhou Shenggulan stared at him, not knowing what he was thinking. "What time do you leave?" "Of course we're leaving now. You look photogenic." The other party answered nonchalantly. Gu Bai wondered if he would always be so frivolous. "When I went downstairs, I saw the other person's flashy orange-red Ferrari, which was very eye-catching. And as soon as I stepped into the car, there was a strong fragrance that lingered in my nose, making me instantly addicted, with an indescribable ambiguous atmosphere." "You haven't done it in the car, have you?" Gu Bai asked with disgust after a while. "Guess what? If it was someone else I would have guessed, but if it was you I wouldn't even have to guess." "Oh, the space in this car is too small." The red light at the intersection ahead came on, and the car slowly stopped. "It's not enough for me to play." Gu Bai rolled his eyes in the back seat. Neuropathy. When he arrived at the destination, both families were there. To be honest, he didn't know the specific situation today. He just knew that there was an auction that he needed to attend. What he wants to shoot today is a painting. "Xiao Bai, how are you studying with your uncle lately?" "Study? What study? He is still working for Zhou Yongxing for nothing." Mother Gu took Gu Bai's hand and asked, If you don't know something, remember to ask your cousin for help. If you can learn something, you won't have to rely on others in the future." "I see. Come on, go in, it's about to start." There were a lot of people in the venue, but Gu Bai didn't know many of them. The first round of bidding had already begun in the hall. The deal was done just when they sat down, and the sound of knock announced the end of the first round. Zhou Shenggulan, who was standing next to him, saw the person coming over and complained, "Why are you here just now?" "I was just talking to my mom. It's not my turn yet." "You'll be late if you're any later, you know." Faced with Gu Bai's cold attitude, Zhou Shenggulan was too lazy to argue with him. He should focus on the things at hand. This was the first time in his life that he had participated in an auction. He had only seen such scenes on TV before. The fourth auction was for a painting. After it was introduced, a new round of bidding began. A young man in a blue suit in the third row was the first to bid. 1 million. The starting point is high. This was somewhat different from what was expected. Gu Bai frowned and waited to see what would happen. 1,200,000. 1,250,000. 2,300,000. As soon as the price was announced, everyone in the audience sighed and began to whisper. Gu Bai put down the cards in his hand without any disturbance. This was all arranged by them. The arrangement of the item and the price to bid were all fixed. All he had to do was to act according to their plan. He would not participate in anything else. 2,300,000 each time. 2.5 million. A clear and elegant voice sounded, causing people to turn their heads. My goodness, he didn't even know when Ezeki came. Gu Bai turned his head and looked expressionlessly at the playboy next to him. Didn't you say he wouldn't come? Zhou Sheng clicked his tongue and said impatiently, what do you mean by looking at me like that? How would I know? His voice was very low, probably only the two of them could hear it. He really didn't expect Zhang Qi to come over and go against Gu Bai at the critical moment. 2,600,000. Gu Bai raised the sign again. 2,700,000. Seeing the sharp look from Zhou's father, Zhou Shenggulan wanted to walk up to Zhang Qi and pull him out directly. He is too willful. With his fist at his lips, Gu Bai was considering whether to continue, because if he went on any further it would exceed his expectations. Just when Gu Bai was hesitating, Zhou Shenggulan beside him raised the cards in his hand. 3 million. Zhang Qi turned around suddenly and looked at the man in disbelief. Even through the huge crowd, he could feel the other person's shock and grievance. The final hammer fell, and the deal was settled. A few more items came out later, but Gu Bai no longer had the energy to pay attention to them. His mission had been completed, and all that was left was to wait until the auction was over. When it was almost the end, Zhou Shenggulan stood up and said, you go first, I'll go to the bathroom. If Dad asks, just tell him I'll be right back. Next time, clean it up before you go out, or you'll be laughed at. He made a fool of himself. Gu Bai also made a fool of himself, and the whole family suffered. Because he came here in Zhou Shenggulan's car, he had to wait for him to come out and take him home. This place was quite remote, and with the elders from both families watching, it was not easy for him to just take a taxi and leave. A handsome man was walking towards him. He had some impression that he was the first bidder when the painting was auctioned. The other person came straight up to him and said, hello. Only when the other person stood in front of him did Gu Bai see the other person's face clearly. It was sharp and angular, with strong facial features. His hair was black and smooth, covering his forehead. His eyes were sharp, giving people a nonchalant feeling. Hello, what can I do for you? Nothing, just want to make friends. The man stretched out his hand and said, my name is Jing Yi. Jing means respect, and Yi means glorious family. My name is Gu Bai. Gu means take care, and Bai means white. The person opposite nodded, and seeing that Gu Bai was alone, he asked, are you alone? No, I'm waiting for a friend. He went to the bathroom. Oh, I was thinking if it's convenient you can take my car and go back together. When did they become so familiar with each other? Who would go home together after knowing each other for only 3 minutes? Then don't bother Mr. Jing. I'll just wait for him to come over. Okay, I'll be leaving first then. Well, be careful on the road. Jing Yi raised his head to show that he understood. When he passed by, he suddenly stopped, retracted his foot, turned around, and handed a business card between 2 fingers to Gu Bai. He looked at him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if smiling, with a romantic and dandy expression on his face. The two of them were in a stalemate, and finally Gu Bai had no choice but to take the business card in order to quickly get rid of the other party. Jing Yi smiled meaningfully and said, see you next time. Then he turned and left. See you next time. He probably doesn't see him often, he doesn't even know him. Jing Yi still remembered him. Last time he made a bet with Zhou Yongxing in the bar, he lost a piece of precious land because of Gu Bai. How could he not remember what he looked like? He was just a little curious about why the other party appeared at the auction. As I was thinking about it, I picked up the phone and dialed. Hello. Zhang, guess who I saw today? The other person said slowly, who? Big breasts and a big butt. Or a thin waist and long legs. Tisk, you're still sleepy and talking nonsense. Am I as vulgar as you? What? You're still role-playing. Seriously, do you remember the last time we made a bet at the bar? Let me think about it. Remember, your land is gone, haha. What the hell are you laughing at? Why aren't you dying of laughter? Jing Yi continued, I saw that man that time. His name was Gu Bai. Gu Bai. Zhang had some impression of him because of the other party's strange way of responding. Yes, I'm here for the charity auction today and he's here too. Why is he here? What's his identity? Chapter 14. It seems to be with Zhou Shengelin. He knows Zhou Shengelin. Zhang Zheng was a little surprised. I don't know. I look pretty good, but he didn't seem to recognize me. Oh, you didn't meet that day, and you still expect others to know you. Jing Yi laughed and said nonchalantly, am I not suave enough? Can't I make people's eyes light up? The phone also rang with laughter. How could that be possible? We respect the commander-in-chief and are hated by the gods. Fortunately, my skin is as thick as a city wall, otherwise I would have fallen. Zhang Zheng, can you please say something nice from your dog's mouth? I accept your order. Come out for a drink and I will praise you in person. Come or not. The one who doesn't brag is the grandson. The one who's not coming is the grandson. After the two of them made the final decision, Jingyi immediately turned around and went back to their old place. On the other side, let go. What are you doing, Zhou Shengelin? Are you listening to me? Zhang Qi was dragged all the way to the bathroom. Zhou Shengelin pinched his wrist tightly, squeezing it so hard that it hurt. No matter how he shouted, he acted as if he didn't hear him and just kept holding him and walking forward. When they got to the bathroom, Zhang Qi shook off Zhou Shengelin's hand and rubbed his aching wrist. Before he could react, he was pushed into the bathroom stall. The man in front of him came in and locked the stall. I want to ask if you listened to what I said before, huh? Zhou Shengelin held him against his chest, with his back against the cold wall. He was forced to look up at the face in front of him that was frowning with anger. Do you know who is here today? What are you doing here? Why can't I come? Am I so insignificant that I will be scorned as soon as I show up? Zhang Qi's eyes turned red as he spoke. Why can't he come? Then you should also look at the situation now. Zhang Qi, am I too good to you, so that you think you can do whatever you want now? I don't. Hearing Zhou Shengelin say this, the tears in Zhang Qi's eyes finally flowed down his cheeks. He just wanted to come over and take a look, not thinking about doing anything else. I just came to take a look. I didn't do anything excessive in public. Why are you blaming me? You didn't. Then what were you doing? He just wanted to embarrass Gu Bai. He just couldn't stand Gu Bai and Zhou Shengelin standing together. Why? It was obviously me who was with you first, so why am I the one who is sneaking around and hiding now, unable to show my true colors? Zhang Qi was already at a loss, tears never stopped flowing. Her aggrieved look made Zhou Shengelin calm down a little, and he even felt that he had spoken too harshly. Seeing Zhang Qi in his arms, who was clearly crying but refused to bow his head, Zhou Shengelin finally gave in and hugged him tightly to comfort him. I went too far, baby, don't cry. After hearing this, Zhang Qi cried even harder. Okay, I'll stay with you from now on, okay. I'll visit you in a couple of days. Finally, he persuaded the person to change. Zhou Shengelin stroked the other's handsome face. The tearful face became even more charming and lovable. He can still spoil her for a while. Gu Bai had been waiting for more than half an hour, but there was still no sign of Zhou Shengelin. Just as he was about to make a phone call to urge him, he saw Zhou's father walking towards him. Gu Bai silently put down the phone that had not yet been dialed and greeted the elder, uncle. Gu Bai, where's Shengelin? Why isn't he with you? He went to the bathroom and hasn't come yet. Xiao Bai, Shengelin was just joking last time, don't take it too seriously, Zhou's father said earnestly. Gu Bai complained in his heart, what a joke, your son almost took him to the Civil Affairs Bureau, but he still had to smile and said, Uncle, don't worry, I don't take it to heart. Xiao Bai is indeed a sensible child, but since this old house is about to catch fire, we should still be more careful. After all, too many rumors from the outside world will not be good for the Gu and Zhou families. Good man, my own son is causing trouble and I still need to take care of him. Why don't you take care of it yourself and don't blame me? Gu Bai's eyes were almost rolled to the sky in his heart, but he still kept polite on the surface. I understand. I will pay more attention next time. The driver of our family is here, I will go back first, you should go home early too. After saying that, Zhou's father walked towards the car at the door. Finally, after sending him away, Gu Bai breathed a sigh of relief, and his stiff smile finally relaxed. Zhou Shengelin is such a troublemaker. He hasn't come for so long. Is he playing with his bird in the toilet? He won't go to find Zhang Qi and do something indescribable in the toilet. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Zhou Shengelin coming from the direction of the bathroom. Zhang Qi, who was not far away, looked at Gu Bai with a bad face. He probably didn't dare to be too high profile with Zhou Shengelin in public. Zhou Shengelin here had already walked to Gu Bai's side. Let's go. Zhou Shengelin took out the key. You can't even stand it for a moment in public. Don't forget that there are so many eyes watching us. Gu Bai sneered and walked beside Zhou Shengelin. Don't make any big fuss and embarrass our two families. Why do you care so much about what Zhang Qi and I did? Are you jealous? You sound aloof but also sarcastic. Zhou Shengelin said teasingly in Gu Bai's ear with a smile. Everyone else was watching as newlyweds were whispering to each other, but Gu Bai was the only one who got goosebumps from feeling disgusted. He then moved away from Zhou Shengelin and said with a smile, I don't have any bad taste. After saying that, Gu Bai opened the back door of the flashy car and got in without even looking at Zhou Shengelin. Zhou Shengelin then sat in the driver's seat and turned to Gu Bai and said, You've become more and more sharp-tongued recently. Why didn't I notice it before? Because I am not the fool I used to be, and now I feel sick just looking at you. Gu Bai answered in his heart, but his eyes were watching the street lights outside the window flashing by one, and he was too lazy to pay attention to Zhou Shengelin. Seeing this, the other party stopped finding fault with Gu Bai. Through the rearview mirror, he saw Gu Bai leaning against the car window with his head tilted and his eyes half closed. The light and shadow from outside the window fell on Gu Bai's fair face, and he actually thought that he looked quite good. Zhou Shengelin drove the car to the door of their house in silence. Gu Bai frowned and said, What do you mean by sending me here? I'm going back to where I came from. Send me back. Where are you going back to? This is your home. Our home, Zhou Shengelin said, then took Gu Bai's hand and walked towards home. I think it's good for us to live separately. I won't disturb you. It's the best of both worlds. Gu Bai broke free from Zhou Shengelin's restraints and said, I'll go back to my place first. You don't have to send me off. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Zhou Shengelin took 2 steps forward from behind, grabbed Gu Bai's wrist and pulled him back, moving closer to Gu Bai little by little, his breath brushing Gu Bai's face. We have to act like a couple. We just went our separate ways after coming back from the auction. I don't know what the paparazzi will say about us. If this is reported, where will our two families' faces be? Gu Bai stared at Zhou Shengelin's face, which was only a few centimeters away from him, shook off the shackles on his wrists, and walked into the house while saying, In this case, I can just go out the back door later, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. At this point, Gu Bai sneered, You worry. What are you worried about? Zhang Qi has already gone to the auction, you don't have to worry about it. After I leave, you can ask Zhang Qi to come and comfort him. I think he was very angry at the auction today. Zhou Shengelin chuckled after hearing this, chased to Gu Bai's side, took her hand again, and opened the door. Do the whole show, right? Zhou Shengelin closed the door and dragged Gu Bai to the room. Gu Bai's wrist was pinched so hard that it hurt, but he couldn't break free. He used all his strength to stop himself from being dragged away by Zhou Shengelin. But Zhou Shengelin was too strong, and he directly lifted Gu Bai up and threw him on the sofa in the living room. With his hands pressed together on his head, Gu Bai had no chance to break free. Zhou Shengelin pressed close to Gu Bai's ears, rubbing his nose against Gu Bai's face and said, I wanted to say this in the car just now. I suddenly realized that you seem to be getting more and more beautiful. Gu Bai turned his head to avoid Zhou Shengelin's hot breath and said strugglingly, Zhou Shengelin, you are a pervert. Let go. Why should I let you go? We are a legal couple, so nothing we do should be considered strange, right? Or are you inexperienced? Are you shy? Zhou Shengelin kissed Gu Bai's neck, ignoring the violent struggle of the person under him. With his other hand, he pulled open the hem of Gu Bai's shirt and touched her slender waist. Gu Bai was stimulated by his actions and struggled more violently, shouting, Zhou Shengelin. Be careful or I'll sue you. You go ahead and sue me, but nothing I do before that is excessive, right? Zhou Shengelin held down Gu Bai's struggling legs. While Gu Bai was struggling, his mind was full of Zhou Yongxing's face. The touch of Zhou Shengelin's lips on his neck made him feel sick, which was completely different from the feeling when Zhou Yongxing touched him before. Zhou Shengelin was busy restraining Gu Bai's body, and the strength of his wrists relaxed a little. Gu Bai broke free of his hands, touched his phone, and wanted to dial the number of the name he was calling in his heart. Zhou Shengelin noticed his hand movements, slapped Gu Bai's phone away, and held down his hands. Several buttons of his shirt had been torn off, revealing a white chest. Zhou Shengelin's breathing became even more unstable. Gu Bai had been struggling. The vase and ashtray on the table were swept to the ground with a loud shattering sound. He hoped someone would notice it. His eyes gradually became moist physiologically, and he kept cursing Zhou Shengelin. Zhou Shengelin smiled and said, "Since you like to scream so much, I'll let you scream enough later." After that, he moved his lips close to Gu Bai's face and wanted to kiss him. Gu Bai used the same trick again and hit Zhou Shengelin's face with a headbutt with all his strength. Gu Bai took advantage of the gap to break free and ran towards the door. Zhou Shengelin was angry and scolded, "Damn it, you're still addicted to pretending." He caught up with Gu Bai in 3 or 2 steps, grabbed his hand and made Gu Bai stagger, then knocked Gu Bai down and pressed him not far from the entrance. Gu Bai's head hit the floor and he felt a little dizzy. "Why are you pretending to be pure and innocent? Didn't you ask me to do this to you before?" Zhou Shengelin pressed him down, and Gu Bai's stomach churned. He felt that the dinner he had tonight was about to reach his throat. If possible, he would vomit it out to make him sick to death. Suddenly he thought of Zhou Yongxing, and remembered that he applied medicine to him last time and took him out for dinner. "Yes, call." In the chaos, there was a sudden noise from the door, and then the door was opened. Gu Bai only saw the bright lights of the car, and after adjusting to the light, the face that had always appeared in his mind appeared in front of him, but the expression was something he had never seen before, shocked, angry, and even a little incomprehensible. Maybe he was dazzled. Then the weight on his body was gone, as if in a flash. Zhou Shengelin was grabbed by Zhou Yongxing, who threw him from Gu Bai to the other side. Zhou Shengelin stood there in a daze. Gu Bai was wrapped in a suit jacket by Zhou Yongxing, who was squatting down. With red eyes, he stared at Zhou Yongxing blankly. Zhou Yongxing just raised his hand to wipe the corners of Gu Bai's moist eyes, rubbed his messy hair, picked up the mobile phone that Gu Bai had dropped aside, helped him up and walked out. When they reached the door, Zhou Shengelin stopped Zhou Yongxing from behind and said, "Don't forget that I'm married to him. What qualifications do you have to take him away? Because I'm his cousin, and because your father still needs me for business, I don't want the same thing to happen a third time." After Zhou Yongxing finished speaking, he walked away without looking back. He went to the car, put Gu Bai in the passenger seat, and drove away. Gu Bai sat in the car, staring at Zhou Yongxing, who was frowning, and said, "Why are you here?" "Because you called me." Zhou Yongxing took out Gu Bai's mobile phone from his pocket. The call was still in progress, and the word cousin was lit on the screen, with a cute little symbol behind it. Zhou Yongxing stretched out a hand and rubbed his head, and smoothed his messy shirt. "Are you scared? It seems that you still remember what I said last time. If you encounter such a thing, call me." "I thought I didn't call out." Gu Bai hugged Zhou Yongxing's coat, covered his hot face, and said hesitantly, "Today thank you. Anyway, just remember to call me. Where are you hurt?" Zhou Yongxing turned his head and looked at Gu Bai with some concern. Seeing the kiss mark on his neck, he felt uncomfortable and even wanted to turn around and beat Zhou Shengelin up to vent his anger. It was like his own garden was trampled on. Gu Bai felt his gaze, pulled up the net of his suit, hugged his legs and curled up in the seat, trying to hide the pain on his body, and said awkwardly, "I'm fine, he hasn't done anything to me yet, thanks to you for coming quickly, otherwise I don't know what to do. I happened to be at a nearby bar when I received your call. You've never called me before. Luckily, the property management of your house has a spare key for Auntie, otherwise she might have banged on the door. Then your job will be okay, right?" Gu Bai looked at him worriedly. "It's okay, I'm just getting together with some friends. I'll take you home first." After saying that, he drove to Wedding Bay. Chapter 15. That's good. I'm glad I didn't delay you. Gu Bai smiled, stared at Zhou Yongxing's face and said, "Thank you so much today." Gu Bai's voice gradually became quieter. Looking at Zhou Yongxing, who was concentrating on driving, he thought to himself, "No matter how many times I have seen this face, this nose, these eyes, these lips." As he thought about it, Gu Bai's head began to droop slowly and he slowly closed his eyes. Zhou Yongxing watched Gu Bai's little head start to peck at rice out of the corner of his eye. his lips raised in a beautiful arc, and he reached out his hand to silently raise the air conditioner in the car by a few degrees. Finally arriving at the door of Gu Bai's small apartment, Zhou Yongxing looked at the sleeping Gu Bai, feeling somewhat helpless. He was sleeping soundly, and Zhou Yongxing did not want to wake him up. Gu Bai woke up, opened his sleepy eyes, looked out the window and muttered, "Are we there yet?" because the car had stopped. Zhou Yongxing turned his head, looked at Gu Bai who was confused and said, "Well, we're here. Go home and sleep. I'll take you upstairs." After getting off the car, it felt a little cold. Gu Bai gathered his coat and followed Zhou Yongxing into the apartment building. Gu Bai stared blankly at the man in front of him who was taller than him, and followed his pace. Zhou Yongxing's shoulders were very broad, which made people feel very safe. Gu Bai suddenly didn't want to go home anymore, and thought it would be nice if he could keep walking. Just as he was thinking this, his forehead suddenly hit the hard shoulder in front of him. It turned out that Zhou Yongxing stopped at the elevator door, and Gu Bai bumped into him unconsciously. He subconsciously called out, and Zhou Yongxing turned around and looked at Gu Bai, saying, "You're here." He turned around and continued, "Why don't you look at the road when you walk? What are you thinking about?" So absorbed after that, he led Gu Bai to the elevator. When Gu Bai was asked, he suddenly thought of the thoughts in his mind. His ears instantly turned red and he began to mumble hesitantly, "I didn't think of anything." Zhou Yongxing just smiled and said nothing. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing's smile and thought how beautiful she looks when she smiles. Why doesn't she like to smile normally? It seems like she smiled many times tonight. When they got to Gu Bai's small apartment, Gu Bai felt a little awkward. "Would you like some water? Or tea? There are drinks in the refrigerator." Seeing Gu Bai at a loss for no reason, Zhou Yongxing looked at him helplessly and said, "No, where is the medicine box in your home?" After that, he took Gu Bai's hand and rolled up his sleeves to reveal the bruise on his wrist. Gu Bai then realized that there were a circle of pinch marks on his wrists, and he also felt a dull pain on the back of his head. "It's in the cabinet above the shoe cabinet in the entrance. I'll go get it." "I'll go, you sit down." Zhou Yongxing held down Gu Bai's body as he tried to stand up, and walked to the shoe cabinet at the entrance to look for it. Gu Bai sat on the sofa, staring at the entrance in a daze. He always felt that something was wrong with him tonight. Why did he keep thinking about strange things? The first person he thought of to call was also him. It was really strange. After finding the medicine box, Zhou Yongxing took it and placed it on the coffee table. He opened it and found the medicine inside. He took Gu Bai's hand and carefully applied the medicine. While applying the medicine, he asked, "Did you often do this before?" "Not often, in fact, it was just these 2 times, but you just happened to see them both." Gu Bai naturally knew that he was asking about Zhou Shenggulin's violent behavior. In fact, there were not many conflicts before, and we always lived our own lives. Gu Bai was stimulated by the medicinal wine and let out a soft hiss. "A little pain. Then what's going on recently? Why do these kinds of things happen one after another?" Zhou Yongxing frowned and blew gently on the wound that was covered with medicated wine, trying to relieve the pain. Gu Bai looked at him and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhou Shenggulin must have had a brain attack recently. Zhou Yongxing didn't know why Gu Bai suddenly laughed. He looked up at Gu Bai. His eyes were narrowed into 2 small slits, the corners of his eyes drooped slightly, and 2 small dimples on the corners of his lips hung on his slightly red face. When he grinned, a small canine tooth was exposed, obviously covered with scars. Zhou Yongxing looked at his smile and felt that the 3 or 2 kiss marks on Gu Bai's neck were even more glaring. He felt a little throbbing in his heart, but he quickly retracted his gaze, quickly applied medicine to the scar on his wrist, rubbed it for a while and said, "Okay, the wounds on your wrists have been medicated. Remember to take a shower and check if there are any other injuries on your body. I will approve you for a day off tomorrow, so have a good rest." "Yeah, okay. I'll go back first, and have some rest." After saying that, he stood up and Gu Bai walked him to the door. Watching Zhou Yongxing walk out the door, he touched the wrist that he had just rubbed. Thinking of the scene and touch when he applied the medicine last time, he quickly shook his head and muttered, "Something is wrong, something is wrong, Gu Bai, there is something wrong with you." On the other side, Zhou Yongxing was in deep thought all the way. When he opened the car door and got in, he stared at his hands that still smelled of medicinal wine. The next day, Gu Bai was woken up by the alarm clock at work. He glanced at the time and remembered what Zhou Yunxing had said yesterday about giving him a day off. He turned off the alarm clock, covered himself with the quilt, and continued to meet Zhou Gong. It was already noon when he woke up. Gu Bai stared at the sunlight shining through the curtains outside the window in a daze. Then he thought of what happened last night. He suddenly sat up from the bed and slapped his face hard. No. Gu Bai. Stop thinking about it. Go do something else. After he got up from the bed, he was in trouble again in front of the closet. He frowned at the marks on his neck and rummaged through the closet. He finally found a high-necked, long-sleeved t-shirt to put on. I walked into the kitchen, looked at the ingredients in the refrigerator, and finally decided to cook myself a bowl of noodles and eat it. Suddenly, I felt a little miserable. I am the son of a wealthy family, but life is always full of ups and downs. I had solved the problem of eating, but I still didn't know what to do. I took out my phone, lay on the sofa and played 2 games. I was very angry with my stupid teammates. I took advantage of the last bit of time when others were pushing the tower, said a few words to the stupid teammates, and closed the game while cursing. Gu Bai was scrolling around on his phone when he suddenly saw his live broadcast software. He slapped his thigh and said, "Yes. I am a live broadcaster. I forgot to broadcast yesterday. I have to make it up to my fans today. This is what a live broadcaster who dotes on his fans should be like." As he said that, he opened his live broadcast room, looked at the screen and greeted his fans. "Hello. Good afternoon everyone, did you miss me? Wow, it's on air. I just came here to try my luck, and it actually opened. Wow, Bai Bai looks good again. It wasn't broadcast yesterday. Bai Bai actually started broadcasting so early today. I have a day off today. I was really busy yesterday so I didn't do the live broadcast. Sorry," Gu Bai said as he stretched and leaned back on the sofa. "Xiao Bai, I waited for a long time yesterday. Is this at home? I guess it's indoors today. Isn't the above question nonsense? It can be seen at home, not indoors. Should the phone be turned on airplane mode and let him go outdoors? Yes, I'm live streaming at home. I'm not going out today. I want to see the room. Want to see +1. As Gu Bai was speaking, he saw that everyone was sending messages in the barrage, so he stood up and took everyone around the house to introduce themselves. This is the living room, with the TV and coffee table, and over there is the kitchen. I haven't cleaned up the dishes from the meal I just finished, so I won't take you in to see it. And over there is the bedroom. Bai Bai's house is very clean. I thought it would be very luxurious, but it seems to be similar to my home, very down to earth. Isn't Gu Bai's family very rich? Why do they live in this house? Let me make it clear that it's not extravagant at all. Yes, yes. Gu Bai looked at the conversation in the barrage and said that he also wanted to be extravagant, but unfortunately he didn't have that kind of luck. He really wanted to point at God's face and ask, why am I so miserable? I have no money to spend and I'm even working to pay off my debts. Okay, I've probably finished looking. There's nothing good to see in my house, it's pretty ordinary. By the way, why is Bai Bai wearing a turtleneck today? I've never seen it before. Xiao Bai looks good in anything she wears. Infatuated face. Bai Bai can also share more of her outfits with us. She looks great every time. Can this be called a good-looking outfit? I suggest you look at other people's outfits to improve your own aesthetic taste. The fan of Zhang above is jealous again. Then a new round of verbal battle began. Gu Bai looked at the conversation in the barrage, smiled and said, "Today I just wore casual home clothes. I don't have any special opinions on dressing. In fact, Brother Zhang knows more about these things. I definitely can't compare with Brother Yang's dressing. Besides, Brother Zhang is handsome, he looks good in anything." Gu Bai said, feeling very satisfied with his green tea quotes. He gave himself a thumbs up and shouted a classic line from a certain program, "I'll give you." Outstanding, but his expression showed that he was not as good as others. "Bai Bai, you are the best looking. You are much better looking than that J. Xiao Bai looks better in any casual outfit than JQ does when she dresses up. JQ fans are so shameless, they don't even want to be compared with him, but they have to stick to him. Okay, what are we going to broadcast today? Gu Bai didn't read the content of the barrage, and began to think about what he would be the host of today. Suddenly he saw the yoga mat placed in the corner of the room. He immediately ran to the side with his mobile phone in hand and dragged the yoga mat to the living room. Let's do some yoga today. I haven't exercised for a long time. Yoga is quite suitable for me. Gu Bai lied with his eyes open. To be honest, he had never practiced yoga before. This was his first time. It looked quite simple in the video. He used a cup as a mobile phone stand, placed it on the table facing himself, and then spread the yoga mat on the ground. He turned on the TV while doing warm-up exercises. I'll play a yoga video and follow it. I opened a beginner's yoga video and started doing it, chanting along with the video. The video looked simple, but it was not that easy to do. It was so painful. Wow, Gu Bai looks really thin from this perspective. My waist is so nice, I really want to. Bye, why don't you change your clothes when doing yoga? Are you stupid? Ha 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 ha. Gu Bai is probably the first person to do yoga in a turtleneck. Gu Bai was already concentrating on following the yoga teacher on TV to get into the state. He slowly closed his eyes, exhaled, inhaled, and raised his hands to start the exercise. The comments were full of people drooling over Gu Bai's figure. At this moment, in an office a few kilometers away, someone had just finished a meeting and turned on the live broadcast reminder. When he came in, he saw Gu Bai's slender figure stretching and frowned. Gu Bai has completely immersed himself in yoga. After the yoga teacher told him to lie down and meditate for a while, Gu Bai followed suit. He was really tired. He thought he might be old and would feel exhausted after just a little movement. Because of the exercise, Gu Bai was meditating until he fell asleep. The people in the barrage waited for a few minutes and asked a series of questions about why Gu Bai had been meditating for so long. Just stop moving. Meditating for so long. After waiting for another 10 minutes, they found that Gu Bai really didn't move. Everyone seemed to gradually realize a fact, that is, the anchor actually fell asleep while broadcasting yoga. The sleeping protagonist actually turned over and muttered to himself. Ha 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 ha. Shit, I actually fell asleep. This is so cute. Ah, my mother's heart melts. If you fall asleep like this, you will definitely catch a cold. Is the mouth talking in its sleep? Ha 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 ha, so cute. The fans in the live broadcast room were all laughing, but Gu Bai was sleeping soundly, lying on the yoga mat, almost drooling. 10 minutes later, there was a sound of the door opening. After a while, a black figure blocked the view of Gu Bai, who was sleeping soundly over there, and his black suit and trousers were printed in the picture. There's someone else. Who is it? Who? The door is closed. Who is it? Can you come and go in Bai Bai's house as you like? It can't be my boyfriend. Hee hee. What boyfriend? Didn't Gu Bai get married to Z? That's Z. Then a beautiful hand reached out for the phone, and then the screen went black, and the live broadcast room displayed the host is not at home. The live broadcast room was in an uproar, and everyone started to speculate who this man in a suit was. There were many different opinions. On the other side of the live broadcast room, Zhou Yongxing turned off his phone and put it on the table, walked to Gu Bai's side and squatted down, then reached out and patted someone who was sleeping soundly. Gu Bai, get up and go to bed. Zhou Yongxing tried to wake him up softly, but Gu Bai was sleeping as soundly as a pig and showed no sign of waking up. Zhou Yongxing had no choice but to pick him up from the yoga mat. At the end, he weighed him in his arms and found that Gu Bai was really thin and had no flesh on him. After putting Gu Bai on the bed, Zhou Yongxing was pulling the quilt to cover Gu Bai. Gu Bai turned over and vaguely felt someone moving around next to him. He twisted his body and was about to go back to sleep. No, who will come? Thinking of this, Gu Bai almost jumped upside down. Could the lock be broken? A burglary. Would they kill me? I hope they don't want to rape me just because I'm pretty. Amitabha. Bodhisattva, bless me. I'm a good youth in the 21st century. Chapter 16. Zhou Yongxing had just pulled up the quilt when he was startled by Gu Bai's shout. He looked up at Gu Bai, who was holding the sardine as a gun, and said calmly, "Awake." Gu Bai put down the sardines in his hand somewhat awkwardly, nodded silently and asked, "Why are you here?" "I just happened to pass by your house and came to visit the employees who asked for leave." Zhou Yongxing lied without changing his expression, "I should leave now that I am awake. I have a meeting later. Remember to go to work tomorrow." After saying that, without waiting for Gu Bai to speak, he walked out and closed the door. Gu Bai looked at the door, feeling embarrassed and confused. How could he fall asleep? It would be fine if he fell asleep, but he was also caught by Zhou Yongxing. "Oh, Right. The live broadcast must be turned off. Gu Bai jumped up from the bed and rushed to the living room. He saw the phone on the table and realized that the live broadcast had been turned off. He finally let go of his nervousness. Then he saw the barrage area that was in chaos. Oh my god, this is not going to spread rumors about me, my White Lotus personality must be established. Looking at the nonsense speculations in the barrage area, Gu Bai collapsed on the sofa, too lazy to think about it. Anyway, Zhou Yongxing didn't show his face, so let them guess whatever they want. For the entire afternoon, Gu Bai curled up on the sofa with snacks in his arms, watching the old comedy that was broadcast on TV every year and laughing all afternoon. He couldn't help but sigh that old TV dramas were still better. Time passed by slowly, and when Gu Bai looked up, the lights outside the window were already on. At the right moment, his cell phone rang, and it was a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello. Is that Gu Bai? It was a very pleasant female voice. Gu Bai was a little confused. Why would a girl call her? Yes, who are you? I'm Wen Zhiluo. Don't you remember me? It's you. I must remember you, but I didn't save your phone number. How could Gu Bai forget Zhou Yongxing's sister who liked him? Are you free this weekend? Wen Zhiluo asked hesitantly. What's wrong? I'm not sure about this weekend yet. What's the matter? Gu Bai was a little confused. Why did he suddenly want to ask me out? It's like this. I want to go hiking and camping this weekend. Do you want to come? I want to ask Brother Zhou to go with us. Wen Zhiluo finally muttered in a low voice, although I don't know if he will agree. Now Gu Bai understood. Wen Zhiluo wanted to ask Zhou Yongxing out to play, but was afraid that Zhou Yongxing would not agree. So she had to ask him out first and use him as a middleman in the hope of convincing Zhou Yongxing to accept the invitation. Gu Bai naturally didn't want to see her wish go unfulfilled, and he really wanted to go out and participate in some outdoor activities. Sure, camping should be fun. Well, that's settled for now. I'll contact you with the specific arrangements when the time comes. After Wen Zhiluo finished speaking, he hung up the phone excitedly, probably going to call Zhou Yongxing. Lying on the sofa, Gu Bai has already begun to look forward to the weekend trip. The next day, Gu Bai met his boss unexpectedly in the company's elevator. I heard that you agreed to go camping with Wen Zhiluo this weekend. Zhou Yongxing asked Gu Bai, who was standing aside without looking away. Yeah, I'd really like to go. Go if you want to. Then are you going? Gu Bai turned his head and looked at Zhou Yongxing. Go. After saying that, he walked out of the elevator. Gu Bai followed Zhou Yongxing into the office and sat at his seat, staring at the documents on the computer in a daze. Dong Chong walked to Gu Bai's desk and tapped it with his index finger, reminding Gu Bai to come back to his senses. You asked for leave yesterday, so make up for yesterday's work. I have sent you what you need to do, so remember to check your email. Okay, Sister Dong. Gu Bai came back to his senses and started working with full concentration. The time for hard work passed quickly. Gu Bai relaxed his shoulders and saw that it was almost lunchtime. He was getting up to go to the restaurant downstairs to buy some lunch when he saw a familiar-looking person walk in. When Jing Yi came in and saw Gu Bai, he was also surprised. He wondered why he was everywhere. His usual smile remained unchanged, and he didn't show any surprise at all. What a coincidence, we meet again, why are you here? Ah, I work here. Gu Bai was also surprised, but then he thought that the people he met at the auction were generally business people, so it was not surprising that they came to discuss business. Are you going to have lunch? Jing Yi asked Gu Bai, but out of the corner of his eye he saw that Zhou Yongxing in the office had already noticed what he was doing and was putting down the documents in his hand and preparing to come out. Yes. Gu Bai was a little confused about what this person was trying to do. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Yongxing came out of the office. Jing Yi, why are you here? I came to ask you to have lunch with me. I wonder if you are free. Then let's go. Zhou Yongxing readily agreed, glanced at Gu Bai and asked, have you decided on a place? It's booked, at the same place as before. Jing Yi followed Zhou Yongxing's gaze and asked Gu Bai, do you want to have lunch together? Ah. This is not good. Gu Bai said while secretly looking at Zhou Yongxing's face. Zhou Yongxing still answered with a serious face, let's go together, there are no outsiders. In the end, Gu Bai followed the two of them and was able to have another delicious lunch. At the dining table, Jing Yi looked at Gu Bai and asked, Gu Bai, why are you working like this? Gu Bai looked up from his bowl, not knowing how to respond. Zhou Yunxing spoke up, his mother is my cousin. Please let me take care of her so she can come to my company to learn something. I haven't heard you say you have such a nephew before. Jingyi said with a smile. He just came back not long ago, and I don't know what he'll look like when he grows up. Zhou Yunxing said as he drank his soup and looked at Gu Bai eating on the table. By the way, how are you going to celebrate your birthday? Jingyi nonchalantly poked the rice grains in the bowl. Birthday. When Gu Bai had no idea that Zhou Yunxing was going to have a birthday. It's this weekend, don't you know? I just found out. Gu Bai nodded silently. Wen Zhiluo has arranged to go camping with you this weekend, and he will probably come to inform you. Zhou Yunxing interrupted them and said, Gu Bai will also go, and Wen Zhiluo has also invited him. Gu Bai began to think. No wonder they wanted to go out and play. It turned out that they wanted to celebrate his birthday. He didn't know what gift to buy. He couldn't afford the expensive ones, and the cheap ones didn't seem to be worth it either. Have you decided where to go? Wen Zhiluo hasn't said anything yet, so just follow his arrangements. After the meal, listening to what Zhou Yunxing and Jingyi said, I felt that these two people should have a very good relationship, or even be very close. They should be old classmates and have a very close relationship. Back in the office, Gu Bai spent the whole afternoon thinking about a question: what gift should I buy? After a night, Gu Bai still couldn't figure out what gift to give to Zhou Yunxing. The next afternoon, Gu Bai received another call from Wen Zhiluo. Gu Bai, when will you get off work this afternoon? Are you free? The other party's voice was clear and bright, and Gu Bai could feel that he was in a good mood. I'll be off work soon, what can I do for you? I want to go choose a gift for brother Zhou this afternoon. Would you like to accompany me? Wen Zhiluo asked with a smile. Sure, I still have about 8 hours before I get off work. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. You're welcome. It won't take long. The two chatted for a few more minutes and then hung up the phone. After get off work, Wen Zhiluo waited for him at the intersection where they had agreed to meet, and he saw the other person from a distance. As she got closer, she realized that Gu Bai was coming. She jumped twice and waved. You're so early, have you been waiting for a long time? Wen Zhiluo smiled and said, No, I just got here not long ago. Let's go. After arriving at the places chosen by Wen Zhiluo, she visited them twice but still hadn't decided what to buy. She was hesitant among the things she liked. Gu Bai, is this watch too ordinary for me to buy? No, I think this watch is pretty good. If you don't see the price on the card. But isn't it meaningless to give a watch as a birthday present? What do you think of the ties we just looked at? I think it's fine. As long as your intention is there, you can give me anything. No, I have to choose carefully. Let's go back and take a look at the tie. How about it? Not very good, I've watched it 3 or 4 times. Sure, Gu Baimian said calmly. Then go ahead, but don't you think giving a tie as a present is too intimate? Well, I think, it should seem it's okay, I think it's good. He really couldn't find any other answer. Really, I really like that. He took back what he had just said, it won't take long. They had been wandering around here for more than 2 hours. Wen Zhiluo was still communicating with them at the counter. There were several ties placed in front of them, but the person in front of him did not make a decision and just paid and took the ties away. I still don't think it's possible. Let's go check out that one over there. Didn't you just go there? After walking around for a while, it was already dark when I came out. The street lights had already started to work as expected. There were many pedestrians, men, women, young and old, running around. Thank you so much today. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner. Wen Zhiluo said to Gu Bai with a smile, holding the carefully selected gift. Let's do it another day. I have something else to do today and need to go over there. Gu Bai refused. Then I'll take you there. It's okay. You should go home early as a girl. I can walk there in 2 steps. It's very close. Really? Haha, why would I lie to you? Okay, let's do it another day. Thank you so much for accompanying me today. Now I'm really leaving. Well, be careful on the road. Yeah, bye. Gu Bai bent down and waved to the other party through the car window. When the other party's car could no longer be seen, Gu Bai turned around and re-entered the mall. Boss, it's the pair of cufflinks you just saw. Can you take them out and have a look at them again? In fact, he thought this was really good just now, but Wen Zhiluo didn't like it, so he just kept it in mind. He felt that this style matched Zhou Yongxing very well, for no reason, it was just a feeling. That's it. Please help me pack it up. It was perfect, except that when he got the things, he became the cash-strapped Gu Bai again overnight. Things are so expensive, it's great to have money. While walking on the road, I kept thinking about Wen Zhiluo's expectant expression, and I didn't know whether Zhou Yongxing would agree to this simple girl. Chapter 17. Then, he patted his head again, thinking, what am I thinking about? Why do I always think about that person? It has nothing to do with me whether they are together or not. It is not related at all. The emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was. But then again, he envied Wen Zhiluo for being able to go all out for that relationship and be open and honest. Even though Gu Bai himself had never been in a relationship, he wouldn't dare to do so now. Gu Bai rode his little lightning home. When the elevator door opened, he saw a man leaning against his door. He was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, and a black coat. He was wrapped up tightly, like a big star who was hiding from paparazzi. Hello, what can I do for you? The other person looked up and then took off his mask. Hey, it's really a big star, it's Ezuki. Ezuki, what are you doing here? This shouldn't be the case. Don't you hate me to death? Have you figured it out? Is Zhou Shengelin here with you? No, aren't you together every day? Zhang Qi smiled sweetly and said, yes, he came home late today. I was afraid that something happened to him, so I came out to look for him. It seemed as if they were the couple living happily together, and Gu Bai was the insignificant outsider. Then you have to go look for someone else. I don't have such a person here, I said to him while taking out the key. I saw him looking inside from the corner of my eye, so I couldn't help but continue, it's really not here. I'm the only one living in this house. Didn't you move to where you were originally? Oh, I don't know what Zhang Qi was thinking. If you say he believed it, he didn't turn around and leave. If you say he didn't believe it, he didn't make a fuss and want to go in and look for it. Anything else? Come in and talk. After saying that, he stepped aside to let the other person in. Although he didn't like Ezuki, he made a cup of tea for him out of courtesy. When are you getting divorced? Then you have to ask Zhou Shengelin. If he agrees, we can go to register for divorce tomorrow. Gu Bai really didn't understand. With so many good men to choose from, Zhang Qi had to follow Zhou Shengelin. If it was for money or a future, there was no need to stay up late at night to look for someone. He doesn't love you. There will be no good results if you stay together like this. So what do you think we should do? The reason we're not getting a divorce is because you own some of the company's shares. Why don't you just give them to him? Gu Bai opened his eyes wide, and was extremely surprised. How could he say such words with such a calm face? This is not something I can decide. Why not? The shares are yours, so can't you give them away? Give it to someone. Did he hear it right? Even if he wanted to give it to someone, he wouldn't give it to Zhou Shengelin, that scumbag. Are you just trying to use the company's shares to keep Sheng Lin from getting a divorce? I know you are that kind of person. Seeing that Zhang Qi was getting more and more unreasonable, Gu Bai did not argue with him, but just smiled and said, I'm really sorry, I'm not that kind of person, but I'm not a saintly good person either. Why should I give it to him? And what you said about me using the shares to prevent him from getting a divorce is too. Isn't it? You always say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. How good can you be? Actually, I learned this from you, you know. Zhang Qi was so angry that he exhaled and his face turned red visibly. You don't have to speculate. Wait a minute, I'll make a call. Gu Bai was too lazy to argue with him, so he pulled out someone from the blacklist and called Zhou Shengelin directly. The phone rang 3 times, and then a voice came through. Hello. Gu Bai. It was very noisy on the other end, with loud music and random conversations, so noisy that it was almost impossible to hear what he was saying. Gu Bai turned on the speakerphone, and the sound instantly filled the entire room. Where are you? You're willing to call me. I'm at the bar. What's the matter? Gu Bai glanced at Zhang Qi. When will you divorce me? Oh, divorce. Gu Bai, don't even think about it. There's no way we can get divorced. Do you think I will let you mess around out there? Oh, I'm hanging up. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The random sounds coming from the phone disappeared instantly, along with Zhou Shengelin's words. You heard me, right? The problem isn't with me, so you have to go back and have a good conversation with him. Zhang Qi stood there in a daze, and Gu Bai didn't know whether the other party was listening or not, so he continued, it's getting late, and as you can see, Zhou Shenggulan is not here with me. You should go back. He still had to go to work tomorrow, and he couldn't compete with Zhang Qi, a big star. As if the god Gu Qi had come back to him, Zhang Qi stood up suddenly and rushed out the door without even having to look after Bai to see him off. As soon as he stood up, there was a loud bang of the door closing. Gu Bai was thinking, will the neighbors post big character posters about him tomorrow? Time flies, and it's the weekend in a blink of an eye. Yes, they are going to go hiking and camping. Since Zhang Qi left last time, Zhang Zhou and the others haven't come to see him again. He got some peace and quiet for a while. As for what happened that day, he was too lazy to worry about it. I got up early and just finished washing up when I heard someone knocking on the door. I'm here. I ran over and opened the door, and saw Zhou Yongxing standing at the door in casual clothes. His hair, which was usually meticulously groomed, was let down, and he looked a lot lazier and gentler. Why haven't you changed your clothes yet? I just finished washing up and was about to change. Please sit down and wait for me. Watching Gu Bai running into the bedroom, Zhou Yongxing complained in his heart pajamas are so tacky. But he is good looking. Gu Bai picked out a white sweatshirt and ordinary blue jeans, looking like a male college student who has not yet graduated. It looks better. Gu Bai saw Zhou Yongxing staring at him, so he asked, where are they? Get ready, go meet up with Jingyi. I'll take you there. Oh, okay, I prepared everything yesterday, let's go. Zhou Yongxing naturally took the backpack from Gu Bai, but Gu Bai quickly said, no, I can do it myself, it's not very heavy. He is a boy, how can he have the nerve to let others carry his backpack for him? Lock the door. Oh, yes. Then, the backpack fell into Zhou Yongxing's hands. He didn't know what was in it. He weighed it in his hand and it was quite heavy. When the car arrived at Jingyi's place, the other party was already ready. They planned to drive one car over, and there weren't a lot of things. Hi, handsome Gu Bai, why do you look like a student today? Jingyi greeted Gu Bai, who had just got off the car, in an inappropriate manner. Good morning, brother Jing. Where's Wen Qiluo? Zhou Yongxing walked up and asked directly, hasn't he come yet? We're almost there. I just called. Let's go in your car later. Just as he finished speaking, a pink BMW came and Wen Jiluo opened the door and got out. Everyone is so early. Sorry, I'm late. No, in fact we just arrived not long ago. Gu Bai said with a smile. That's great, let's go now. That being said, he ran into trouble again when he was about to get on the bus, so Wen Jiluo just sat in the back. How should he sit? The co-pilot is usually a girl, and now the girl sits in the back, and he, a grown man, immediately sits with the girl, which seems a bit improper, but he seems too dominant if he sits in the front. Just when Gu Bai was in a dilemma, Jingyi opened the front door. Gu Bai, come here. Wen Jiluo and Jingyi were not particularly familiar with each other, so he just called Gu Bai directly. When getting in the car, Zhou Yongxing took a look through the rearview mirror. Along the way, Wen Qiluo kept chatting with Gu Bai, and Gu Bai had no choice but to listen to her carefully and chat and laugh with her all the way. Jingyi chatted with Zhou Yongxing from time to time, mostly about work or gossip among friends. Finally arriving at the destination, Gu Bai couldn't help but admire Wen Jiluo's energy. He hadn't stopped all along the way. After sitting in the car for such a long time, he was still jumping around with full of energy. After getting off the car, everyone started to take down the luggage from the car. There was a lot of tents, food, tools and their own luggage. Wen Jiluo was carrying his own bag and wanted to bring down a bag of food, but he underestimated its weight and was pulled back by the bag in his hand, almost falling into the trunk. Suddenly, a hand reached out and took the bag from his hand. Wen Qiluo looked up and saw Gu Bai's smile. Let me carry it, you go over there and look after the luggage. Wen Jiluo was stunned for a moment, said thank you with a smile, and went to where the luggage was piled. He thought, how nice it would be if it was Zhou Yongxing who showed up just now. Why couldn't Zhou Yongxing be so gentle? Zhou Yongxing was standing nearby and saw everything. He then silently carried his luggage and walked away. After moving everything down, Zhou Yongxing began to count the items. Gu Bai walked around the camp to observe the environment. Wen Qiluo took out a few food boxes from one of his bags and called out to Zhou Yongxing loudly, "Brother Zhou. I brought the lunch boxes made by Auntie and some food. Come and have something to eat." Zhou Yongxing walked over there and watched Wen Qiluo open the food boxes one by one on the tablecloth on the grass. Jingyi had already walked over there and took a rice ball and started eating. He was still talking and laughing with Wen Qiluo. Gu Bai was still staring at the leaves in a daze in the distance. So he walked straight over. "Gu Bai, eat." After saying that, Zhou Yongxing continued to walk towards Wen Qiluo. Gu Bai was awakened from his thoughts and followed Zhou Yongxing in that direction. Wen Qiluo brought some rice balls that were very convenient for picnics, as well as some fresh sandwiches. The lunch box also contained some chopped fruits and snacks, and it was obvious that they were prepared with care. Wen Zhiluo was eating a sandwich, looking at Gu Bai and asked, "Is it tasted okay? I asked my aunt to help make it. My aunt cooks really delicious food." "Yeah, it's delicious." Gu Bai nodded while eating. "Brother Zhou, what do you think? Try this cookie. I baked it myself." Wen Zhiluo looked at the silent Zhou Yongxing again and picked up a small box of cookies and handed it to him. "No, I don't eat sweets." "Ah, okay, then I'll make it less sweet next time." Wen Zhiluo silently put down the cookie box in his hand. Jingyi saw that the atmosphere was not right, so he quickly reached into the box of cookies and ate them while saying, "You made them yourself. Then I have to try them, they taste good. You have great craftsmanship. Really. If you like it, eat more." When Wen Zhiluo heard this, he smiled happily and no longer cared about Zhou Yongxing's indifference. After lunch, they started packing. They had to prepare the tents for the night so that they would not be inconvenient to set up after it got dark. However, Gu Bai and Wen Zhiluo were both novices in setting up tents and had no experience. Wen Zhiluo prepared 4 tents perfectly, avoiding the embarrassing scene of dividing the tents. Zhou Yongxing and Jingyi quickly set up their tents and put their luggage in them. On the other side, Gu Bai and Wen Zhiluo were worried about the pile of spare parts and tent cloth on the ground. After Zhou Yongxing had packed his luggage and sleeping bag, he saw Gu Bai trying to piece together the tent frame, but it was in a weird shape, so he walked over helplessly and picked up some frames on the ground to help Gu Bai start the transformation. "Study hard." Zhou Yongxing was busy with the tent in his hand and said to Gu Bai lightly. Gu Bai nodded and said thank you. He stared at Zhou Yongxing's skilled hands and secretly glanced at Zhou Yongxing's serious expression, but was caught by Zhou Yongxing's eyes. He raised his eyes and glanced at Gu Bai. "You have to learn how to set up a tent well." Gu Bai lowered his head awkwardly and looked carefully at Zhou Yongxing's hand movements, then nodded earnestly and vigorously, as if he had been caught by the teacher for not paying attention in class when he was a student. His face began to turn red again, and he never dared to raise his head and stare at teacher Zhou's face again. Wen Qiluo saw Zhou Yongxing taking the initiative to help Gu Bai and sighed in disappointment. Jingyi suddenly entered her field of vision from the side. "Let me help you set up the tent. It's very simple, you will learn it after watching it once." I looked up and saw Jingyi's smile, and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you, I have never set up a tent by myself before." Putting up a tent is actually quite simple. Once you master the skills, you can set it up quickly. Jingyi took Wen Zhiluo's tent parts and began to help her set it up. From time to time, he would tell Wen Zhiluo what she needed to pay attention to. Wen Zhiluo nodded, as if she had gradually learned how to set up a tent. Soon, all 4 tents were set up. After Gu Bai and Wen Qiluo packed their luggage and sleeping bags and set up their tents, they saw that Zhou Yongxing and Jingyi had already set up the barbecue grill. One of them was getting the ingredients while the other was making a fire. The ingredients were the barbecue skewers that Wen Qiluo had asked his aunt to prepare last night. When he walked over, Zhou Yongxing was fiddling with the fire in the barbecue grill. When he saw Gu Bai and Wen Qiluo, he said calmly, "Let's prepare the ingredients first." Wen Qiluo leaned over to take a look at the stove that Zhou Yongxing was working on and found that the fire was already burning well. "Wow! The fire is lit so quickly. Then we can have a barbecue." Chapter 18. Wen Qiluo was busy at the grill like a bee, while Zhou Yongxing and Jingyi were busy grilling skewers. Gu Bai looked around, not knowing what he should do. He watched helplessly. Zhou Yongxing looked up at him, then lowered his head and continued to turn the skewers in his hand and said, "Go for a walk if you have nothing to do." Wen Zhiluo straightened up and saw Gu Bai's embarrassment, smiled and said, "Yes. We don't lack manpower here, Gu Bai, go and see the scenery and relax. Having said that, Gu Bai had no choice but to nod and say, okay, then I'll go take a look around. After saying that, he walked along the road to the woods, took a deep breath, and looked at the mountains and peaks from the front and the back. Nature is really wonderful. No wonder older people like to pick chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. Well, since he had nothing to do at the moment, Gu Bai simply took out his mobile phone to live broadcast and chat. He had to be a close fan. Gu Bai took out the mobile phone from his trouser pocket and turned on the live broadcast on the live broadcast platform. Soon, fans flocked in. Hey, who is this? I thought it would never be broadcast again after I fell asleep last time. Doghead, did the above person do it on purpose? Ha 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 ha. Doghead. Bai Bai is broadcasting outdoors today. Mom is pleased. Hello, bosses. Today I'm going hiking with my friends during the holiday. Last time was an accident, please delete the memory manually. Gu Bai scratched his head embarrassedly, thinking about how he fell asleep while doing yoga in front of so many people last time. It was really embarrassing. Fortunately, he didn't have any strange dreams or do anything strange. Bai Bai blushed. Which mountain is this? It looks so familiar. The above person refuses illegitimate children. Well, this is a very small mountain, not a very famous one. We only come here to play because it's close. Gu Bai held up his phone high and spun it around, trying to let everyone see more of the scenery on the mountain. He then said, I want to show you kids the world. In fact, you can all go hiking during the holidays. It's nice and the air is fragrant. Thank you, I saw it on the market. Thank you, I saw it on the market. Do I still have a chance? Doghead. Scared.jpg. Gu Bai smiled and chatted with them for a few words before hearing Wen Zhiluo calling him again. Gu Bai waved his hand at the camera and said, alright, I'll take you to see a bigger market next time. I'm going over now. Someone called me. That's all for today. Oh, everyone remember to have dinner. See you next time. He turned off the live broadcast and trotted over to the grill. Zhou Yongxing handed him a skewer and said, try it. Gu Bai took it and ate while listening to Qi Luo talking about the interesting things he had encountered. In his heart, he was thinking that today was Zhou Yongxing's birthday, and there was no birthday cake. It seemed not good to even let him work. Speaking of which, he also bought a birthday gift. How should he give it away in a way that was neither awkward nor perfunctory? Until the end of the meal, Gu Bai still couldn't think of a perfect solution. While cleaning up the leftover garbage, Zhou Yongxing suddenly came over and patted Gu Bai. As soon as Gu Bai raised his head, Zhou Yongxing stuffed the tissue in his hand into Gu Bai's palm and pointed to the corner of his mouth, wipe it. After that, he went to continue cleaning up the barbecue grill. Gu Bai wiped the edge of his mouth with a tissue. There was a circle of oil. His face was actually covered with oil from eating. He wiped his face vigorously, put the things in his hands into a centralized storage place, and returned to his tent. Gu Bai took out the gift box he had bought before from his bag, opened it and stared at the pair of cuffs inside in a daze, and finally silently put the gift box into the wide pocket of his sweatshirt. Apart from the tent, the sky had already turned dark. On the mountain, one could clearly see the moon rising slowly, its outline looming in the clouds. Gu Bai wanted to find a better place to see the night view, but he heard Wen Zhiluo's voice. Brother Zhou, happy birthday. This is the birthday present I bought for you, I hope you like it. So it was a birthday present, why was it so secretive? Gu Bai didn't make any extra sound. For some reason, he didn't want to leave. He just continued to stand beside the tree, wanting to listen to what Wen Zhiluo had to say. He is really perverted. It's thoughtful. Thank you. Zhou Yongxing was still as aloof as ever. Brother Zhou, actually, I have always liked you, and it has never changed since college. The first time I saw you, I found that you were different from others. Later, you went abroad, and I have been waiting for you to come back. This time I will not be as timid as before, and I don't want to miss it. Zhou Yongxing, can you try with me? Wen Qinyu was very nervous and didn't dare to look up. The person in front of him didn't speak immediately, and Gu Bai was also stunned. She actually confessed like this. Would Zhou Yongxing agree to her? Probably, after all, she had liked him for so long, and Wen Qilua was a very good girl. I'm sorry. Zhou Yongxing said calmly, I have always treated you as my sister. You will find someone more suitable. Gu Bai sighed inwardly, and after taking a breath, he couldn't help but think, why should I take a breath? At the same time, he felt sorry for Wen Zhiluo. After hearing what Zhou Yongxing said, Wen Zhiluo didn't say anything else, but just ran away to the other side. Gu Bai was about to leave this place of trouble when he suddenly heard Zhou Yongxing's voice, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Gu Bai stumbled. What? Was he discovered? This was so embarrassing. Helpless, Gu Bai had to walk into Zhou Yongxing's sight and whispered, "I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was just passing by and I won't tell anyone." Seeing that the other party did not respond, Gu Bai began to be at a loss. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and walked back to Zhou Yongxing, took out the gift box he had just put in his sweater pocket, stuffed it into Zhou Yongxing's hand, and whispered, "Happy birthday." Zhou Yongxing secretly raised the corner of his mouth in the night, and asked Gu Bai jokingly, "You are not going to confess too, are you?" "Don't talk nonsense, I'm just giving you a birthday present." Gu Bai's face started to turn red again when he was asked. He quickly denied it and turned around to leave, but he felt at a disadvantage. "Bring it to me. I won't give it to you. Things given away are like water spilled, so there's no reason why they should be returned." Tisk! Gu Bai glared at him and turned around angrily. "You're going the wrong way. That's the camp," Zhou Yongxing kindly reminded him. "I'm going to go see Wen Zhiluo." Gu Bai was so angry at Zhou Yongxing that he just wanted to shut him up. He thought it was a good thing that he didn't talk much, otherwise he would have been choked to death by his words. After walking for a while, they suddenly saw a figure squatting not far away, still sobbing. Gu Bai hurried over to check and found that it was Wen Zhiluo squatting on a rock, covering his ankles with his hands, and his face did not look very good. "What's wrong with you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Gu Bai squatted down, took out his cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and carefully checked Wen Zhiluo's ankle. "It seemed like I was bitten by something. I didn't see it clearly, but it hurts a lot." The corners of Wen Zhiluo's eyes were already a little red, but he endured the pain. "Let me take a look." Gu Bai asked Wen Zhiluo to hold up the phone to illuminate it, and he lifted her ankle to check it. He found a few small bloody spots on her ankle, which was probably a snake bite. Recalling the knowledge he had heard in the hospital lectures before, he thought about what to do after being bitten by a snake. Gu Bai raised his head and glanced at Wen Zhiluo's hair. "Take off your hairband, I'll tie it up for you first, and then go back." After saying that, he took Wen Zhiluo's hairband and tied it tightly above the wound. He lifted Wen Zhiluo's calf and placed it on his own calf. He took a look at the wound, then lowered his head and kissed the wound, sucking hard. Then he turned his head and spat out the blood in his mouth. He was not sure whether it was a poisonous snake, so he could only deal with it as if the worst result was the result. Turning around with his back to Wen Zhiluo, he said, "I'll carry you over here, don't move." Gu Bai carried Wen Zhiluo on his back and quickly returned to the camp. Jingyi saw them and ran over to ask what was going on. "She seems to have been bitten by a snake. I'm not sure if it's poisonous. Tie up her calf first and help suck out the blood from the wound." "Did you bring an emergency medical kit?" Gu Bai frowned and put Wen Zhiluo on the mat. Jingyi brought the medical kit from the car. Gu Bai first helped him reinforce the bandages, then took out some alcohol to disinfect them. Just as he was about to bandage them, Zhou Yongxing came over from the tent and asked, "What happened?" Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing's frown and explained to him, "He seems to have been bitten by a snake." Then Zhou Yongxing came over and Gu Bai looked at the wound. Wen Zhiluo stared at Zhou Yongxing with red eyes, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead due to the pain. "Don't waste time, I'll drive directly to the hospital." Zhou Yongxing stood up and walked straight towards the car. Just as Gu Bai was about to squat down to carry Wen Zhiluo on his back, Jingyi had already picked Wen Zhiluo up. Gu Bai followed behind and got into the car. Wen Zhiluo was carried to the back seat by Jingyi. Gu Bai got into the passenger seat and watched Zhou Yongxing start the car and get ready to leave. "I have just bandaged her. If it was poisonous, I should have sucked out a lot of it." Gu Bai sat in the car and explained the situation to Zhou Yongxing. "Have you already sucked blood?" "Yeah, don't worry, I vomited it out. There is mineral water over there, rinse your mouth." Zhou Yongxing raised his head to indicate the location of the mineral water. Gu Bai opened the bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and then spit it out of the car window. The car was completely silent except for the sound of the engine, occasionally mixed with Wen Zhiluo's breathing. Wen Zhiluo just sat in the back seat with his eyes closed, but he could see the rise and fall of his breathing. Then what about our things? Gu Bai broke the silence. Someone is cleaning it up. Zhou Yongxing looked at the night road intently and answered indifferently. There should be no one on this mountain, and we don't have many valuables, Jingyi explained. How do you feel, Zhiluo? Any other feelings? Gu Bai turned his head and looked at Wen Zhiluo. Wen Zhiluo just shook his head and said softly, I'm fine, I feel fine. That's good. Just hold on a little longer and we'll be there soon. When they arrived at the hospital, Jingyi carried Wen Zhiluo out of the car and went directly to the emergency room. Soon Wen Zhiluo was lying on the hospital bed. After the doctor examined him, gave medical advice and confirmed that the problem was not particularly serious, Gu Bai breathed a sigh of relief. The nurse had already come to the bedside with medicine and needles and gave Wen Zhiluo an infusion. Seeing Wen Zhiluo's improved expression, Jingyi patted Gu Bai on the shoulder and said, thanks to our Gu Bai, the first aid skill is maxed out. Actually, I didn't do anything. Gu Bai scratched his head embarrassedly and glanced at Zhou Yongxing. Pay more attention to yourself. Zhou Yongxing looked at him with a frown. Gu Bai nodded, turned to Wen Zhiluo and said, the doctor said that you still need to be hospitalized for further observation. You should also try to reduce your activities and rest more. Thank you, Gu Bai. Fortunately you came early today. You should be more careful next time. This is what I should do. You should have a good rest first. After a while, they all walked out of the ward. Standing in the corridor, Gu Bai said to Zhou Yongxing, we still have to notify her family. After all, she is in the hospital. Zhou Yongxing nodded, picked up the phone and said, I'll go talk to him. Jingyi held the phone and said to Gu Bai, I'll make a call too. So in the end, Gu Bai was the only one left with nothing to do. Chapter 19. Gu Bai was staring at Zhou Yongxing standing at the window and talking on the phone. His mind was filled with what happened on the mountain. Zhou Yongxing had finished the call and was walking towards him. What are you staring at? Nothing. What's the matter? Gu Bai shook his head. His family will be here soon, so let's all go back first. Zhou Yongxing said to Jingyi who was walking over after finishing his phone call. You guys go back first. I'll wait here for his family to come before I leave. He can't be alone as a girl. Jingyi looked at Zhou Yongxing and said, something happened over there. I have to leave first. Well, you go back first. After saying that, Jingyi turned and left. Gu Bai stood at the door of the ward and watched his back disappear at the other end of the corridor. Gu Bai turned and walked into the room. Seeing Wen Zhiluo lying on the bed and looking out the window, he smiled and said to her, what are you looking at? How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Wen Zhiluo turned around and saw that it was Gu Bai. He shook his head and said, I don't feel anything now. I feel much better now. How are Brother Zhou and Jingyi? They have something to take care of first. Your family has been notified and they will be here soon. Gu Bai walked over and sat beside Wen Zhiluo's bed and tucked the quilt for her. Has he left already? Wen Zhiluo's expression was somewhat bitter. He curled his lips and said helplessly, Xiao Bai, I confessed tonight. In fact, I have always known that he doesn't like me, but I can't forget it. Even though he went abroad for so many years and didn't come back, I still can't help but like him. So I always want to try, what if he falls in love with me? Gu Bai listened to Wen Zhiluo quietly. He wanted to comfort her, but as a grown man, he didn't know how to start. He felt that no matter what he said, he would slowly feel powerless inside. Wen Zhiluo looked at Gu Bai, not expecting him to say anything to comfort her. She just continued to speak calmly. The first time I met him in college was actually an accident. He and I were from different colleges. We had no connection at all. It was just a small event, but he caught my eye in an instant. Later I found out that he was from the Zhou family, so I followed him all the time. I only regretted not saying it when he went abroad. Now that I've finally said it, the ending isn't too bad, and I can let it go. Only you know whether you still like him as much as you did at the beginning. It's hard to let go, but people have to learn to let go. Looking at the moon outside the window, Gu Bai suddenly fell into deep thought. He didn't know why he suddenly said such words. In fact, he didn't understand anything, but he started to enlighten others. When Qiluo looked at Gu Bai's face, the moonlight shone in. Gu Bai, has anyone ever told you that you are very good looking? Alright, Gu Bai scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't know why when Zhiluo asked this. Thank you for listening to me for so long today. It's okay, we are friends, this is what we should do. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a strange noise at the door, and then the door was opened. The woman who came in turned on the light in the ward, and frowned when she saw Gu Bai. Why didn't you turn on the light in there? How is your health? Mom, I missed you so much. When Qiluo smiled happily when she saw her mother coming. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. She turned to Gu Bai and said, Gu Bai, this is my mother. Mom, this is Gu Bai. It's all thanks to him that he saved me today. Oh hello. Hello, auntie. You are Gu Bai from the Gu family, right? Thank you so much today, otherwise I don't know what I should do. Wen's mother walked to Gu Bai's side and said, the child is really handsome. He just got married some time ago, right? I remember it was to the young master of the Zhou family. Gu Bai's hand was being held, and he felt a little awkward and embarrassed to pull it back from Wen Mama's hand, so he just let it be held and nodded. Oh, what a pity. Such a good child should be so worthy of our Zhiluo mom. Are you confused? What nonsense are you talking about? When Zhiluo blushed and scolded her mother. She looked at Gu Bai embarrassedly and said, don't listen to my mother's nonsense. Go back and have a rest. It's getting late. Thank you for your hard work. When Zhiluo pulled her mother's hand away, let go of Gu Bai's hand, and nodded at Gu Bai. Gu Bai said okay, then stood up and said to Wen's mother, Auntie, I'll go back first and won't disturb you anymore. Okay, be careful on the road. Do you have a car? Do you need me to take you there? No need, Auntie. Just stay with Zhiluo. I'll be back first. Then he said to the person on the bed, let's go. Yeah, see you next time. After leaving the ward, Gu Bai let out a long breath and walked out of the hospital. When I arrived at the hospital entrance, I saw a very familiar car with its lights on. It was Zhou Yongxing. Gu Bai walked to the car window and knocked. Zhou Yongxing lowered the window. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing's cold face and laughed. He asked knowingly, Uncle, why haven't you left yet? Didn't you leave first to see Jingyi off? Get in the car. It was obvious that Zhou Yongxing didn't want to pay attention to Gu Bai's acting. Gu Bai walked to the passenger seat, opened the door and got in. If you go to pick up your luggage tomorrow, will it be taken away by someone else? The gift I gave you is still on it. Gu Bai stared at Zhou Yongxing who was driving. I brought it with me. What? Gu Bai didn't understand for a moment. I'll take your gift with me. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing in surprise, you carry it with you. What you're wearing has no pockets. Zhou Yongxing just nodded calmly, it's not that big. Actually, it's okay for you to leave it there. It's not something particularly valuable. Gu Bai felt a little embarrassed. No. What? You know what? I spent a lot of money to buy it for you. Is this your attitude? Shouldn't you be so moved that you want to cry and say you will take me out to eat delicious food in the future? Gu Bai pouted unintentionally, turned his head away from Zhou Yongxing and stared out the car window. Looking at his angry expression, Zhou Yongxing suddenly felt better. He was quite cute. Gu Bai looked out the window, and slowly fell asleep leaning against the window. His head started to peck at rice again, and as expected, he bumped into the car window glass, waking up from his sleep with a grin in pain. Zhou Yongxing curled his lips and said, we'll be there soon. Gu Bai nodded, rubbed his eyes and said, thank you for sending me back. When I arrived at the door and got out of the car, I happened to run into Zhou Shengelin who was coming out of the community. Gu Bai, where have you been? You're not home until now. Why are you here again? Gu Bai looked at him impatiently. When Zhou Yongxing saw Zhou Shengelin appear again, he got out of the car and walked towards this side. Zhou Shengelin obviously saw Zhou Yongxing getting off the car and sneered, you're really good. No wonder I couldn't contact you. What on earth are you doing? It's none of your business what I do outside, right? It's none of my business. We have a special relationship, do you think it's my business? Zhou Shengelin crossed his arms and said something unpleasant like a scoundrel, if you mess around outside, I should at least know about it, right? Zhou Yongxing frowned even deeper when he heard this. He came to Gu Bai and stared at Zhou Shengelin, is this how the Zhou family educates people? Hearing Zhou Yongxing scolding him like this, Zhou Shengelin became even more upset. Hey, cousin, you come to see your nephew so late at night. Yes, I was planning to go up and sit for a while. Zhou Yunxing didn't want to say anything more to him. What do you want to talk to me about? Tell me quickly. My phone is out of battery and I haven't read the message. Gu Bai listened to Zhou Shenggulin's unpleasant words and really didn't want to bother with this mad dog. He just wanted to solve the problem quickly and leave. My dad said that grandma has returned from the countryside after recuperating, and asked us to take time out tomorrow to visit him. And we must go together. No one can be left behind, Zhou Shenggulin said with an impatient look on his face, and it was obvious how dissatisfied he was with the arrangements at home. Gu Bai sneered, got it, please send me tomorrow's schedule. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning at 9. Got it, can you go now? I have prepared the things, you don't need to bring them. Zhou Shenggulin stared at Zhou Yunxing before leaving, and finally left these words to Gu Bai viciously. After finally seeing off the big Buddha, Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yunxing and said awkwardly, sorry for keeping you awake, you should go back soon. Or go up and sit for a while. You go up. Zhou Yunxing looked at Gu Bai's face, then turned and left. Gu Bai returned home and charged his turned-off phone. As soon as he turned it on, the phone kept ringing. Zhou Shenggulin called and sent him countless messages. At first, he just informed him that he would go to the old house tomorrow, and later he bombarded him with questions asking him where he was going. After Gu Bai clicked on all the messages, she saw a message from her mother. She called her mother, who was worried about her, and told her she was safe. The next morning, Zhou Shenggulin knocked on Gu Bai's door on time. You're dressed like a decent person today. Zhou Shenggulin started to confront him as soon as he opened the door. Gu Bai, who had just woken up, didn't want to chat with him anymore. It would be a waste of time and exhausting. After closing the door and walking to the gate of the community, he found that the car was not the flashy one today. Of course, Zhou Shenggulin didn't want to be scolded for driving that car to meet his elders. Sitting in the comfortable black Benz, Gu Bai felt that the discomfort of being with Zhou Shenggulin was offset to some extent. When they arrived at the Zhou family's old house, it was a very Chinese-style villa courtyard. The green landscaping in the outer courtyard was very comfortable. The villa was also decorated in a very traditional Chinese style, with a very ancient charm, which was not incompatible with Zhou Shenggulin at all. After meeting Zhou Shenggulin's grandmother, he suddenly understood who designed this house. In Gu Bai's opinion, Zhou Shenggulin and his father were probably not people of this style, and they would not have this kind of taste to decorate their home. Even though Zhou Shenggulin's grandmother is old, one can still see the charm and temperament she had when she was young, and she speaks in a gentle and soft voice that makes people feel very comfortable. I didn't expect Zhou Shenggulin's grandmother to be so elegant and charming. Chapter 20. Zhou Shenggulin held Gu Bai's hand and walked to Grandma Zhou. Grandma Zhou saw them and nodded gently, motioning for them to sit down next to her. Shenggulin is here. Let Grandma take a good look at him. Grandma. Zhou Shenggulin called her Grandma respectfully. He turned to look at Gu Bai and introduced him. Grandma, he is Gu Bai, and he is married to me. Hello. Grandma Gu Bai also walked up and greeted her obediently. Hey. Good. He's really good looking, and he looks very well behaved. Very good. Grandma Zhou looked at Gu Bai, nodded with satisfaction, took Gu Bai's hand and said, come on, both of you sit down and chat with Grandma for a while. Gu Bai and Zhou Shenggulin sat on either side of Grandma Zhou. Zhou Shenggulin consciously poured a cup of tea for Grandma Zhou and brought it to her. Grandma Zhou picked it up and blew on it, then asked Zhou Shenggulin, how do you feel about working in the company now? Have you adapted? Everything is going well. I have several projects in hand now, and the previous projects are almost done. That's good. This way Grandma can rest assured. After Grandma Zhou finished speaking, she turned to look at Gu Bai and said, Xiao Bai is 20 this year, right? Yeah, I'm 20 this year. Gu Bai nodded. I'm a few years younger than Sheng Lin. How do you get along with Sheng Lin? Does he bully you? Grandma Zhou looked at Gu Bai with a smile and took a sip of tea in her hand. No, we usually get along pretty well. Pretty good shit. Gu Bai's eyes were almost rolling up to the sky. Seeing Zhou Shenggulin staring at him meaningfully, Gu Bai smiled and said nice things. If he bullies you, you must tell Grandma and I will help you. Sheng Lin has always liked to bully people since he was a child, and I am the only one who can deal with him. Haha, this kid has always been very naughty. Grandma, that was when we were little. Zhou Shengelin interrupted his grandmother and pretended to be embarrassed. No wonder, it turns out he has liked bullying people since he was young, and he hasn't become a good person when he grew up. Okay, Grandma won't tell you. Is Xiao Bai working? Which company does he work for? Now I am learning something in my cousin's company. Your cousin, oh, I remember, it was the young master of the Zhou family. He is indeed a handsome man with great skills. You have to learn more from him. He is a powerful person. Yes, I will study hard. Okay, you take Xiao Bai to visit the house. This is his first time at the old house, so introduce him to the family. I asked Aunt Chen to prepare lunch, so stay for dinner. Well, Grandma, we'll go out first. Zhou Shengelin pulled Gu Bai out of the room, and Gu Bai quickly took his hand back. There's no one here, so there's no need to keep holding on. Watch your mouth. Don't say anything in front of the old man. Don't blame me for not warning you. Don't worry, I don't want to disturb her rest with your trivial matters. Gu Bai sneered. You sound so innocent, but you're really the pot calling the kettle black. You say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. I'm embarrassed to tell my cousin about it. Zhou Shengelin looked at Gu Bai sarcastically. I think you have nothing to show for yourself except for your ability to spit blood. Compared to Zhou Yongxing, you are not even as good as him. Grandma also said that you are not as good as him. Zhou Shengelin's expression became more and more ugly. He had just been told by his grandmother that he was not as good as Zhou Yongxing, and now Gu Bai was rubbing salt into the wound. His anger became more and more obvious, but he could only endure it and not vent it in the old house. Gu Bai, watch what you say. Just because I'm not doing anything right now doesn't mean I don't have a temper. I've said before, it's too easy to crush you to death. Thank you for your kindness in not squeezing me to death right away. Grandma, I hope you don't need to worry about you. Please take care of yourselves with Zhang Damingxing first. Don't bother with me, I am much more innocent than you. Oh, I want to know how innocent you are. Zhou Shengelin leaned over and whispered in Gu Bai's ear, Zhou Yongxing hasn't done anything to you yet, has he? Or are you unable to seduce him? The hot breath sprayed all over Gu Bai's ears. Gu Bai felt nauseous and got goosebumps all over his body. He pushed him away in disgust. You are sick. Haha, what's the hurry? Zhou Shengelin finished speaking with a smile and went upstairs on his own. Gu Bai frowned in disgust and kept chanting Amitabha in his heart. He even wanted to start listening to the great compassion mantra to cleanse his ears. Gu Bai walked around the living room of the villa by himself and met the aunt of the family. He was told that he could go to the courtyard to bask in the sun. He pushed open the door and walked to the courtyard outside. He saw a small afternoon tea table and 2 chairs in the corner, so he walked over and sat down looking at the sky and trees. He felt much more comfortable after blowing the warm wind, but unexpectedly he felt sleepy. Gu Bai supported his head and gradually relaxed as he looked at the green in front of him. Not far away, Zhou Shengelin came to the yard after asking his aunt. He saw Gu Bai dozing off in the sun with his head propped up. His hair was blown up by the wind, making him look lazy and cute. Zhou Shengelin did not approach to disturb him, but just stood far away and watched him, thinking about the expression of Gu Bai who had just confronted him. When did Gu Bai suddenly start to be hostile to me? I still remember the Gu Bai in the past, who was well behaved and obedient, liked to follow him, and spoke softly. He never got angry with me like he did now. Was it because I ignored him too much? But because of his existence, I had no choice but to get married and couldn't be with Zhang Qi. Zhou Shengelin also began to wonder what Gu Bai meant to him. Gu Bai was dozing off when he suddenly woke up. He looked up and saw Zhou Shengelin not far away staring at him. He frowned and said to Zhou Shengelin, "What are you doing there?" He did nothing but cause trouble for him every day. It's time to eat. Are you planning to sit outside and watch the wind blow? Zhou Shengelin withdrew his thoughts and acted very impatient. Gu Bai stood up and looked at Zhou Shengelin's back as he left. He felt that Zhou Shengelin's expression was very strange just now. Never mind, he didn't want to think about it anymore. When they arrived at the restaurant, Grandma Zhou had just come downstairs and Aunt Chen had already prepared everything on the table. Zhou Shengelin accompanied Grandma Zhou downstairs and looked at Gu Bai without saying much. When Grandma Zhou saw Gu Bai, she smiled and said, "Don't be shy, Xiao Bai. Sit down." Gu Bai waited for Grandma Zhou to come to the table, helped pull out a chair for Grandma Zhou to sit down, and then chose to sit on a chair next to her. Zhou Shengelin sat opposite Gu Bai, staring at Gu Bai's face, wondering what he was thinking. Okay, you two are really hurry up and eat. The old man's eyes were almost fixed on Shenglin. Grandma Zhou joked with a smile. Gu Bai secretly glared at Zhou Shengelin. Why are you staring at me? You don't have to act like a loving couple like this. But in Grandma's eyes, this glance turned into flirting. As long as you have a good relationship, that's good. When Gu Bai heard this, he felt a chill and couldn't stand it. During the meal, the elders only talked about some topics concerning the younger ones. Grandma Zhou was very happy and kept talking with a smile, while Gu Bai and Zhou Shengelin only needed to answer and listen obediently. As they ate and talked, Grandma Zhou was still not satisfied after the meal. She pulled Zhou Shengelin aside to talk, reminding him of things to pay attention to. She got tired from talking, so she planned to take a rest. Hey, I'm a little tired. Shengelin and Xiao Bai, I won't keep you here. You young people have your own things to do, unlike an old lady like me. I'm going to take a rest, and you guys should do your own things. It's all right as the two of you are doing well. Zhou Shengelin agreed, holding Grandma's hand. Gu Bai followed beside him, and left after sending Grandma Zhou upstairs. On the way back in the car, neither of them spoke, and Zhou Shengelin, who was surprised, did not embarrass Gu Bai again. The car stopped at the gate of Gu Bai's apartment complex. After Gu Bai got out of the car, Zhou Shengelin drove away without saying a word. Everything goes according to procedure. Gu Bai felt a little tired when he got home. He went to the bathroom to take a quick shower and then lay on the bed to start browsing a social software. After reading the jokes and pictures posted by various funny bloggers on the homepage for a while, he felt much better. When he opened the real-time hot search list, a familiar name appeared on the phone. The fifth hot search was Zhangqi's status. Gu Bai opened it curiously and wondered what was going on. Zhangqi's status was also on the hot search. I opened an article inside, which roughly meant that the staff on the set said that Ezeki has been in a very bad state recently. His temper has been getting more and more irritable, and he seems to be in a very bad mood every day. It can be clearly felt when he is working. He is not focusing on his work, which has caused complaints from the crew members. Gu Bai was quite surprised. After all, according to the description in the book, Zhangqi was a person who loved his job as an actor, and the current situation should not have happened. If you can't figure it out, what does it have to do with you? Just live your own life. Be rational and eat melons. Gu Bai started watching funny videos, had some snacks for dinner, and even started a live broadcast in a good mood to chat with fans. The only thing that made Gu Bai upset was that during the live broadcast, some of Zhangqi's fans came to scold him, saying that they bought the hot searches to discredit Zhangqi just because they were jealous of Zhangqi. Gu Bai never paid any attention to this kind of comments. Some of his fans also attacked Zhangqi's fans. There were even people on social media saying that Gu Bai bought hot searches to discredit Zhangqi. As a person who can be shot even when lying down, Gu Bai said that he has gotten used to everything and is too lazy to explain. Anyway, no matter how he explains, Yang's fans will not believe it. Just when the barrage was in chaos, petals suddenly began to fly wildly in the live broadcast room. Gu Bai looked at the gift-sending reminder that popped up in the lower left corner. The big man named Z appeared again and gave Gu Bai 10 of the latest gift rose floats on the platform at once. Gu Bai looked at the screen with a bit of dizziness, and stammered, "Well, there's no need to give gifts." The barrage of comments exploded because of these gifts, and no one cared about Ezeki's negative information anymore. Suddenly, the number of gifts that had stopped started to climb again, and the screen was filled with flower petals. It went on until there were 52, when it finally stopped. The flower petals on the screen also turned into a circle of big hearts. It turned out that sending 52 gifts in a row would have different special effects. Gu Bai had a headache. He kept thanking the unknown fan Z, thinking that he would try to contact him again later. He also had to keep persuading him not to give too many gifts and ask the fans to buy him some delicious food. The fan then started to give gifts happily again, saying that Gu Bai was a standard fan doting anchor and that he should be careful not to refuse gifts and be deducted money from the platform. Chapter 21. After turning off the live broadcast, Gu Bai directly opened Boss Z's homepage. It was still empty as usual, with nothing left. After following him, he clicked on the private chat page and sent a message to the boss. Boss, you really don't need to spend so many gifts. I'll return all the money to you. You just need to send me your payment method. Thank you for your support. After the message was sent, it soon showed as read. Gu Bai thought that he should be able to get in touch this time since the message showed as read. However, when Gu Bai was holding his phone and waiting in bed for a reply from Boss Z, he started to feel sleepy and yawned, but still didn't get a reply. It was strange, the message was clearly read, but he didn't reply to me. What does it mean? Do you have too much money and nowhere to spend it? Are the brain circuits of rich people so unusual? Forget it, I'm going to sleep first. I have to go to work tomorrow. If you show up again next time, I will definitely catch you. It's the annoying Monday again, and the miserable working life of a corporate slave has begun again. Although it's not that busy, Gu Bai still slowly got up from the bed and went to work reluctantly. When I arrived at the company, I saw Zhou Yongxing who had already started working in the office. I suddenly felt that being a boss must be quite tiring, having to start working so early. Gu Bai was sitting in his seat, yawning, propping up his head, staring blankly at Zhou Yongxing's office. Dong Chong came over with a document in his arms, and seeing that Gu Bai's eyes were motionless, he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Xiao Bai. Gu Bai. The boss is so handsome that you are so fascinated by him. Gu Bai came back to his senses and was startled. He shook his head in panic and muttered, No, Sister Dong, you misunderstood. Does Sister Dong have a new job? Please organize these documents here and give them to me before the meeting this afternoon. Dong Chong put all the documents in his hand on Gu Bai's desk, and left a sentence before leaving. Mr. Zhou is really handsome, right? Gu Bai blushed as he picked up a document, not knowing whether to say yes or no. Dong Chong looked at his red ears and laughed happily. It's so fun to tease a little boy. He turned around, picked up the work arrangement on his desk and went into the office, ready to report today's work to Zhou Yongxing, but saw Zhou Yongxing looking at Gu Bai outside. Dong Chong knocked on the door, and Zhou Yongxing's cold voice came from inside, Come in. Mr. Zhou, you need to deal with several project contracts this morning. There will be a project summary meeting at 3 p.m. You need to attend the meeting and make a project summary speech. Got it, give me the contract. Yes. After Dong Chong handed all the contract documents to Zhou Yongxing, he turned around and was about to leave the office, but was stopped by Zhou Yongxing. Wait, what did you just say to Gu Bai? Gu Bai. I assigned him some document sorting tasks. Dong Chong was a little surprised why he suddenly asked this. Why are you so happy when arranging work? Did the work irritate him? His face turned red. Oh, he was just in a daze, I was just joking with him. Joke. Some miscellaneous small questions Zhou Yongxing asked so carefully that Dong Chong was a little flustered. He stammered and gave the reason, but was afraid of being scolded for making fun of the boss. Go out. Dong Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhou Yongxing was very understanding and didn't scold me. I was so scared that I broke out in a sweat. Returning to his seat, Dong Chong held his forehead with his hands. Something bad had almost happened. The boss probably saw what he and Gu Bai were doing outside. But when did the boss care so much about the interaction between his subordinates? Gu Bai was the boss's relative, so it wasn't strange for him to care more about him. On the other side, Gu Bai was absent-mindedly sorting out the documents in his hands, thinking seriously, was he daydreaming too often recently? Could it be some kind of early Alzheimer's disease? When Gu Bai finished a day's work and was packing up the things on the table to get off work, Zhou Yongxing walked to the side of the table, knocked on the table and looked at Gu Bai's hands as he was packing up. Don't leave work yet. Ah, okay. Gu Bai was a little confused, thinking that it was indeed time to get off work. Forcing employees to work overtime was really exploiting them. After Zhou Yongxing finished speaking, he walked into the office. Dong Chong came over hurriedly, handed him a document, and looked at him seriously. Xiao Bai, I'm sorry. Mr. Zhou has a banquet tonight and I was supposed to go with him, but something happened at home and I need you to take my place urgently. I have compiled the things that need attention and things you need to do in a file. You can take a look now. I have also sent you the electronic file. Thank you for your hard work tonight. I will treat you to dinner next time. Ah, it's okay. Is there anything special I need to pay attention to? It's all in there, very detailed. Okay, then go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of the rest. Gu Bai looked at the document in his hand, which was filled with notes about the dinner and introductions to the people he would meet. It seemed that he was attending this evening's event for the purpose of cooperation with Shinming. The organizer was Shinming, and a number of business leaders were invited to attend. It seemed that this was a dinner for his daughter's 18th birthday. On the surface, it is a birthday dinner, but in fact, everyone knows that they want their daughter to meet people, which is equivalent to finding a son-in-law that both parents and daughter are satisfied with. To put it bluntly, they want their daughter's marriage to bring profits to their business, and they also want their daughter to have a happy and satisfying marriage. It's a nice thought indeed. Gu Bai thought about himself. It seems that few business marriages can really have the best of both worlds. They are nothing more than sacrificing the happiness of the younger generation in exchange for the glory and prosperity of the whole family. On second thought, Zhou Yongxing actually went to this kind of dinner for business. In the current business world, Zhou Yongxing is considered the most valuable son-in-law. Isn't it the same as selling himself? Selling himself for cooperation. As he was thinking, Zhou Yongxing had already walked to Gu Bai's desk and looked him up and down. Don't you have formal clothes? Yes. Gu Bai nodded. Let's go. After Zhou Yongxing finished speaking, he walked out by himself. Gu Bai carried the packed things and documents and followed Zhou Yongxing out of the company. After getting in the car, Zhou Yongxing drove all the way to Gu Bai's apartment. Gu Bai trotted upstairs, and Zhou Yongxing sat in the car, playing with his phone and waiting for him. Gu Bai came down in a simple black suit with dark patterns, and sat on the passenger seat naturally. Zhou Yongxing looked away from his phone, and when he saw Gu Bai's formal attire, his expression changed. It suits you very well. I seldom wear the suit my mother gave me. Gu Bai touched his neck embarrassedly. My cousin has always had good taste. Zhou Yongxing glanced at his watch and started the car silently. Doesn't the boss need a driver? Uncle Lu has returned to his old house. What if you get drunk later? Don't drink. Should I drive? Gu Baron was a little confused. After all, he was actually a novice driver, equivalent to a road killer. Now he wanted him to drive him back. Are you sure they are not looking for death together? What's the problem? I remember you had a driver's license. But I haven't driven much. I'll be right there. Yun driving. Since he said that, Gu Bai had no choice but to agree. When they arrived at the banquet venue, which was held in a large hotel banquet hall, Zhou Yongxing took Gu Bai in after giving him the invitation. The banquet hall was decorated like a girl's dream, with cute elements everywhere. There were all kinds of food on the tables, and guests could choose their dinner by themselves. There were also some tables and chairs nearby for people to rest. As soon as Zhou Yongxing entered the venue, he seemed to be a focus, appearing in the sight of everyone, and everyone came up to say hello. Gu Bai had no choice but to follow behind Zhou Yongxing and greet others. Of course, many people asked about Gu Bai's identity. Zhou Yongxing simply introduced that he was new to his office. His secretary couldn't come because of something at home, so he wanted to bring the newcomer out to see the world. Gu Bai only needs to stand aside, nod, and be a good secretary. Although as a secretary, it seems that he doesn't need to do anything. Isn't this just a vase? Isn't it better to just stand aside and smile? Gu Bai, who was walking deeper into the room with his signature smile on his face, was suddenly pulled back by a voice coming from the speakers. Warmly welcome everyone to my daughter's birthday party. Let me introduce you to my youngest daughter, Chen Xinruo. Today is her 18th birthday. Please take good care of her when you see her in the future. Everyone should eat, drink and have fun here today. Chen Ruo was wearing a white dress and looked like a delicate doll. She was a well-protected little girl at home. She stood on the stage with a sweet smile. No one would dislike such a girl. She looked innocent and cute, and her family conditions were impeccable. I began to imagine the scene if Zhou Yongxing and Chen Xinruo stood together. They seemed to be a good match. They were talented and beautiful. They were a strong combination for the business world. They seemed to be a good choice for both of them. Gu Bai secretly glanced at Zhou Yongxing's expression, but Zhou Yongxing still had the same cold expression as always, staring at the red wine in the glass, occasionally glancing at the people on the stage, and suddenly seemed to feel the gaze of the people next to him, turned his head to look at Gu Bai and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Gu Bai shook his head and his eyes returned to Chen Xinruo on the stage. After Mr. Chen finished his speech, he let the guests move around freely. There would be a birthday cake cutting session later, and then a dance party would be provided for everyone. Do we still want to dance? Gu Bai muttered to himself. You don't have to jump. After Zhou Yongxing finished speaking, he walked towards Mr. Chen. Gu Bai followed behind silently, looking at the tall figure of Zhou Yongxing and Chen Xinruo not far away. They seemed to be a really good match. Standing next to Zhou Yongxing with his signature smile on his face, Gu Bai planned to start his journey as a vase again. Unfortunately, being a vase is not that easy. Mr. Chen was originally discussing cooperation with Zhou Yongxing, and Gu Bai only needed to smile on the side, which was enough. However, it happened that there was also a vase-type person like him next to Mr. Chen Xinruo, who was as boring and bubbling as him, and soon shifted her attention to Gu Bai, the vase, next to Zhou Yongxing. What's your name? Chen Xinruo quietly touched Gu Bai's hand, and her soft voice reached Gu Bai's ears. Gu Bai was afraid of disturbing Zhou Yongxing's business talk, so he had to reply quietly. Gu Bai, Gu means taking care of, Bai means white. My name is Chen Xinruo. How old are you? He is your brother, right? 20, he's my boss. Gu Bai felt helpless, but he had to continue chatting with the young lady. Mr. Chen quickly noticed his daughter's little action and turned to look at Gu Bai. Who is this person next to Mr. Zhou? An intern in my office. Oh, what's your name? How old are you? Zhou Yongxing frowned slightly and glanced at Gu Bai. Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Gu Bai, and I'm 20 years old. Gu Bai saw Zhou Yongxing's expression and was probably afraid that if he didn't perform well, Zhou Yongxing would skin him and throw him out of the office if the deal didn't go through. 20 years old, young, it's good to be young. Mr. Chen just smiled at Gu Bai and didn't say much. Hey, Dad, you guys talk about business, we'll chat among ourselves. Chen Xinruo acted coquettishly with her father. Mr. Chen waved his hand with a smile and continued to talk about things with Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing smiled, but glanced at Gu Bai beside him with some worry in his eyes. This time, Chen Xinruo didn't need to talk to Gu Bai secretly like she did before. She came up to Gu Bai and smiled happily at him. Gu Bai, are you hungry? I told you there's a delicious little cake here. I'll take you to get it. Gu Bai was pulled by Chen Xinruo to the dessert area. Chen Xinruo helped him pick up 2 small cakes and a uniquely shaped small chocolate from a bunch of desserts and handed them to Gu Bai. Let me tell you, these are the 3 most delicious things I picked out after trying everything, especially this chocolate. Don't be fooled by its small size, it is said to be the creation of a Japanese dessert chef, and the taste is amazing. After saying that, she picked up the chocolate and wanted to stuff it directly into Gu Bai's mouth. Gu Bai was startled and stepped back a little. He took the chocolate from Chen Xinruo's hand and put it into his mouth. Thank you. Chen Xinruo probably felt that her actions were a little unrestrained and a little embarrassed, so her face quickly turned red, and her round face looked even more adorable. I'm sorry, I'm used to doing this with my friends. I just want to be good friends with you. It's okay, it's okay. I just can't get used to it. Chen Xinruo handed the cake plate in her hand to Gu Bai and took a small piece of cake for herself. Can I call you Xiao Bai? Sure. You were already an employee of a big boss in a big company when you were only 20 years old. Since you were brought here, you must be in a very important position in the company. Chen Xinruo looked at Gu Bai with admiration. Actually, I'm just a clerk. The boss's secretary has something urgent to do today, so I'm here to take over. But it's amazing. Unlike me, I can't do anything except drawing. Drawing is also a very powerful skill that most people don't have. But I always feel that being able to draw is useless, and our company doesn't need anyone who can draw. It seems that she is really a protected little princess, innocent, cute and carefree. It's so nice. Chapter 22. Xinming doesn't need you to worry about him now. Mr. Chen is here. You will learn to handle this kind of thing naturally in the future. You are still young, so you don't need to have too much pressure. Gu Bai ate the small cake on the plate in small bites, and he had to say that the cake was indeed delicious. Chen Xinruo nodded, eating the cake thoughtfully. After a while, she smiled sweetly, looked up at Gu Bai and said, "By the way, Xiao Bai, do you want to see the painting I drew?" Sure. Gu Bai thought that Chen Xinruo was going to take out her cell phone to show him, but he didn't expect that the next second he was pulled up by Chen Shinruo and ran to the side of the banquet hall. Pulling Gu Bai along the way, naturally many guests stole his attention. However, Chen Shinruo acted as if she didn't see anything. She was just anxious to take Gu Bai to see the paintings. She came to the door of an elevator, pressed the button and waited for the elevator to pick her up, completely ignoring the gazes of others. Where are we going? Gu Bai felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what would happen if Zhou Yongxing knew about it. He felt uneasy as if he had abducted a fallen girl. Come and see my paintings. They're upstairs. Don't worry, it's very close. Chen Shinruo just smiled sweetly, and Gu Bai had no choice but to follow Chen Shinruo upstairs. When we got upstairs, the whole room looked like an art exhibition, with white and gray as the main colors, and paintings hanging on the walls one after another. There were several canvases and easels on the floor of the room, bottles and jars of paint and pens could be seen everywhere, and there were also many finished paintings on the easels. Gu Bai looked at these paintings, some with skilled techniques and some with clumsy ones. It seemed that this was a studio specially prepared for Chen Shinruo. It seemed that all the paintings she had painted since she was a child were hung here. This is the studio my father gave me. I usually spend most of my time here. When I'm painting, I feel like what happens outside the studio has nothing to do with me. Chen Shinruo looked at the studio with a somewhat lonely expression, her eyes falling on a painting very close to the door. What is this painting? Gu Bai saw the painting, which was a very imaginative one, but without any skill. Chen Shinruo touched the ends of her hair with a red face, and felt a little shy when Gu Bai saw the painting. I drew this when I first started learning to paint. My father liked it very much when he saw it, and the teacher also said it was very good. My father framed it and later gave me this studio, saying that it must be placed at the entrance. In fact, it is not well drawn and looks very childish. No, it's very special. Gu Bai smiled and shook his head. I don't know why, but when Gu Bai saw this painting, he liked it the first time he saw it. He felt that it would bring back some memories. Chen Shinruo looked at Gu Bai, who was smiling. Her eyes turned into a curved line, two dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, and her hair moved with her head. Suddenly, she thought of a line from a song, "Your eyes can smile and bend into a bridge." It turned out that there really were eyes that could smile, and Chen Shinruo was actually fascinated by them. Not hearing Chen Shinruo speak, Gu Bai turned to look at Chen Shinruo, only to see her staring at him blankly. She coughed unnaturally, trying to change the subject. You really did a lot of painting. Ah, yes, I like painting very much. These are just a part of it. I will hang up the finished products that I am satisfied with. In fact, there are also a lot of failures, which I hide myself. Chen Shinruo was embarrassed when she was found staring at the other person, and she kept twisting the ends of her hair with her fingers. That's really amazing. Even though I don't understand it, I can really feel that you are very talented. Hehe, actually not. By the way, I can also draw a portrait for you. I draw good portraits, too. Look, this is the one I drew for my father before. Great, she is worthy of being a professional painter. If her level were put in his world, she would probably be considered a master. Come over whenever you are free and I will draw for you. I can draw whatever you want. Gu Bai is really embarrassed to be praised by others. Even though he is a bit narcissistic and there are people who flatter him all the time on the internet, he still feels shy when his real friends keep saying that. I'll paint it next time when I have time. Okay, then I'll take it as your agreement. Let's add each other as friends, he said, shaking the phone in his hand. Seeing that Gu Bai agreed readily, Chen Shinruo shook her head happily. Gu Bai, you are really so nice. You are so handsome and nice. Suddenly, his arm was hugged by a girl. Gu Bai seemed to have never had this experience since he was a child. He didn't dare to move. Looking at Chen Shinruo's happy smile, he didn't dare to shake her off. The other party was really a simple child. As if she suddenly realized that she was not being too reserved, Chen Shinruo blushed again, quietly withdrew her hands, pretended nothing had happened, and guided Gu Bai to look at the painting she had drawn. Gu Bai looked at Chen Shinruo's paintings and occasionally said a word or two about his views on the paintings. Chen Shinruo felt so happy when she heard them, as if she had met a soulmate. Her teacher had never been able to express his thoughts so accurately when looking at her paintings, but Gu Bai was able to express his thoughts several times. Chen Shinruo even suspected that Gu Bai was actually a hidden painter who usually kept a low profile. Halfway through the conversation, someone knocked on the door and interrupted their conversation. "Miss, Mr. Chen asked me to come up and call you. It's time to cut the cake." "Okay, got it, tell Dad I'll be there soon." After sending the maid outside away, he prepared to go downstairs with Gu Bai. In the elevator going downstairs, Chen Shinruo seemed to have endless things to say and kept talking to Gu Bai. Gu Bai just smiled faintly and acted as a good listener. When she came downstairs, the maid was already waiting for Chen Shinruo. She said that Mr. Chen had arranged for Chen Shinruo to change her clothes first, and the cake-cutting ceremony would begin soon after. "Gu Bai, I'll be busy now. I'll come play with you later." "Go ahead." Gu Bai smiled at Chen Shinruo and watched her walk to the lounge in small skips. Gu Bai turned around and prepared to look for Zhou Yunxing. After all, he had disappeared for so long without any explanation to Zhou Yunxing. It was not good. He probably would not deduct today's double overtime pay when he found Zhou Yunxing tremblingly. The latter was sitting in a chair in an inconspicuous corner, lazily supporting his head with one hand, and tapping the cup in his hand rhythmically with the other hand. Gu Bai felt that he had seen a medieval vampire, a lazy and charming vampire count. This was probably the feeling. Soon Zhou Yunxing also noticed him, sat up straighter, looked at Gu Bai standing there, winked at Gu Bai to sit next to him, and Gu Bai reluctantly moved to Zhou Yunxing's side and sat down. "Will you be gone for so long? She took me to her studio to see her paintings. Her paintings are very good." Gu Bai didn't know how to explain, nor did he know what to explain. "Do you get along well?" It's okay, we just talked about her paintings." "What's going on? Why do I feel like I've been caught cheating, so nervous, and I feel a little sorry for Zhou Yunxing." "Gu Bai, something is wrong with you." Zhou Yunxing just smiled softly and stood up. "It's okay as long as we can chat, don't offend the daughter of the Chen family." Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yunxing, who stood up and walked into the banquet hall. He always felt that there was something wrong with Zhou Yunxing's smile. After all, President Zhou never smiled normally. The cake-cutting ceremony in the hall was already underway. Gu Bai stood up and followed Zhou Yunxing, looking at the cake on the table. Chen Shinruo, not far away, was already preparing. Chen Shinruo has changed from the little dress she was wearing before to an evening gown. The red color makes her look more mature than before. Before, Chen Shinruo looked like a little princess who had never experienced anything, but now she looks like a gentle and lovely adult. Chen Shinruo, who caught Gu Bai's gaze at the side of the stage, smiled happily and waved quietly at Gu Bai. Seeing this, Gu Bai also smiled at Chen Shinruo. Zhou Yunxing stood nearby, watching the entire interaction between the two, frowned slightly but didn't say much. Soon, everything was ready on the stage. The voice of Mr. Chen's thanks came from the speakers. After some polite speeches, Mr. Chen put down the microphone and took Chen Shinruo to the cake. The speakers played the happy birthday song at the right time. Chen Shinruo stood next to the cake. All the lights in the venue dimmed, leaving only a blue and white spotlight shining on Chen Shinruo. While singing, Chen Shinruo clasped her hands together, smiled happily, and closed her eyes. The crown accessory in her hair sparkled under the light. The birthday song ended, and Chen Shinruo perhaps fulfilled her wish, opened her eyes and blew out the candles. After cutting the cake, Chen Shinruo took the microphone handed to her. "Thank you very much for coming to my birthday party today and spending this meaningful birthday with me. I hope everyone can have fun." Soon, the final dance was about to begin. Seeing that the party was almost over, Zhou Yunxing planned to return with Gu Bai. After all, the dance was just an entertainment program, and it didn't matter to him whether he participated or not. Everything that needed to be discussed had been discussed. Just as Zhou Yunxing and Gu Bai were about to reach the door and leave, Chen Shinruo picked up her skirt and jogged after them, and saw that both of them were about to leave. "Are you leaving now? There's still a dance." "No." Zhou Yunxing refused without giving any face. "Gu Bai, are you off work now? You can stay a little longer." Seeing this, Chen Shinruo turned around and looked at Gu Bai expectantly. Hey, Mr. Zhou, are you leaving now? Aren't you going to stay and dance?" When Mr. Chen saw his daughter chasing after him, he followed her. "No need. I didn't bring a female companion today." Zhou Yunxing became much more polite when he saw Mr. Chen. My daughter doesn't have a male companion, so she can sing a song with you, Mr. Zhou. What do you think Mr. Chen said with a smile? Dad Chen Shinruo stomped her feet anxiously when she heard what her father said. Mr. Chen just laughed, and Zhou Yongxing just frowned, not wanting to show too much impatience. Mr. Chen, this may not be very polite. That's right. After all, everyone knows you, and it won't have a good influence. Mr. Chen nodded and said, I think Gu Bai is quite suitable. Why don't you dance with Shinruo? You see, I am too old to dance anymore. Ah, me. Being called out suddenly, Gu Bai was also confused. Why were they suddenly talking about me? Yes, brother Xiao Bai, please dance with me. After all, it's my birthday. It would be too pitiful if no one dances with me. Chen Shinruo had a pitiful expression on her face, and she looked at Gu Bai with a pair of big watery eyes. But I don't know how either. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing, hoping that he could help him, but Zhou Yongxing still stood there expressionlessly, without expressing any opinion. In the end, Gu Bai was pulled onto the dance floor by Chen Shinruo. Holding Chen Shinruo's waist, he had to dance reluctantly. The waltz music slowly sounded, and Chen Shinruo's hand also rested on Gu Bai's shoulder. In fact, Gu Bai didn't know how to dance the waltz at all. He had basically only seen actors dancing it in TV dramas. This was the first time he tried the waltz himself. It's okay, don't be nervous, just follow me, it's very simple. Gu Bai nodded silently, although he felt embarrassed to be led to dance by a girl. After all, dances like waltz are usually led by boys. Gu Bai danced with Chen Shinruo and looked at Zhou Yongxing outside the dance floor. He was staring at him with complicated eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Gu Bai, don't feel pressured. My dad only lets you accompany me because he sees that you and I get along well. He feels more at ease with you. Chen Shinruo knew that Gu Bai had become somewhat restrained towards her because of Mr. Chen's appearance, and wanted to explain it to Gu Bai to avoid any misunderstandings. I know. It's okay. Gu Bai nodded gently without thinking much about it. Gu Bai, you are really gentle. Chen Shinruo looked at Gu Bai's face and smiled. We can be considered friends in the future, right? I can go to play with you when I have nothing to do in the future. Sure, I'm not busy. Very nice. After the song ended, Gu Bai and Chen Shinruo walked to the side of Mr. Chen and Zhou Yongxing. Mr. Chen was still smiling as usual, and Zhou Yongxing's expression showed no emotion. Just now when he was dancing, Zhou Yongxing's frown and complicated expression seemed to be an illusion between light and shadow, but now Zhou Yongxing with a normal expression and no emotions is the real thing. On the way back, Gu Bai drove slowly, while Zhou Yongxing, who was extremely sober, sat beside him. Why don't we walk back? Zhou Yongxing mercilessly mocked Gu Bai's speed, looking at the speedometer that was almost touching zero. It's safer to go slower. I'm a novice driver and I have to be careful on the road. As long as you are happy. Where are you going back to? Turn on the navigation. Xingyu. Ah, okay. Xingyu is a serviced apartment near the company, designed almost exclusively for business people. I didn't expect Zhou Yongxing to live there. He is indeed a workaholic. The car was unspeakably quiet, and just when Gu Bai wanted to break the silence and say something, Zhou Yongxing unexpectedly spoke. Are you happy today? Chapter 23. Gu Bai felt like crying. This question was, should I be happy or unhappy? It was a very serious question. It's okay. How is Chen Shinruo? What? She's a nice person. Zhou Yongxing laughed softly, you get along well with her. It's okay. She likes you very much. Ah, maybe it's because of the appreciation for her. I like her paintings. I hope so. Zhou Yongxing stopped talking, just propped up his head, tilted his head and looked out the window, no longer staring at Gu Bai. Seeing this, Gu Bai stopped talking and drove more seriously. Soon, the car arrived downstairs of Xingyu's building. Zhou Yongxing seemed to have secretly dozed off for a while in the car, then raised his head and saw the familiar night scene outside the window. Just drop it off here. You can drive the car back and park it in my parking space when you drive to work tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Zhou Yongxing had just opened the car door and was about to get out when Gu Bai stopped him. Chen Shinruo and I have nothing. I see. I don't know why, but Gu Bai just wanted to explain this to Zhou Yongxing. There was no reason, but Gu Bai was thinking about whether he should explain it all the way, and finally he stopped him. When Zhou Yunxing heard Gu Bai's explanation, his expression seemed to relax a lot, as if a huge rock had fallen from his heart, and he felt more relaxed. In the next 2 days, Gu Bai returned to his daily life. He went to get off work and came home on time every day, and did live broadcasts when he was free. He was no longer asked to work overtime. There was just one more person in his mobile phone address book, Chen Xinruo. Not knowing where she got Gu Bai's phone number from, Chen Xinruo contacted Gu Bai the next day and successfully added him as a WeChat friend. She would chat with Gu Bai from time to time and send him her drawings. When Gu Bai saw them, he would also chat with her. In this way, the two of them maintained a casual contact. On Thursday afternoon, Gu Bai was packing up to get off work on time when his WeChat rang again. It was from Chen Xinruo. Recently, their WeChat contacts had become more frequent, and Dong Chong even began to suspect that he had a girlfriend. "Are you free on Saturday?" "It's Saturday off, what's the matter?" "Last time I told you that I would help you draw a portrait. I would like to invite you to my studio this Saturday. Is that okay?" Gu Bai was looking at the work schedule written on the calendar on the table. When he typed OK on his phone, he suddenly felt a shadow cast on him. He looked up and saw Zhou Yunxing staring at him. "Boss Zhou, can I go home now? It's obviously time to get off work. Gu Bai, why are you feeling so guilty?" "Yeah." Zhou Yunxing looked at the 3 words Chen Xinruo on Gu Bai's phone and responded lightly. "Then I'll go first." Gu Bai stood up, put on his backpack and prepared to run away, wishing he had the ability to teleport. In a hurry to go on a date obviously, Zhou Yunxing didn't even look at the chat content on Gu Bai's phone, but only saw the note on the chat box. "No, I'm going home." "Oh, go ahead." Gu Bai was a little confused by the question and didn't know what Zhou Yunxing was up to. Only after he walked out of the company with his bag on his back did Gu Bai feel relieved and went home happily. 2 days passed quickly. On Friday night, Chen Xinruo sent a message to Gu Bai, reminding him not to forget the meeting on Saturday. Gu Bai replied while wiping his hair, asking Chen Xinruo not to worry. "When I woke up on Saturday morning, I saw the message Chen Xinruo sent me, let's have lunch together near the studio at noon." Gu Bai looked at the time. It was only 9:30 in the morning, so he accepted Chen Xinruo's invitation and prepared to get up, brush his teeth and wash his face. "I was brushing my teeth while thinking about today's schedule, but I became worried when changing clothes. They were going to have their portrait painted today, so what should I wear? The suit seemed a bit too formal, and the sportswear seemed a bit too casual, and it wouldn't look good when drawn." Gu Bai stood in front of the wardrobe and hesitated for a long time, but in the end he couldn't decide what to wear. At this time, WeChat on the mobile phone rang again. It was a message from Chen Xinruo. "Then let's meet downstairs at the studio at 12 noon. I'll take you to a delicious Korean restaurant." After receiving the message from Chen Xinruo, Gu Bai decided to ask a professional. "Sure, what should I wear for a portrait? It's my first time." After receiving the message, Chen Xinruo sent an emoticon of a little bear lying on the ground and rolling around laughing, telling him that he could just wear something casual and there was no need to be too formal. In the end, Gu Bai chose a casual outfit, a simple shirt and jeans. At first glance, he looked like a high school student of about 15 or 16 years old. Gu Bai simply heated a cup of milk at home and drank it while checking the social software. There were lines of entertainment news on the hot searches, and Gu Bai clicked on them one by one to slowly digest the news. Just as I came out of the previous piece of entertainment gossip, I saw a familiar name in the next one, Ezeki. When I saw this name, I remembered that these 2 people seemed to have not appeared in my life for several days, as if they had disappeared. But without these 2 people, I live a much more comfortable life, and no one bothers me. It's so comfortable. I clicked on it and saw the news content. Asaki is suspected to have broken up with her boyfriend and had an argument in public. My goodness, there is actually a problem in the relationship between these 2 people. Gu Bai thought that they would grow old together and never separate. Looking at the 2 people in the secretly filmed video, it is obvious that Zhongqi is angry. Zhou Shengelin behind him doesn't want to make a scene in public, so he can't put on a good face and pulls Zhongqi to coax him. What breakup? I think it's just a little quarrel between the young couple. They are just having fun. Gu Bai was looking at the 2 people on the phone with a smile, when suddenly a call came in. It was his mother calling. Gu Bai. Get up. Good morning, Mom. I got up early. Hey, this is what happened. I received a WeChat message from your cousin this morning saying that Sheng Lin was on the news. He said that he and his celebrity boyfriend had a breakup and it was really outrageous. Do you know what happened? Gu Bai really didn't expect that his mother would hear about this. What was wrong with Zhou Yongxing? He had to tell his parents about this, which made his mother a little worried. Mom, I just saw the news about this online. I've been busy with work recently and rarely contacted Zhou Shengelin. I don't know much about their affairs. Does father know about this? Oh, your dad found out. I heard a lot of people knew about it. He was very angry and said he would go to the Zhou family to find out. Hey, let me call Zhou Shengelin first. Okay, Gu Bai, you must protect yourself. Don't let others bully you. Don't worry, Mom, I'm old enough. Besides, I'm still a boy. I don't know what my mother meant by this. Did Zhou Yongxing tell her about what happened before? Didn't you agree not to tell her? Big liar Zhou Yongxing. After hanging up the phone, Gu Bai rubbed his hair, feeling extremely angry. He was clearly still eating other people's melons and gloating over their misfortunes just a second ago, but now, before he was even full of the melon, the anger was already burning himself. Zhou Yongxing found Zhou Shengelin's phone number in the contacts list and called it. It rang for a long time before someone picked up. Hello, Zhou Shengelin's lazy voice came over. It turned out that he hadn't gotten up yet. Zhou Shengelin, what's going on between you and Zhongqi? Gu Bai. Why are you calling me? It's not your turn to take care of my business. You and I are officially husband and wife now, and you don't care about my business when your shitty affairs are reported in the news. Gu Bai was furious and was about to give Zhou Shengelin a good scolding, but the sound from the other end suddenly became blurred, followed by a whirring noise, and soon there was a human voice again. It was Zhongqi's voice. Gu Bai, why are you disturbing people's peace so early in the morning? Do you really think you're so great just because you're married? Her tone was completely like that of a shrew. It felt even more difficult than before. Why did it feel like Zhongqi had lost his mind? The whole country knows about your affair. Everyone is making fun of the Gu and Zhou families. I don't know what you think. Now everyone in your family has seen the news, and they will soon call you to account. When Zhongqi heard this, he was not afraid at all and became even more reckless. It's good to know. This way you can divorce Sheng Lin quickly, and he won't be entangled by you all the time. As soon as he finished saying this, Zhou Shengelin growled Zhongqi's name as if warning, snatched the phone from Zhongqi's hand impatiently, got up and prepared to go to another place to answer the call. Gu Bai knew nothing about this. He only heard Zhou Shengelin warning Zhongqi, followed by a faint rustling sound. Zhou Shengelin, why are you so mean to me because of Gu Bai's mistress? What did you tell me yesterday? Listening to Zhongqi's hysterical roar on the other end of the phone, Gu Bai moved the phone away from his ear. As Zhongqi's voice became smaller and smaller, the receiver finally became quiet. Did your family call you? I just saw your news this morning, and my mom called me and said that my father was very angry and might go to your dad. I guess the impact this time is quite big. I understand. Zhou Shengelin paused for a moment. Gu Bai, I'm sorry. Gu Bai was frightened by Zhou Shengelin. Why did he suddenly behave like a human being and apologize? Did the sun rise from the west today? Don't feel sorry for me, just handle the matter well. We are getting a divorce anyway, there is nothing to feel sorry for. Well, I will take care of it. I will resolve the trending searches and I will go home. That's fine, I'll hang up first. I have something else to do. I hung up the phone in a hurry and looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Gu Bai hurriedly packed his things and rushed out of the house. The agreed studio was not close to Gu Bai's community, and Gu Bai didn't want to be late and make the girl wait for him. Seeing that I didn't have much time and then looking at my equally tight wallet, I finally decided to take a taxi. I would definitely be late if I took public transportation. When I arrived downstairs of the studio, it was not yet 12 o'clock, but I saw Chen Xinruo standing at the door in a long skirt, a brown beret, and long hair, like a celebrity going out for a photo shoot. When Chen Xinruo saw Gu Bai, she waved from a distance and then trotted to the side of the road. Here we go. Let's go eat. I'm sorry I was delayed by something and left home late. I guess you must have waited for a long time. Gu Bai felt a little embarrassed. After all, he made a girl stand outside waiting for him. No, I just got here too. I just live nearby. That's good. Let's go eat. That Korean restaurant is really amazing. When I was studying painting, I often went there to eat. Every one of my friends who have eaten there said it was good. Chen Shinruo smiled brightly, and looked at Gu Bai with her curved eyes. Her eyes couldn't leave Gu Bai. I also like Korean food, so I'd like to try it. When he arrived at the restaurant, Gu Bai originally thought it would be a high-end star restaurant or something like that, but unexpectedly it was just a very ordinary store, not even very big. The decoration style of the store is very simple Korean style. The dim light makes the room look warm. There are not many tables and chairs, which are densely arranged. Most of them are designed as double seats. As soon as Chen Shinruo entered the store, the proprietress greeted her in Chinese with a hint of kimchi. Chen Shinruo chatted with the proprietress enthusiastically and pulled Gu Bai over to introduce her to him. This is my friend, Gu Bai, and this is the store's proprietress, she's Korean. Hello. Xiao Xin, your friend is so handsome, he can go to Korea to be a trainee. The proprietress took them to their seats and praised Gu Bai all the while, almost to the point of making Gu Bai feel embarrassed. After sitting down, Chen Shinruo asked Gu Bai if there was anything he didn't like. Gu Bai shook his head and said that he could eat anything and he didn't have any allergies. While ordering, Chen Shinruo kept praising the food in this restaurant, from the army pot to the bibimbap. Gu Bai listened to her talking with a smile, and agreed with her from time to time. After the meal, Gu Bai didn't say much, but Chen Shinruo turned from a lady princess into a talkative princess, pestering Gu Bai as if she had endless things to say. Walking back downstairs to the studio, Gu Bai followed Chen Shinruo upstairs and entered the studio. The furnishings in the studio were still the same as last time, except that there were a few more unfinished paintings on the easel and more paint on the ground. Should I do something? Or what? It's okay, just sit over there. Drink some water or read a book, don't be too nervous. Gu Bai walked to the place designated by Chen Shinruo, which was next to the floor-to-ceiling window of the studio. There was a small sofa and a small table, with a few pots of green plants next to them. The books are in the little compartment inside. There are lots of books. Just pick any you like. Okay. Gu Bai walked into the small room. There were many books in the room, ranging from literary classics to art books. There was also a desk next to it, which was covered with scattered manuscript papers. Gu Bai randomly picked up a copy of 100 Years of Solitude and left the room, then sat down next to the floor-to-ceiling window. Chen Shinruo had just sat down and was preparing tools when someone knocked on the door. It was the maid delivering coffee. The coffee was placed on the small table and the servant left. Chapter 24. Gu Bai picked up the coffee and took a sip. He couldn't help but sigh that rich people are different. The coffee is indeed much better than the instant coffee he bought in the supermarket. Putting down the cup, Chen Shinruo came out of the cubicle after changing her clothes. She changed out of her exquisite skirt and came out wearing a white t-shirt dyed with paint and jeans. Her long hair was tied up high with a headband, making her look more like an 18-year-old girl. I'm ready to start painting. Let's get started. You can sit there and do whatever you want, it doesn't affect me. Gu Bai nodded, opened the book in his hand, sat down and started reading. Chen Shinruo was sketching, holding a pencil and drawing carefully on the drawing board with a smile on her face. Chen Shinruo was painting quietly, while Gu Bai was sitting by the window, slowly turning the pages of the book in his hand and taking a sip of coffee from time to time. The studio was very quiet. No one spoke. There was only the sound of pencils on the canvas and Gu Bai turning pages. The sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Chen Shinruo looked at Gu Bai and was somewhat fascinated. Time passed quickly, and the studio was filled with the aroma of turpentine and paint mixed together. A few hours went by quickly, and Gu Bai was also made lazy by the sun. I stretched myself, closed the book, and looked up to see Chen Shinruo still painting on the canvas. There seemed to be a few more blocks of paint on the short-sleeved shirt. It didn't look dirty, but instead had a sense of design for some reason. Chen Shinruo was looking up at Gu Bai, and her eyes met Gu Bai's. She looked away embarrassedly, stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the watch on her wrist. It's already past 5 o'clock, why don't you take a break? Of course. Drawing must be tiring. It's been several hours. Gu Bai put the book on the table and stood up. It's okay. I'm used to it. Are you hungry? Do you want to go have dinner? I'm fine with it. You can eat whatever you want. Then let's go to a private kitchen. Then wait for me to change my clothes. After Chen Shinruo covered her painting, she skipped to the dressing room, changed back into her previous clothes, put on some light makeup, and then pulled Gu Bai downstairs. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I met Chen Shinruo's father, Mr. Chen. Dad, why are you here? Gu Bai saw Mr. Chen and bowed slightly to show his courtesy. Mr. Chen didn't know that Gu Bai was here. When he saw his daughter and Gu Bai coming out of the elevator together, he frowned unconsciously, looked at Gu Bai with some scrutiny, and soon put on a kind smile. Shinruo, Dad is here to do something. Will you and Xiao Jiyu come to the studio? Yes. I asked brother Xiao Bai to be my model. It would be a shame if he didn't be a model if he is so handsome. And it's free. Chen Shinruo was as happy as a little child, hugging Mr. Chen's arm and acting coquettishly. Mr. Chen smiled and touched Chen Shinruo's head with a doting look on his face. No one would have thought that this would be the president of a large group. Mr. Chen glanced at Gu Bai, then turned to ask Chen Shinruo, what are you going to do now? Have you eaten yet? I plan to invite brother Xiao Bai to eat at that private kitchen. Okay, I'll ask driver Wang to take you there. Xiao Ji, you didn't drive, right? No. That's perfect. Driver Wang is right at the door. Shinruo can just ask him to take you there. Thank you, Dad. Let's go now. After saying goodbye to Mr. Chen, Chen Shinruo took Gu Bai out of the building. After finding driver Wang and telling him the address of the destination, she sat in the back seat with Gu Bai. Seeing this, Gu Bai knew that Mr. Chen was worried about his daughter being alone with him, so he wanted to send a driver to be by her side as a human surveillance eye. When they arrived at the private kitchen that Chen Shinruo mentioned, Gu Bai was surprised to find that this was the private kitchen restaurant that Zhou Yongxing brought him to for the first time. I followed the waiter in Cheongsam and walked inside. The decoration was still as fairyland-like as before. The Chinese style was very comfortable to look at, and it was even more pleasant with the lotus flowers in the pond. Isn't it comfortable here? I feel relaxed every time I come here. Yeah, the decoration is very nice. Gu Bai nodded and agreed. Our store is most famous for its decoration, which was designed by our boss himself. The waiter couldn't help but mention it when he heard Gu Bai and Chen Shinruo's praise. Wow, that's awesome. Suddenly, a gentle yet somewhat stern voice reached Gu Bai's ears. Article 4 of the Employee Code of Conduct states that you are not allowed to interrupt a guest's conversation. Boss, I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time. The waiter turned around, bent down tremblingly, and apologized to the man with a nervous face. Gu Bai and Chen Shinruo cast their eyes towards the man. He was a very elegant man with neat short hair. He was wearing a tang suit, but he looked like a banished immortal. His facial features were delicate, and his tall figure made him look thinner. He had a faint smile on his face, as if nothing could affect him. I'm so sorry, I didn't do a good job in employee training and interrupted your conversation. I'll treat you to dinner today as an apology. It's okay, we don't feel offended. Chen Shinru waved her hands embarrassedly, thinking it was no big deal. That's good. The man smiled and turned to the waiter and said, you don't need to pay for this meal, just put it on my account. Pay more attention to etiquette next time. The waiter quickly agreed and nodded rapidly. Chen Shinruo wanted to say that he didn't need to pay the bill, but she hesitated and didn't know where to start. Seeing this, Gu Bai spoke up for Chen Shinruo. Boss Tang, we are not affected at all. You can just collect our money normally. I am really embarrassed to receive this meal from you for no reason. In that case, let's just make friends. If you come to my restaurant for dinner, I should treat you. My name is Tang Junyi, Junyi of the gentleman and the lady. I wonder what your names are. The gentleman and the beautiful woman, I have to say it really fits his character very well. Gu Bai, Gu means to take care of, Bai means white. Boss Tang lives up to his name. My name is Chen Shinruo, I am thriving and my life is like a dream. In that case, we are all friends from now on. Please enjoy your meal first. I have some things to take care of here, so I can't accompany you. Today's meal is just a greeting gift for us to meet each other. After Tang Junyi finished speaking, she bowed and walked away. The waiter stood aside and continued to lead Gu Bai and Chen Shinruo to the private room. Chen Xinruo ordered dishes while chatting with Gu Bai. Mr. Tang is really very elegant, isn't he? He feels like a god. No wonder he can design such a decoration. My teacher said that people who can design extraordinary things have a certain temperament. As soon as you see him, you know he is different from ordinary people. Indeed, Mr. Tang looks like a banished immortal. Gu Bai smiled and thought of Tang Junyi's appearance just now. Although Tang Junyi looks like a fairy, he gives people an inexplicable sense of closeness. However, his closeness is also accompanied by a hint of indifference, giving people the feeling that he is not easy to approach. Just like the rhetoric of making friends today, they say they made friends, but in fact they just exchanged names. After knowing the names, they left happily, just like they had to apologize for this meal. Maybe it was their own principle. Is this the principle of rich people? After Chen Xinruo ordered the dishes, she happily finished the free dinner with Gu Bai. When she left, she asked the waiter to express her gratitude to Tang Junyi and then walked out to the door. When they got to the door, driver Wang was still waiting at the door. It seemed that he was going to take them home. Just as the two were about to get in the car, they were stopped. Gu Bai, it was Zhou Yongxing's voice. Gu Bai turned around and saw Zhou Yongxing coming out, with many people around him, including Tang Junyi, whom he had just met before dinner. Mr. Zhou, why are you here? As Zhou Yongxing was asking, he saw Chen Xinruo walking over from the other side of the car. He immediately understood what was going on and turned around to greet Chen Xinruo again. What a coincidence, Miss Chen. Boss Zhou, what a coincidence, you guys are eating here too. Gu Bai was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. He could only stand aside and watch the two of them talk. He glanced at Tang Junyi behind him. He crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him. In that case, we won't disturb your date. We still have things to discuss here, so we'll go first. Zhou Yongxing was clearly speaking to Chen Xinruo, but when Gu Bai heard these words, he always felt that something was wrong, a little creepy. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Zhou, goodbye, Boss Tang. After Chen Xinruo finished speaking, she turned her head and greeted Tang Junyi. Tang Junyi probably didn't expect that he would be the one to greet her. He nodded lightly and smiled at Chen Xinruo. Take care, both of you. I'm sorry for offending you today. After the whole set of polite words, Gu Bai didn't dare to say a word. When he left, he secretly glanced at Zhou Yongxing's face, and just in time, he met Zhou Yongxing's eyes. He quickly looked away, avoiding Zhou Yongxing's scary eyes, and didn't dare to look at him. After Gu Bai and Chen Xinruo got in the car, driver Wang asked where they were going, but he didn't know where to take them. Let's send brother Xiao Bai back first. I'm quite far away, so driver Wang, please take Xinruo first. You are the guest, so you must be sent first. It's okay. I live in another district. You have to sit far away. Okay then, brother Xiao Bai, you can go back later. I'll go back first. Okay. Along the way, Chen Xinruo was still chattering like before, as if she was never tired, and kept sharing happy things with Gu Bai. Gu Bai also listened quietly, and would laugh at the funny parts from time to time. Soon they arrived at Chen Xinruo's home, and Gu Bai waved and told Chen Xinruo to go home quickly. Thank you, brother Xiao Bai, for accompanying me today and sitting for so long while I painted. It's okay, go back. After sending Chen Xinruo away, the car became quiet. Driver Wang drove silently to the address given by Gu Bai. Gu Bai rested his head in the back seat with his eyes closed. He was a little tired after a day out. As soon as Gu Bai closed his eyes, he thought of the scene when he just met Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing's eyes were so scary. Finally arriving home, Gu Bai changed his shoes and went into the house. He collapsed directly on the sofa, took out his cell phone and played with it for a while out of boredom. I opened my own live broadcast room. Before I clicked to start the broadcast, there were already a large group of fans chatting in the barrage. Basically they were all talking about today's hot topics. The discussion in the live broadcast room was in full swing. It turned out that it is the nature of the public to love to eat melons. Come to think of it, I still don't know how the incident today was resolved. After thinking about it, I don't know who to ask. I don't want to call Zhou Shenggulan, but I don't dare to call home either. Gu Bai rubbed his head and finally decided to call Zhou Shenggulan. After all, he didn't want his mother to worry about him. I called and this time the call was picked up quickly. Gu Bai, how did you resolve today's incident? I've already gone back today, and your father has already contacted my dad. He was very upset and got scolded by my dad. It was all because of that group of unscrupulous media. It seems that Zhou Shenggulan was scolded severely today and is now losing his temper over there. Don't you deserve to be scolded? There will always be consequences for what you do. You're happy when I scold you, right? I'm just generally happy. Gu Bai couldn't stop laughing, but he still had to hold back and remain cool. Gu Bai you. Zhou Shenggulan was once again angered by Gu Bai. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he was interrupted by Gu Bai again. Okay, tell me what you're going to do. Everyone in the family knows that we live separately now. It seems that your father means that these private issues don't matter. We can solve them if we can. As long as it doesn't ruin the reputation of the two families or make them lose face, it's fine. I already knew this. What about the others? Gu Bai sneered. He was indeed his father. He was still the same as always, a businessman who only cared about profits. My dad couldn't hold his head up in front of your father, so he came back furious and told me and Zhangqi to break up. Actually, it's not like I can't consider divorce. If we divorce, you and Zhangqi will be together and everyone will be happy. Gu Bai was playing with his fingers and talking to the phone with a smile. Gu Bai, I've said it before, the possibility of getting a divorce is very small. I won't agree to it, and neither your father nor my dad will agree to it. You have to understand that the purpose of a business marriage is not to get a divorce just because you don't want to be together anymore. It's not that simple. It's not easy to get a divorce now. Let me ask you, do you love Zhangqi and do you still want to be with him? Zhou Shenggulan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Gu Bai to ask him this, and he didn't know what the point of asking this was. Of course I love Zhangqi. If I don't love Zhangqi, can I still love you? Then I can tell you the simplest and best of both worlds method right now. It will allow you and Zhangqi to be together without being criticized by others, and it will also free you from the constraints of our marriage. Gu Bai raised the corners of his mouth sinisterly and smiled like a thief. What method? Try to get a divorce. Chapter 25. I told you, divorce is out of the question. How is it impossible? I haven't seen what the contract between our two families says about the purpose of this marriage. As long as you can understand the terms and conditions of the contract, you can definitely find a way to get a divorce. Gu Bai felt a bit of a headache, thinking that this marriage was just a byproduct of profit, but he was sacrificing his life on it. Gu Bai. Do you really want to divorce me? You can't even stand a marriage that is just an agreement. Anyway, if you want to be with Zhangqi in the future and not have this kind of thing happen again, it's better to divorce as soon as possible. Now all I need is for you to get the contents of the marriage agreement, and I'll find a way. After saying this, Gu Bai didn't listen to Zhou Shenggulan's hesitation to continue talking. He hung up the phone, lay on the sofa and let out a long breath. Gu Bai closed his eyes tiredly, and things in his mind replayed one after another, as if countless little sheep were clamoring in his mind. Gu Bai, why is your life so difficult? Gu Bai was lucky to sleep well that night. He had insomnia and didn't fall asleep until the early morning. The next morning, he was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. Hello, who is it? So early in the morning. Gu Bai's eyelids drooped and he couldn't open them. His mind was still in a fuss. He answered the phone in a daze, but a voice came from the other end that woke him up. Still sleeping, Zhou Yunxing heard Gu Bai's dazed voice on the other end of the phone. His voice still had some hoarseness and nasal sounds from not waking up yet. Just by listening to the voice, he could imagine Gu Bai's expression and movements. Zhou Yun boss Zhou. Gu Bai was so frightened that he almost called the boss by his full name. Zhou Yunxing heard the sound of Gu Bai suddenly awakened from the shock, and couldn't help but smile softly. The raised corners of his mouth surprised the cleaning lady at home. Boss Zhou can also smile. No need to call Mr. Zhou during get-off work hours. Ah, okay. Wen Zhiluo wants to treat us to dinner tonight, so get ready to leave at 6 o'clock. Okay, where shall we eat? Wen Zhiluo probably wanted to treat Zhou Yunxing and Jing Yi to a meal to express his gratitude after being discharged from the hospital. After all, the last camping trip was not successful. I'll pick you up at 6. Pick me up. Will you pick me up? Otherwise, the place to eat isn't that close. Okay. Gu Bai was a little flattered, but on second thought, This wasn't the first time Zhou Yongxing came to his house to pick him up. With so many times, he had become a lot more shameless. Anyway, there was a free driver, so he might as well take the ride. Did you play very late yesterday? What? No, I went home early. Gu Bai was shocked by Zhou Yongxing's words again. What a lewd word. I was just going out to eat with my friends. That's all. It just happened, I was unlucky to run into you. So staying up all night? No, I just have some insomnia. Then adjust more yourself. Got it. Why did Zhou Yongxing suddenly become so nosy and seem to care about me? After hanging up the phone, Gu Bai's sleepiness was gone after a few casual chats. He lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling for a while, then got up and washed up. After getting up and getting himself ready, it was already noon. Gu Bai looked at the length of the live broadcast this month and felt a little troubled. How come there are still so many hours left? It's obviously been broadcasting very frequently. There was no other way. Under the pressure of life, Gu Bai could only open the live broadcast room obediently. Soon, fans flocked in. Gu Bai thought about it and finally changed the name of the live broadcast room to Simple Food Anchor. Good afternoon everyone. Have you had lunch? I'm here to be a food anchor again today. Bai Bai finally showed up. All the flowers that mom was waiting for have withered. Today Xiao Bai is going to transform into a dark cuisine live broadcast again. Don't tell the truth above. Don't say it out loud, it will hit Xiao Bai's self-confidence. What if they don't broadcast it to us? Don't worry, I'm definitely not going to cook some weird dishes today. I'm going to cook my specialty today. Gu Bai looked at the comments in the barrage and laughed. Why did he feel like a dark food production machine? Oh, it's a specialty. Looking forward to it. Today we are going to make sandwiches. The comments were all very supportive, watching Gu Bai busy in the kitchen, and the sandwich he made looked pretty good. After it was done, Gu Bai sat at the dining table with a plate of sandwiches, looking for his phone for a long time but didn't know where to put it. Finally, he took out the instant noodle bowl from the kitchen and stood the phone on the lid of the bowl. After using shoes as a mobile phone holder last time, did the host use a bowl as a mobile phone holder again? One person wrote in blood to Xiao Bai to buy a stand for mobile phone live streaming. Two people's blood letter. It is recommended to crowdfund to buy one for your child. A cell phone holder. I'll check it out online later. Gu Bai ate the sandwich in his hand while chatting with fans in the barrage. After finishing the sandwich in his hand. I'm done. I still feel like I'm not full. Gu Bai rubbed his hands, muttered softly, turned around and went to the refrigerator to get a box of milk. After finishing his meal, Gu Bai held up his phone and chatted with his fans for a while. He soon spent a few hours on the live broadcast room. Contentedly, he closed the live broadcast room, looked at the remaining time he had, and began to calculate how he should broadcast to finish the duration of this month. It was soon time to go out. Gu Bai changed his clothes and washed his hair again. He felt much more refreshed now. He should be able to go out and meet people. At 5:59, the doorbell of Gu Bai's house rang on time. Gu Bai, who was sitting on the sofa and looking at his phone, jumped up from the sofa and rushed to the door and opened it. Sure enough, the person standing at the door was Zhou Yongxing, who was punctual. As expected of Zhou Yongxing, he is so punctual. Is he a robot? Let's go. Ah, good. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing, who was wearing rare casual clothes today. He looked much more approachable than the suit he usually wore. His hair seemed to have been gelled, making him look even more handsome than usual. Who's here today? You haven't seen you, me, Jingyi, and Zhang Zheng. Oh, do you know all of you? Well, he is more familiar with me and Jingyi. Is that so? Gu Bai began to feel awkward again. There was silence in the car, and Gu Bai had to stare at the scenery outside the window. Zhou Yongxing glanced at Gu Bai out of the corner of his eye. There's a cake in the back seat of the car, you can take it and eat it. Cake. When he heard the word cake, Gu Bai became energetic, as he loved eating cake the most. Yes, it was given to me by a client. He said it was an internet celebrity product. Really? Wow, this brand, I heard it's not cheap, I haven't tried it yet. Eat if you want to. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai like a child. When he heard the word cake, his eyes were full of stars. He brought the cake from the back seat and smiled happily. Zhou Yongxing also curled the corners of his mouth. Gu Bai had just opened the cake and was about to start eating it, but suddenly he remembered that there were several people waiting and they might all want to eat the cake, so he stopped and turned to ask Zhou Yunxing. Isn't there a small plate or something for this? They'll need to eat later. No, you can eat it alone. Not very good. It wasn't originally prepared for a party. Gu Bai looked at the cake. His stomach was already full after just eating the sandwich. He was struggling over whether he should eat it or not. But when he heard Zhou Yunxing's words, he instantly felt relieved and happily started eating the cake. Eat less, we still need to eat later. Zhou Yunxing watched them eating happily and reminded them with a stern face. Uh-huh. Gu Bai agreed happily, but his hands did not stop putting the cake into his mouth. Eating desserts is really an enjoyment in life, especially this kind of top-notch desserts. After eating more than half of a small cake, Gu Bai finally regained his senses. Looking at the remaining cake, he felt so heartbroken that it was difficult to breathe. But thinking that it would be bad if he couldn't eat later, he had to put down the fork in his hand, covered the cake box, and put the cake back to its original place obediently. Take it back and eat it. Ah, is it okay? The stars in Gu Bai's eyes lit up again. Well, I don't eat sweets. Thank you, cousin. Zhou Yunxing was helpless. It seemed that only when being fed would the call sound especially sweet. We arrived at the designated place, which was in a relatively remote suburb. It looked like a farmhouse. There were already 2 cars parked in the parking lot, so it looked like they were almost there. After entering, I saw Wen Zhiluo chatting with Jingyi energetically. Next to Jingyi stood a man who looked like a dandy young man. He was about the same size as Jingyi, and he was putting his arm around Jingyi's shoulder. He seemed to be very close to Jingyi. It seemed that this should be Zhang Zheng that Zhou Yunxing had mentioned before. Wen Zhiluo soon saw Zhou Yunxing and Gu Bai, waved happily and greeted them loudly. Xiao Bai, brother Zhou, come quickly. Zhiluo, you're back with full health. Gu Bai couldn't help but make a joke as he looked at Zhiluo's happy smile. Yes, it's all thanks to Xiao Bai. He greeted Jingyi next to him, and Zhang Zheng, who was next to Jingyi, was dumbfounded the moment he saw Xiao Bai. Isn't this the innocent handsome boy who was rejected by them in the bar last time? How could he appear here? Zhang Zheng looked at Gu Bai with a puzzled look on his face as he greeted Wen Qiluo like an old friend. He became even more confused and nudged Jingyi next to him with his elbow, hoping to get a reasonable explanation. Jingyi just smiled profoundly and greeted Gu Bai. This is Zhang Zheng. Zhou Yunxing and I have been good friends for many years. Zhang Zheng, this is Gu Bai, Zhou Yunxing's nephew. Nephew Zhang Zheng was a little confused. Well, that's true. I'm his cousin. Oh, Zhang Zheng finally figured out the relationships between the characters and came to his senses. Okay, let's go in. Let's return to the countryside today. Wen Zhiluo pulled Gu Bai generously and walked into the corridor. While looking at the scenery, he asked Gu Bai what dishes he wanted to eat. After passing through the corridor, you will see a small courtyard where various vegetables are planted. There is also a large grape trellis with a table and chairs underneath for enjoying the cool air. It is very comfortable. Chapter 26. Continue walking forward and you will come to a quaint little house. After entering, you will find that the furnishings are very simple, as if you have really returned to the countryside, comfortable and fresh. The owner of the farmhouse had also made preparations early. After seeing that Gu Bai and his group had arrived, he went to the kitchen and started to get busy. Soon a table of farm dishes were ready. Auntie He, come and sit and eat with us. You've worked so hard to prepare such a large table of dishes. Auntie looks like a very honest and simple middle-aged woman. According to Wen Zhiluo, Auntie used to be a cook in their old house. Later, because her husband fell ill and needed someone to take care of him, she resigned from her job and opened a farm stay in the old house in the suburbs. When Wen Zhiluo's mother heard about it, she gave Auntie some help and decorated the house. This is not in accordance with the rules. Please enjoy it first. If you have any questions, please let me know at any time. After saying that, Auntie walked out of the restaurant and went outside. I have to say that the food Auntie cooks is really delicious. Plus, a lot of it is organic food from her own garden, so the farm stay business should be pretty good. At the dinner table, Wen Zhiluo was still as cheerful and generous as before, livening up the atmosphere. Zhang Zheng was also a good chatterbox, and could basically pick up what Wen Zhiluo was saying. Gu Bai and Jingyi would also interject a word or two from time to time. By the way, how old is Gu Bai this year? For some reason, Zhang Zheng suddenly changed the topic to Gu Bai and looked at him with curiosity. Ah, I'm 20. 20. You're really young. I'm so envious. Gu Bai touched his head awkwardly. He was the youngest among the people at the table. The others were basically 5 or 6 years older than him. Don't look down on our Xiao Bai because he is young. He is the only one married here. You guys should hurry up. Wen Zhiluo saw Zhang Zheng's face full of nostalgia, and guessed that he was reminiscing about the glorious past again. Married so early? Zhang Zheng was obviously a little surprised. After all, they were all in their 20s and 20s, but none of them had a stable partner. On the other hand, Gu Bai, who was only 20 years old, was already married. Well, yes, we just got married a few months ago. It was arranged by my family. Gu Bai was a little embarrassed. After all, this marriage was something he didn't want to mention in front of outsiders and friends. He preferred to think that he was still a single aristocrat. Zhang Zheng, you may not know that Gu Bai is married to Zhou Shenggulan, and he is from the Gu family. Jing Yi scooped a spoonful of chicken soup from the bowl and blew on it. Oh, yes, Zhou Yongxing's nephew is indeed from the Gu family. Was it a previous business marriage? Zhang Zheng had a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. After such a long meal, he finally figured out the relationship between the characters. Gu Bai just nodded, buried his head and ate the rice in the bowl, but couldn't help but secretly looked up at Zhou Yongxing. How could he have such a scary expression while eating? Eat well. Zhou Yongxing spoke, and Zhang Zheng and Jing Yi saw Zhou Yongxing's expression and quickly shut up. It could be seen that Zhou Yongxing was in a bad mood and probably didn't want to hear about this. Seeing this, Wen Zhiluo quickly brought up some other random gossip, and the atmosphere at the table became lively again. However, Zhou Yongxing's expression was still not very good, but everyone was used to his sour face and did not pay too much attention to it. After finishing the meal, Gu Bai was so full that he could hardly speak. He slumped in his chair with lifeless eyes, regretting why he had eaten the cake in the car. He could have taken the cake home with him, but he had to eat it before the meal. The meal was so delicious, and in the end he ate himself to death. Zhou Yongxing glanced at Gu Bai, who was collapsed on the side due to overeating, and thought that this kid was really stupid. He had to eat so much that he would hurt himself when he saw delicious food. Let's go out for a walk. Zhou Yongxing took the lead and stood up, walking towards the door. Yes, it's not easy to come here, let's take a walk in the suburbs and breathe some fresh air. Seeing this, Zhang Zheng also stood up and agreed, pulling Jing Yi out. Wen Qiluo also wanted to go out for a walk, and seeing Gu Bai still standing there in a daze, he walked up and grabbed Gu Bai, who was slumped in the chair. Let's go, Xiao Bai. If you're full, just stand up and walk around, and you'll digest it quickly. Just like that, Gu Bai, who was full, was dragged by Wen Qiluo all the way along the small road in the suburbs. The sun was about to set. Fortunately, Auntie had installed many street lights around the house to provide lighting for the guests when they were walking. Zhou Yongxing walked in the front, Jing Yi and Zhang Zheng followed stealthily behind him, whispering something, and Wen Zhiluo was walking at the end, holding onto the dazed Gu Bai. Xiao Bai, do you think you like Zhou Shenggulan? It seems that you don't have much in common with him, and we all know more or less about his gossip. I don't like it. I'm just the person in charge of business marriages. I guess it can be considered as a contribution to the Gu family. After all, he raised me to this age. It's good that he and I have our own lives. Sacrificed the marriage. Wen Zhiluo nodded and murmured into deep thought. Is this the sadness of being born in such a big family? Maybe, but the Gu family is really an insignificant existence to me. Gu Bai looked at the sky that was gradually getting darker and smiled. Soon it was completely dark and everyone was preparing to go back. When Zhou Yongxing turned around and walked back, he saw that Gu Bai and Wen Zhiluo both had heavy expressions and felt a little confused. After all, when these two people were together, they really shouldn't have such heavy expressions. Wen Zhiluo was cheerful and outgoing, so he should be talking and laughing with Gu Bai. After returning, Gu Bai got into the car with his little cousin as usual and sat in the passenger seat. He watched Zhou Yongxing driving, still as silent as before, and Gu Bai didn't know what to say. On the way back, Gu Bai sat there in a daze, and soon fell asleep leaning against the window again, his head hitting the glass again and again. Seeing this, Zhou Yongxing silently slowed down the car. When they arrived at the gate of the community and the car just stopped, Gu Bai woke up with awareness. Are we there yet? Yeah, just arrived. Then I'll go up first, be careful on your way back. Gu Bai was dazed, wondering why he always liked to sleep in Zhou Yongxing's car. It must be because Zhou Yongxing ignored him. Take the cake back too. I don't like sweets. Gu Bai then remembered that his beloved cake was still in the back seat. He held the cake contentedly, said goodbye to his uncle sweetly, and walked happily into the community. Zhou Yongxing was so angry that he laughed when he saw Gu Bai's puppy-like temper. If he wasn't given food, he wouldn't say a word, but if he was given a bone, he would bite his tail and stick out his tongue to please him. Gu Bai went upstairs, took a shower and lay on the bed. Thinking that tomorrow was Monday again, he couldn't help but howl loudly. He had to sell his soul and go to work again. What followed was a normal commute to get off work day after day, but something unexpected suddenly happened in what should have been a normal life. One day at noon, Gu Bai was about to finish his morning work and go to the cafeteria downstairs to eat when he heard Dong Chong say that someone was looking for him. It was strange, he probably didn't have many friends who would come to the company, Gu Bai said, and when he walked out of the office, he saw Chen Shinruo in a floral dress. Brother Xiao Bai. Shinruo, why are you here? My dad came over to discuss something, and I begged him to take me with him. Hee. Chen Shinruo smiled, and Gu Bai remembered what Zhou Yongxing had said before about cooperation, and he understood a little bit. No wonder Chen Shinruo was able to come in here. Have you had lunch yet? Not yet. What are you going to eat for lunch, Brother Xiao Bai? I usually eat in the cafeteria downstairs. How about I accompany you to eat outside? Gu Bai thought. After all, the girl came up here specially to see him, and it didn't seem right to take the girl to eat in the cafeteria. That's okay, let's just eat in the cafeteria. It's a good opportunity to try what a big company cafeteria tastes like. After saying that, Chen Shinruo pulled Gu Bai towards the elevator. It was lunchtime in the company and there were many people at the elevator entrance. The intimate actions of Gu Bai and Chen Shinruo naturally attracted a lot of attention. It can be said that the turning back rate was off the charts. Gu Bai felt that he had never received so many glances since he joined the company. Taking Chen Shinruo with him, they were stared at all the way, but Chen Shinruo seemed to be used to it and did not react much. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Chen Shinruo excitedly took Gu Bai to get food. Wow, it's worthy of being a cafeteria of a big company. It looks delicious. Your father's company should also have a cafeteria. Haven't you been there? Gu Bai was a little confused. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Shinming would not be much worse than Zhou's. I've never been there. My dad won't let me go. It pissed me off. Then I'll take you to experience the daily life of grassroots employees. Gu Bai smiled, then thought, Mr. Chen dotes on his daughter so much, he would definitely not want his daughter to eat in the cafeteria. Besides, Chen Shinruo did not work in Shinming and went to the company relatively seldom. Miss Chen, who came to the cafeteria for inspection for the first time, wanted to try everything she saw. In the end, Gu Bai felt that the two of them took at least 4 portions of food, and it was reasonable to suspect that Chen Shinruo actually wanted to bankrupt the Zhou family. Although the two of them didn't finish eating in the end, Gu Bai was already shocked by Chen Shinruo's appetite. Chen Shinruo touched her hair embarrassedly. Hee, I really like eating in the cafeteria. When there are many people eating together, I can eat a lot of food for no reason and I am very happy. Gu Bai nodded to show his understanding. Perhaps because Chen Shinruo was protected too well, she had never experienced many of the things that ordinary children go through every day. Actually, when I was in school, my father sent me to a public school at first, and I ate in the cafeteria for a while. But one time, I was knocked down and injured in the cafeteria. My father was very worried, and from then on, my family sent meals to me. After graduation, I went to an aristocratic school. As Chen Shinruo and Gu Bai walked out, Chen Shinruo told Gu Bai about her experiences. Recalling the past, she turned around and smiled at Gu Bai. Gu Bai just nodded. Looking at Chen Shinruo's expression, he felt a little distressed. Then he thought of the topic he had talked about with Chen Shinruo yesterday and smiled helplessly. It seemed that everyone had different troubles. Chapter 27. After returning to the office, Chen Shinruo saw that Gu Bai had to continue working, so she said goodbye to Gu Bai and asked Gu Bai to work well. She then went to the company's reception lounge and watched TV while waiting for her father and Zhou Yunxing to finish the meeting. As soon as Gu Bai sat down, Dong Chong gave him an indescribable expression, and soon he walked to Gu Bai's desk with a document. "Xiao Bai, please handle this document." "Oh, okay." Gu Bai took the document obediently, but saw Dong Chong still standing in front of the table. He looked up and saw Dong Chong looking at him with a smirk on his face. "Dong's sister Dong, is there any problem?" "Xiao Bai, when did you hook up with the daughter of the Chen family?" "At the last dinner, right? You were quick enough. She's only 18. You can do it." "No, Sister Dong, you misunderstood. Chen Xinruo and I are just ordinary friends." Gu Bai looked at Dong Chang's gossipy face and explained helplessly, but it was obvious that Dong Chong didn't quite believe it. "Oh, just an ordinary friend. Just an ordinary friend comes to visit you at the company. He just came here with Mr. Chen to have fun, and he came to see what our company looks like." "Sister Dong, stop talking nonsense." Dong Chong just kept nodding his head after listening to it, but his expression was full of "you are having an affair," and he didn't listen to Gu Bai's explanation at all. Gu Bai was also a little helpless. It was unfair. "Come on, Xiao Bai. If it works out, don't forget to treat me to the wedding banquet." Dong Chong left Gu Bai's table with a smile on his face. Looking at Dong Chang's departing back, Gu Bai felt helpless. Most people in the company saw it at noon today. Could it be that the whole company thought that he, Gu Bai, was going to be with Chen Xinruo? While absent-mindedly sorting out the documents in his hands and worrying about today's events, Gu Bai's phone rang at the right time. It was the notification tone of a new WeChat message. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from the person who gave him a headache. "Brother Xiao Bai, do you have time to have dinner with me after get off work? My dad said he has to work until late and has to attend a social event, so he can't take me with him. Can you have dinner with me when you are free?" Looking at the pitiful cartoon rabbit with tearful eyes sent by Chen Xinruo, Gu Bai didn't know how to reply. "But I will get off work very late, and I am worried that you will be hungry." I thought Chen Xinruo would give up after I said that, but she replied to my message within seconds. "It's okay. I have some cake in the lounge, I can wait for you after get off work." Things had come to this point, and Gu Bai really didn't know how to refuse. He was also afraid of hurting the little girl's feelings, so he finally agreed, thinking that he could talk about the dinner in a tactful way to avoid her coming to the company to find him next time and causing him some unnecessary rumors. Soon it was time to get off work. Gu Bai looked at the time and sent a message to Chen Xinruo in advance. "I get off work at around 6 o'clock, so please choose what you want to eat first." Chen Xinruo replied to the message very quickly and seemed to be quite free. "Okay, then should I wait for you at the company gate?" "It's all fine. Just tell me when you've made up your mind." Chen Xinruo happily agreed and started researching delicious food near Gu Bai's company on her phone. Finally, she chose a popular Hunan restaurant and called to make a reservation. On second thought, I didn't know if Gu Bai could eat Hunan cuisine. After all, Hunan cuisine is quite spicy, so I had to send another message to Gu Bai. Gu Bai was just putting down his phone when he saw Zhou Yunxing, who had probably just finished a conversation and was about to go back to the office. He saw Gu Bai put down his phone and walked straight to Gu Bai's desk. "I heard that Chen Xinruo came to visit you on set." Gu Bai was a little confused. Wasn't this person always busy working and talking about business? How did he know about this? "No, she came to our company with Mr. Chen and wanted to get to know me and ask me to show her around. Let's go to the cafeteria together." "Damn, you also know this. People in the company are so quick to talk. The news has reached the ears of the boss, who is busy with all kinds of things." It was dinner time and I was going to eat, so she followed me. Zhou Yunxing said nothing and planned to leave after listening. At this moment, Gu Bai's phone rang again, and the screen lit up, showing Chen Xinruo. "Brother Xiao Bai, do you want to eat Hunan cuisine?" Gu Bai saw Zhou Yunxing's eyes fall on the phone, and his heart died a little. "Ah, I just finished explaining, ancestor, how come your news is so timely?" "Good progress." Zhou Yunxing's expression was a little serious. He frowned, but asked Gu Bai with a smile on his face. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yunxing's worsening complexion and became a little nervous unconsciously, and his words began to stumble while he was explaining. No, there's nothing between her and me. Don't get me wrong. I really just treat her as my sister. I don't have any other intentions. Oh my god. Gu Bai, what are you talking about? When you treat me like a younger sister, you can see all the bad guy quotes. Don't be nervous. The company doesn't have any rules prohibiting employees from dating. Zhou Yunxing chuckled, turned around and walked into his office, leaving Gu Bai sitting alone beside his desk in shock. Gu Bai was also confused. What did Zhou Yunxing mean by asking with such a serious expression, and then turned around and left as if he was helping a couple, not taking it to heart at all. Gu Bai took the phone and replied to Chen Xinruo, and began to think about Zhou Yunxing's expression and words just now. He always felt that something was wrong with Zhou Yunxing. Gu Bai wanted to rush into the office right now to question Zhou Yunxing, asking if he had listened to the explanation carefully. He looked up at Zhou Yunxing in the office, who was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window looking outside, wearing a neat suit with his back to Gu Bai. As Gu Bai looked at him, his thoughts began to drift away again, and his mind was full of thoughts about his boss's great figure. It was time to get off work. Gu Bai was packing up his things and looked up at the office. Zhou Yunxing was sitting in the boss's chair. It was unknown what he was thinking about, but he had no intention of getting up and leaving get off work. Since you don't get off work on time, I won't work overtime with you after I finish my work. I'm leaving now. After Gu Bai left, Dong Chong was also packing up the things on the table. He pushed open the boss's door and prepared to go in to report. After finishing the business, Zhou Yunxing nodded. Dong Chong turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the cold boss again. Carrying his bag, Gu Bai quickly slipped out of the company. As soon as he walked out of the company gate, he saw Chen Xinruo standing at the door. She was still wearing the clothes she wore at noon and greeted him from a distance. Chen Xinruo trotted over to Gu Bai with a smile on her face. It was rush hour after get off work, and many colleagues around looked over. Most of them had seen the two of them in the restaurant at noon, and saw them again in the evening. I really didn't know what kind of news would spread in the company. Let's go. I've already booked a place. Chen Xinruo naturally took Gu Bai's arm and pulled him away. Don't you need a taxi? No, you should be hungry at this time. I've booked a table at a Hunan restaurant in the mall across the street. Make sure you can handle spicy food, or you'll say no later. Don't worry. Gu Bai smiled and thought about how before he traveled through time, he was the best eater of spicy food in the university dormitory, and few people could compare to him. After arriving at the place, since Chen Xinruo had reserved a seat early, the two of them sat at the table quickly. After ordering the dishes, Chen Xinruo started chatting with Gu Bai again. Although it was basically Chen Xinruo who was talking non-stop, Gu Bai would occasionally say a word or two about his own opinions and smile, so the atmosphere at the table was still very harmonious. The Hunan cuisine was also very delicious. Gu Bai himself was a person with heavy tastes, and the taste of Hunan cuisine was completely in line with Gu Bai's preferences. At this moment, Gu Bai remembered what he was going to tell Chen Xinruo today. He pondered for a while and finally decided to speak. Xinruo, don't come to the company directly to see me in the future. After all, it's an office space. Plus, with your status, it would be bad if others used it to say irresponsible things. It also avoids misunderstandings from Mr. Chen. Ah, is that so? I'm sorry for causing you trouble. No, I don't have any trouble here. I'm afraid it will have a bad impact on you. How could it be? Chen Xinruo lowered her head and muttered, but quickly raised her head and smiled sweetly at Gu Bai. Don't worry, brother Xiao Bai, I'm fine. Seeing this, Gu Bai didn't say anything more. Chen Xinruo should understand. After almost finishing the meal, Gu Bai stood up and went to the door to pay the bill. Chen Xinruo followed him after a while. Seeing Gu Bai paying the bill, she took her food and walked to the glass handrail outside the store and stood there, waiting for Gu Bai to come out. After Gu Bai walked out, he saw Chen Xinruo standing at the door in a daze. He walked up to her and waved in front of him. Xinruo, you can go now. Yeah, okay. Chen Xinruo came back from her thoughts and looked at Gu Bai, but did not leave. Brother Xiao Bai. Gu Bai was just about to leave when he heard Chen Xinruo calling him. He turned around and looked at Chen Xinruo, who was lowering her head slightly. What's the matter? Brother Xiao Bai, actually, I have always liked you. I liked you since the first time I saw you at your birthday party, and I became more certain after getting to know you. I have never pursued anyone, nor have I been in a relationship, so I don't know what to do. I went to find you at the company today just to let others know that I am pursuing you. In case someone else snatches you away, it's okay if you don't agree now. I just thought about it for a long time, and I still want you to know. After listening to such a long string of immature confessions, Gu Bai was a little dazed. He had never been mentally prepared for the words he heard or the place. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Many things flashed through his mind, but in the end he thought of Zhou Yongxing's expression and what he said to him in the company today. But I'm married. Gu Bai felt that this was probably the most powerful reason. I know. I have checked. You and him are in a contractual marriage. We are both young. I can wait. Gu Baron was a little confused, thinking of other ways to refuse. Actually, I have someone I like. The one you like. Zhou Shenggulan. No, it's someone else. Gu Bai said hesitantly, his mind a little blank. Did you lie to me and say you like someone else just to get rid of me? Do you think I'm annoying? Chen Xinruo looked at Gu Bai's expression, lowered her head and muttered sadly. Chapter 28. I'm not lying to you. What I said is true. Gu Bai looked at Chen Xinruo, who lowered her head and felt a little soft-hearted, but he couldn't be soft-hearted about this kind of thing. Who is it? Who do you like? Chen Xinru just lowered her head and muttered. I know. Suddenly a deep male voice was heard, and Gu Bai was startled. Just as he was about to turn his head to look in the direction of the voice, he felt a heavy arm on his shoulder. Zhou Yongxing's profile appeared in his sight. Gu Bai was speechless and felt that he could not hear anything. Everything was quiet. The only thing in his eyes was the upturned corners of Zhou Yongxing's mouth, and in his ears he could hear the sound of his own heart beating non-stop. Chen Xinruo was also startled by the sudden appearance of the third person. She looked up at Zhou Yongxing and saw his hand on Gu Bai's shoulder. A slight smile appeared on her face. She remembered that Zhou Yongxing hardly smiled, but he was obviously smiling now. But she couldn't believe what she saw. What did you say? I said, I know. Zhou Yongxing just said it lightly, and Chen Xinruo was a little stunned when she heard it. He likes me, and so do I, so there's no chance for you. Zhou Yongxing used the most ordinary words to tell shocking words. Gu Bai also stared at Zhou Yongxing blankly. When Chen Xinruo saw Gu Bai's eyes, she felt that she understood everything. I see. Chen Xinruo looked at the two people in front of her, and they seemed to be more and more compatible no matter how she looked at them, but she was an outsider who didn't fit in. They should have been together for a long time, otherwise she wouldn't have put Gu Bai in her office as a clerk, just to be able to see each other every day. Chen Xinruo kept guessing various possibilities in her mind, but Gu Bai's mind was still blank. How did he appear here? What did he say just now? Am I dreaming? This must be a dream. Gu Bai secretly pinched his thigh and sobered up a little. He turned around and saw Chen Xinruo's face full of relief and blessing. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, what? Not. I'll report back to you later. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai, who was stunned. His smile deepened, he reached out and grabbed the other person, then turned his head. Miss Chen, do you need me to take you home? Zhou Yongxing asked Chen Xinruo politely. No, I have a driver. Then we'll go first, Zhou Yongxing said, and was about to turn around and leave with Gu Bai, when he heard Chen Xinruo say behind him, Zhou Yongxing, you have to be good to Gu Bai, otherwise I won't give up. Then you can give up. Zhou Yongxing just chuckled and pulled Gu Bai out of the mall. Just as he was about to put Gu Bai into the passenger seat, Gu Bai grabbed Zhou Yongxing's hand. Wait, what did you mean just now? Literally, you get in the car first. After saying that, Zhou Yongxing pushed Gu Bai to sit on the seat, then got on the driver's seat. He glanced at Gu Bai, who was staring at him, then leaned over helplessly and fastened the seat belt for Gu Bai. After starting the car, Gu Bai asked again, what does it mean literally? It was like a thunderclap, making him feel nervous. Well, I guess that you like me, just to help you out. Gu Bai was confused. Was he just pretending to save the situation, or was he serious? Zhou Yongxing, are you kidding me? Even if you can see through someone's thoughts, you can't make fun of them, right? No, what if it's true? Does he really like me? That's impossible. Zhou Yongxing is usually so cold to me, and he doesn't seem to like me. Gu Bai was in the middle of a brainstorm, with two voices fighting in his head. He felt like a character in a cartoon, holding a flower and repeating, he likes me, he doesn't like me, he likes me. Zhou Yongxing felt like laughing when he saw Gu Bai sitting next to him in deep thought. He wondered what this little brat was thinking. Was he scared by himself? Wasn't he being too straightforward? You. The two of them spoke at the same time, each with their own thoughts, and Zhou Yongxing chuckled. You go first. Are you kidding me? You know I like you, so you come to tease me and confirm your guess. He laughed again and again. It's been a whole night, and he's been laughing for nothing. Who am I in your mind? I remember I never told you a lie, right? Ah, it seems that there is no. So, are you serious? Gu Bai was shocked by his own thoughts. He turned around and stared at Zhou Yongxing. This man still didn't have much expression, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth showed that he was in a good mood. It's true. Now I know. You like me too, right? Gu Bai was exposed and became nervous again, stuttering, no, I was just kidding. Huh, are you talking nonsense? Zhou Yongxing narrowed his eyes slightly and tilted his head to look at Gu Bai, whose ears were burned. Looking at Zhou Yongxing's dangerous expression, Gu Bai felt a little scared. No, I'm not talking nonsense. Gu Bai, who was not good at lying, faced the pressure from Zhou Yongxing but still lowered his head and muttered the truth. Zhou Yongxing looked at the oppressed little white rabbit Gu Bai. The more he looked at him, the cuter he found him. Gu Bai was also a person who could not lie. Even when he lied, his face and ears would turn red. So, you're with me now. When did I become one? Gu Bai's face had already turned red after being confessed to like this, but he still refused to admit it. And how could you be with someone just after confessing your love? At least you have to be polite. From now on, I'm married. Oh, you're married. Have you ever had sex with him? Have you ever slept in the same bed with him since you got married? Zhou Yongxing turned his head to look at Gu Bai, deliberately teasing Gu Bai with a smirk. Gu Bai was speechless after being asked by Zhou Yongxing, and could not find any reason to refute. Or do you actually like Zhou Shenggulan? Didn't I ruin your good fortune by saving you before? I don't. I like you. Gu Bai listened to Zhou Yongxing talking so much and every word he said was so meaningful, which made him more and more angry. What a coincidence, me too. Good man, you have got yourself into trouble again. Gu Bai, are you a fool? Okay, we're home now. Shall I take you upstairs? Ah, so soon. No need, I can go back by myself. You're kicking me out on the first day. You're not going to invite me for a cup of tea. How can you be so dedicated, delivering goods to the door? Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing's insistence on going, and finally agreed. On the way in, Zhou Yongxing was in a visibly good mood, and he even greeted the security guard at the door like he was familiar with the place. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing in shock, wondering if Zhou Yongxing was possessed by an evil spirit today. As they walked, Gu Bai felt his hand being held by a warm hand. He looked up at Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing felt Gu Bai's gaze and turned around to see Gu Bai's expression. That's not how love works. Are we together yet? Really? You're not lying. Really, I don't lie. Then am I considered to be cheating on my wife? I cheated on my wife. Ah, I am a scumbag. Gu Bai finally asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. After all, in his original world, as a contemporary college student in the new century, his core values told him that now as a married man, dating someone else was cheating and violated his values. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's expression and couldn't help laughing. Forget it, I'm your mistress. Fuck, could you please stop saying such shocking things all the time? Please take care of my little heart that has never seen the world. But isn't it known to everyone why you and Zhou Shenggulan got married? Didn't he also have a mistress named Zhongqi outside? Can a marriage without love really be considered a marriage? Can there be loyalty? He and I got married by agreement. I don't know what interests the two families had in mind. I have thought of many ways to get a divorce, but I can't be the one to breach the contract, so I am trying to find out the content of the agreement. Gu Bai was silent as he listened to Zhou Yongxing's words. Indeed, a loveless marriage was the essence of the relationship between him and Zhou Shenggulan. To put it bluntly, it was just a piece of agreement. As long as the agreement was gone, the marriage would be in jeopardy, and it could not even be considered a marriage. I'll find a way to deal with this matter. When Zhou Yongxing heard this, his expression became serious and he frowned, as if he was thinking about what to do. Zhou Yongxing, do you really like me? Are we together? You have asked this question for an entire night. I will answer it one last time. Please listen carefully. Zhou Yongxing suddenly grabbed Gu Bai, stood still, and turned Gu Bai's body over. We are together. I know. Gu Bai was shocked by his sudden formality. His face, which had recovered, became cooked again, and he looked like a cooked crab. Okay, let's go up. Zhou Yongxing pulled the cooked crab into the building and brought it into the elevator. Gu Bai didn't dare to say a word in the elevator, but just kept glancing at Zhou Yongxing secretly. Zhou Yongxing saw Gu Bai out of the corner of his eye like a thief, his eyes wandering around, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. If you want to see it, just look directly. It's not the same as before. Why are you still looking at it secretly like that? How do you know? You also knew about my past. Gu Bai was very embarrassed. He thought he was very secretive, but people found out long ago. He was still acting like a fool, sneaking around. Yes, I discovered it a long time ago. Then I am just like a fool in your eyes. I guess you have always thought I am a fool. Gu Bai was furious. He felt like a clown in front of Zhou Yongxing. He had been seen through a long time ago, but he was still being too smart for his own good. Fools are great. Let me tell you, I like fools the most. Let's break up. I don't deserve your love. Zhou Yongxing smiled and rubbed Gu Bai's hair, looking at Gu Bai. Why do you keep touching my hair? You used to do it all the time, and you still touched my hair even when I was almost bald. The hair is soft and comfortable. After Zhou Yongxing finished speaking, he reached out his hand and grabbed Gu Bai's head a few more times. Gu Bai could only quickly stretch out his hand to protect his head and prevent him from touching it. As soon as his hand went up, he was grabbed by Zhou Yongxing and pressed against the wall. What are you going to do? Zhou Yongxing looked into Gu Bai's eyes, his gaze dimmed slightly, and he heard a ding from the elevator. Nothing, we're here. Chapter 29. Zhou Yongxing turned around and pulled Gu Bai out of the elevator, brought him to Gu Bai's door, took out the key, opened the door, and walked in with Gu Bai. Oh, right, I didn't even ask you where you got the key to my house. You broke into a private house last time. Zhou Yongxing looked at the key in his hand and smiled. The first time you were in danger, I asked the property management to match it. You didn't even get my consent. Why should the property management give you one? Gu Bai's face was full of question marks. Looking at Zhou Yongxing's self-righteous expression, he questioned weakly. What if there's danger again? And if I hadn't come last time, you would have definitely gone to the hospital. Gu Bai thought of what happened last time and felt a little embarrassed. He quietly complained about his dissatisfaction. Then you should at least tell me. You said you would agree. Gu Bai nodded gently, and Zhou Yongxing rubbed Gu Bai's hair. By the way, how did you know I fell asleep in the living room last time? Gu Bai suddenly looked up and thought of this strange question. It felt very supernatural. The first time he was live streaming, he accidentally walked near the red light district and was caught by Zhou Yongxing. Later, he was doing yoga at home and accidentally fell asleep. This person was able to find his home accurately and even turned off the live streaming. This was not normal. I'm just here to visit the patient. Really? Gu Bai sat on the sofa, looking at the man sitting next to him who was casually pressing the TV remote control, not staying on any specific channel, but just constantly changing channels. The more Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing's current appearance, the more suspicious he felt. He squinted his eyes, moved his face closer, and stared at Zhou Yongxing's face, trying to find some clues through Zhou Yongxing's unchanging expression. Yeah, Zhou Yongxing didn't even look at Gu Bai. He just stared at the TV in front of him and responded lightly. I don't quite believe it. An unrealistic idea popped up in Gu Bai's mind, but another voice in his head told him that this was impossible. Looking at Zhou Yongxing's profile, he became more and more skeptical. Zhou Yongxing turned around and looked at Gu Bai's face right in front of him. Gu Bai tilted his head and stared at him with an inquiring look. Don't believe me. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing's face, which was so close to him, and started to become infatuated with him again. Yeah, it's such a coincidence. The first time, I just walked there accidentally. I didn't do anything, and you showed up. The second time, I was at home and you were at work. How did you know I fell asleep? It shows that we are in tune with each other. Zhou Yongxing saw that Gu Bai was visibly nervous, and couldn't help but move closer, wanting to tease him. That's all I understand. How can there be so many telepathic connections? In fact, you, aren't you? Gu Bai was just about to speak out what was in his mind and seek confirmation, but Zhou Yongxing moved closer and closer. Gu Bai could even feel the hot air from Zhou Yongxing's nose brushing against his upper lip. Is it something? Huh? Seeing Gu Bai stop, Zhou Yongxing asked back without finishing his question. He felt that Gu Bai's nervous breathing became lighter. Gu Bai felt Zhou Yongxing's breath on his face. His brain was completely unable to think, it was blank, and he couldn't speak. His mind was filled with only Zhou Yongxing's enlarged face and the breath between his lips and nose. The scent that Zhou Yongxing exuded when he spoke was very pleasant, with a little bit of mint and some very fresh, light smoky aroma, mixed with the woodiness of Zhou Yongxing's body, which made Gu Bai's brain somewhat paralyzed and he lost the ability to think. Gu Bai was a person who hated the smell of cigarettes, but Zhou Yongxing's tobacco smell was light, not the pungent smell of tar. Instead, it was very comfortable to smell and blended perfectly with the woody scent. Looking at Gu Bai, who was in a daze in front of him, Zhou Yongxing felt Gu Bai's breath and the faint smell of laundry detergent on his clothes. He couldn't help but move closer until his lips touched Gu Bai's soft lips. The moment they touched, Zhou Yongxing was a little surprised. He just wanted to tease Gu Bai, but the soft and warm touch made him not want to leave, and he even wanted to stay a little longer. Gu Bai felt the extra warmth on his lips and could feel Zhou Yongxing's breathing. His breathing even stopped, as if the slightest breath would break this scene. Zhou Yongxing felt Gu Bai holding his breath and couldn't help but smile. He parted his lips and pinched Gu Bai's red cheeks. Don't hold your breath, you can breathe. Ah, I know. It's annoying. Gu Bai was annoyed by Zhou Yongxing's words, but he didn't know how to refute. Okay, just take your time. Gu Bai felt that the fact that he was still a virgin had been exposed. In his previous life, he was an engineering student, a major with more applicants than jobs, and he was unable to find a boyfriend until graduation. The thought of this made him even more angry and ashamed. Not coming anymore, Gu Bai moved away from Zhou Yongxing and sat up straight at the other end of the sofa. That won't do. Seeing that Gu Bai was distancing himself from him, Zhou Yongxing stood up, grabbed Gu Bai's hand, and covered Gu Bai from top to bottom with his whole body. Gu Bai was frightened by the sudden big movement and fell into a corner. Zhou Yongxing became even more aggressive and pressed forward. Gu Bai was forced to look up at Zhou Yongxing. His face became bigger and bigger, and their noses were touching each other. Soon, his lips were covered by a soft but warm touch, and he even started to make more excessive movements. Gu Bai was kissed deeply, and he tilted his head back to endure it. His breathing became a little short, and he felt like the air in his lungs was almost sucked out. He felt a little short of breath, and finally he couldn't bear it anymore. He gently pushed Zhou Yongxing's chest with his hand, and a slight sound of resistance came from his nose. Seeing this, Zhou Yongxing let go of Gu Bai's lips and moved away slightly, but still face to face. Looking at Gu Bai's eyes that had turned red from holding his breath, and looking a little pitiful with tears in his eyes, he couldn't help but laugh. Learn to breathe. Gu Bai heard this and complained angrily. I have no experience. You have the most experience. Who knows how messy your private life is? It's true that all rich men are bad. With this tone, I don't know how many people he has kissed, and he's kissing me. How come I am experienced? You are so skilled at kissing, have you kissed so many people? Pa pa pa. Seeing Gu Bai teasing him deliberately, pretending to be a fool and deliberately spitting several times with disgust, Zhou Yongxing was already laughing so hard in his heart, but he still couldn't show it, otherwise the kid would be even more angry. Are you interested in my relationship experience? Gu Bai was guessed right, and he turned his head angrily and nodded secretly. You are so handsome and rich. Who knows how many girlfriends you have had? Men become bad when they have money. Gu Bai said sarcastically. In fact, he didn't mind Zhou Yongxing's emotional experience at all, he just wanted to see him being humiliated. Is 29 considered old? I only had one girlfriend. Really? What kind? Gu Bai was the type who would get excited whenever he heard gossip, so he was naturally the same at this time. What's more, it was the person he liked who was telling him about their love history. Gu Bai became even more interested. He sat up straight like a good student, with his ears perked up, as if he was listening attentively, which made Zhou Yongxing laugh and cry. Well, what kind of person is she? She's a very good woman. In my opinion, she may be the best candidate for marriage. Of course, that's what you thought before. Zhou Yunxing supported his head and looked at Gu Bai, who was full of expectation. I feel like I've never met love. Most likely, I don't need love in this life, so I just need to find a woman who is most beneficial to my career, to marry me and have children with me. Then I chose her. She is a good match for the Zhou family and has a gentle and considerate personality. She is probably what a lady from a noble family is like. Then you broke up with him, didn't that mean you let him down? I can't say I let her down, but I did waste her youth. Two people with different plans for the future and different ideas about marriage are destined not to be able to make it to the end. She is the daughter of the family, so naturally she has high expectations for her family. She hopes that I love her. In her opinion, marriage is the result of love. Do you understand? Gu Bai nodded. In fact, the marriage you wanted before was like the marriage between me and Zhou Shenggulan. It was just the union of two families and two companies, and it had little to do with the two people getting married. You can say that I just want to give the greatest boost to my family's company. I have never felt love, so naturally I don't need a love marriage. Profits are enough. What about now? Gu Bai lay on the sofa, his face resting on the quilt, and tilted his head to look at Zhou Yunxing, who was in deep thought. Now Zhou Yunxing was silent for a while when asked, as if he was thinking about this question seriously. When I fell in love with you before, I was reluctant to admit it. I didn't think it was true love. It was probably because I looked at this child at home and found him lovable and comforting, so I had that feeling. Later, I slowly realized that I had never met him before, so I was just mistaken. Gu Bai felt so comfortable in his heart when listening to Zhou Yunxing's confession. After all, not everyone can enjoy being confessed to by a big president and boss. Looking at Gu Bai with narrowed eyes, Zhou Yunxing pinched his face. Seeing that Zhou Yunxing had a calm expression and had no intention of asking him, Gu Bai felt a little unwilling. What was wrong with Zhou Yunxing? Wasn't he curious about the person he liked? Seeing that Zhou Yunxing had no intention of asking, Gu Bai couldn't help but ask. You don't even ask me. You're not curious about me at all. Okay, then tell me yours. My Gu Bai racked his brains, but he really couldn't think of anything to talk about. Zhou Yunxing looked at Gu Bai with a teasing expression, as if he wanted to write "Let me see what you can say" on his face. I didn't Chen Shinruo confess her love to me today. And I'm married to Zhou Shenggulan. Well, you confessed your love to me, and then I snatched you away. You got married, and you almost got raped. I saved you all. So, you're the biggest obstacle on my road to gaining experience. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yunxing with a smug look on his face and retorted in a pretended angry tone. What kind of experience do you want? I can take you there, so you can gain experience, and maybe even become an expert. Zhou Yunxing approached Gu Bai's face, raised his eyebrows, looked at Gu Bai's face gradually turning red, and smiled evilly. Are you a hooligan? Come on, I want to go to bed. Gu Bai stood up with a red face, pulled Zhou Yunxing and pushed him out the door. Zhou Yunxing was pushed out by Gu Bai, and he did not forget to tease Gu Bai as he walked. Don't go, you can also gain experience by sleeping. Goodbye, sweet dreams. Gu Bai pushed Zhou Yunxing out of the door with a red face and slammed the door shut. Zhou Yunxing, who was turned away, did not feel guilty at all. Instead, he touched his face and smiled happily. He left the apartment and drove back. I was in a particularly good mood, and the street lights on the road became pleasing to the eye. Gu Bai was lucky to sleep well at night. He suffered from insomnia and fell asleep until the early morning. However, he was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone early the next morning. Hello. Who is this? So early in the morning. Gu Bai's eyelids drooped and he couldn't open them. His mind was still in a fuss. He answered the phone in a daze, but a voice came from the other end that woke him up. Still sleeping, Zhou Yunxing heard Gu Bai's dazed voice on the other end of the phone. His voice still had some hoarseness and nasal sounds from not waking up yet. Just by listening to the voice, he could imagine Gu Bai's expression and movements. You're up so early, are you up to crow? When Zhou Yunxing heard Gu Bai's words, his eyebrows twitched. What a lousy metaphor. Then he couldn't help but smile gently. The raised corners of his mouth surprised the ant who was cleaning the house. Mr. Zhou can also smile. You're still asleep, talking in your sleep. Ha ha ha, yes, I'm still dreaming. Then tell me, who did you dream about? Like me. Hey, Zhou Yunxing, why didn't I know before that you are so thick-skinned? Gu Bai turned over in bed and joked to the person on the phone. After he finished speaking, he twisted his body on the bed so much that he almost looked like an abstract painting. I didn't hear you clearly. Let's talk about it when we meet. I'll pick you up at 6 o'clock. Pick me up. Will you pick me up? Otherwise. Okay. Gu Bai was a little flattered, but on second thought, this wasn't the first time Zhou Yongxing came to his house to pick him up. With so many times, he had become a lot more shameless. Anyway, there was a free driver, so he might as well take the ride. Did you sleep late last night? What? No, I went to bed early. Gu Bai replied hurriedly, fearing that others would not know that he was trying to hide something. So staying up all night? No, I just have some insomnia. Then adjust yourself more. Or you couldn't sleep because of what I said yesterday, so you care about me so much. No, I didn't. I slept very well. Why did Zhou Yongxing suddenly care so much and seem to care about me? After hanging up the phone, Gu Bai's sleepiness was gone after a few casual chats. He lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling for a while, then got up and washed up. After getting up and getting himself ready, it was already noon. Gu Bai looked at the length of the live broadcast this month and felt a little troubled. How come there are still so many hours left? It's obviously been broadcasting very frequently. There was no other way. For the sake of livelihood, I had to bow to the evil money, so I could only open the live broadcast room obediently, and soon fans came in groups. Chapter 30. Good morning. Gu Bai greeted the fans on the screen with morning vigor. Good morning. Do I have to buy a suite in your live broadcast room and live there? Otherwise I won't be able to tell what you are doing during the live broadcast. The morning light and the young man made me feel like I was pierced through the heart by an arrow from Cupid. Aren't you going to work today? I had a bit of insomnia yesterday, so please ignore my not-so-perfect dark circles. Yes, I missed my work again. After adjusting the camera, Gu Bai continued, today, let's broadcast something fun. What? Please let a country bumpkin like me see the world. Didn't you notice that I'm using a computer today? So let's play games today. After saying that, he opened a shooting game that he had already prepared to log into. Damn, Gu Bai started playing games. Sir, times have changed. What? The Qing dynasty has fallen. Bai, it turns out you can play games. If you were in the game section, you would have been very popular. Today's game broadcast is not an ordinary one. I don't know how to play. Now let's set a rule. I'm a novice, so you guys will guide me. No matter how good you are, I want you to experience the experience of guiding others to rank up. Me. Let me cook. I can hardly keep up with the messages in the message bar, and special effects appear one after another on the screen. I'll just pick one at random. Those who can play now will be deducted one. For the sake of fairness, I'll just give a random nickname. After Gu Bai picked 4 people at random, the other people quickly entered the room. They were all veterans. The character skins were fancy and colorful. Compared with the training suits generously given by the system to new players, these skins were much more complicated and bizarre. Hello. Can you hear me? Sizzle. One of them turned on the microphone, but what came out was a vague electric sound. Hello. Can you hear me? Husband. WOC. Where? Now, as soon as the words came out, a lot of people came out, and there were 4 voices in 4 microphones. Number 1, awesome. I was shocked. These days, even men are competing with us women for men. Conscience. Does it hurt? The comments were filled with question marks, and Gu Bai's face could no longer be seen on the screen. Brother, you can't yell like that. Gu Bai himself was shocked by the yelling. Awesome. Sorry, I was too excited. Sorry for making a fool of myself. It's okay. Did anyone else hear it? Well, sure. Yes. The last one was a girl's voice. Gu Bai didn't expect there was a girl there. The 4 people were ready. Gu Bai clicked on the match button, and while waiting, the thriller spokesperson number 1 started his chat journey. Gu Bai. Yeah, I'm here. Let me tell you, I like you very much. I am your fan. Who isn't? Number 3 continued. Aw, thank you for your support. In the game interface, they have already arrived at the battlefield. The characters roll over and start to act in the open grassland. I'm serious. I've watched every one of your live broadcasts. I even know what kind of northeastern rice you eat at home. Hey, you and I eat the same kind of rice. Really? Northeastern rice is delicious. My family eats Felinman. It's from my golden Arowana. Please tell him how a shooting game can be seamlessly transferred directly to the food security channel. Where are you from? Number 1 skillfully controlled the character to kill a few people, and then continued to search for supplies. I'm from S City. I didn't ask you. Gu Bai, where are you from? Me. I'm from City A. Wow, what a coincidence. I'm also from City A. We must have been good friends in our previous life. Gu Bai and I have the same last name. Could it be that we were brothers and sisters in our previous life? The girl, who had been silent all this time, said this, and everyone on the screen laughed. Number 3 also laughed. I think number 4 is right. Tisk, I'm too lazy to talk to you. My god, come here quickly. What's wrong? Come here, come to my side, I'm at the house on the hillside. Forget it, don't move, I'll come over. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a flashy dressed man running towards him from the slope. After standing in front of him, he first performed a seductive dance and then squatted on the ground. To be honest, the dancing posture of a dark-skinned old man with a big beard was really eye-catching. Here, after saying that, he saw the other party throwing a lot of things on the ground, because he had just come into contact with this game and was not very familiar with these things. Ah, you are so partial to number 1. Number 3 wants one too. You want it. If you want, go pick it up yourself. Why are you squatting here in the sun? Hey, there are girls in the team. You are so shameless and a flatterer. Number 3 said as he stood up, passed by Gu Bai, and took away a high-level sniper rifle, then ran away. Bai, stop picking things up. Don't you know that your gun has been taken away? Girl number 4 saw that Gu Bai didn't react and kept bending down to take things out. She couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Ah, when? Do you have a gun? Wow, you bastard. Number 3, get back here. You took something from under my nose, but you want to spend the rest of your time watching the whole battle, right? After being reminded by the girl, number 1 finally realized that the fine gun he had obtained was now on the back of No. 3. He immediately became furious and chased number 3 to beat him up. The two of them chased each other and even set off while fighting. Arriving at a dangerous place, the 4 people huddled in the woods, in chaos. Stop fighting. I have a gun. Just take the No. 3. I can't use it. Gu Bai held the gun in his hand so that everyone would know that he had a gun. The 4 people stood in a circle, staring at the gun in Gu Bai's game character's hand, and remained silent. Number 3, don't you feel guilty? Number 3, do you have a conscience? I am number 3. My conscience hurts, but I won't change. Number 1, stop hitting number 3. There are people here. I'll help you beat him up later. Someone was indeed coming. Before Gu Bai could react, he just fell to the ground. This was his most skillful move so far. Yes, bye-bye, just lie down. Number 4 couldn't help but praise. Okay. 3 people hid behind the trees, observing the opponent's every move, ready to act at any time. Although number 1 was a mobile annoying machine, he was the best operator in the team and never failed at the critical moment, but his words were never on point. Here I come. Wait right now. Number 1's voice suddenly increased. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, crackling. To be honest, it was as intense as firecrackers during the New Year. Gu Bai took the opportunity to stand up and hide behind a tree. 2 teams. Can I help you? My dear, lie down, where are you? I'm behind the tree, the one to your right. Number 1 glanced behind him during the break, and was stunned. Number 1, if you don't move, you will die. Number 4 shouted to Miley. Number 1 somehow came to his senses and continued to fight. Bai, what are you doing? I'm aiming. This one's a little too flexible, I just saw him. And now, I'm still aiming. I'm looking for him. I see him. After saying that, he fired 2 shots at the particularly large face in front of him. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I can't laugh anymore. Whoa Amitabha, are you two having a unique battlefield romance? Making out with each other mouth to mouth through the barrel of a gun. Gu Baiyun was confused and turned off the scope. Where's the guy the first just hit? You hit me. Number 1 spoke, and the other 2 laughed. This I'm so sorry, I got the wrong person. It's okay, I'm not dead yet. Come, I'll teach you how to aim quickly. At this time, number 3 and number 4 also came over, and the 4 of them formed a circle to discuss how to teach Gu Bai how to aim. Is that so? That works really well. I'll try it. He raised his gun and repeated the action. Hey, I saw another person. No way, you are still looking at number 1. Before I could even utter the word bar, the game page went black. One bomb, everyone was wiped out, and the bodies of the 4 people were placed in a circle, like a ritual. There was laughter in the message area. Ha ha ha, I said there was someone. You didn't believe me. Gu Bai also laughed. How could you all come over here? It would be fine if it was just me and Gu Bai, why did you have to come over to join in the fun? Hee hee. Okay, there's still a chance. Take me with you next time. After adding these 3 interesting people as friends, Gu Bai started a new round and drew 3 from the comments. Unexpectedly, he drew 3 girls. Gu Bai instantly experienced the feeling of being spoiled by mother fans. Everyone was very harmonious and had a great time playing, and Gu Bai gradually understood the process of the game. That's all for today. I am number 1 at the beginning. Number 1. When will the next broadcast be? I am a real Gu Bai fan. Can you add me as your friend? Please take me with you. Please bring +1. You wish, haha. It will be broadcast next time, but I have to go to work tomorrow, so it will probably be late. I'm here 24 hours a day. After saying goodbye, Gu Bai turned off the computer and played games for a long time. He shook his sore neck and stood up to drink water. It's almost 6 o'clock now, Zhou Yongxing should be here soon. When Gu Bai thought about the fact that he was already with the other person, he still felt it was very unreal, just like the Milky Way in the night sky. No matter how beautiful and charming it was empty and out of reach. Buzz. The phone on the table rang. Hello. Who is this? Me. Which me? I don't seem to know you. Your man. Gu Bai's concentration failed instantly and he almost spit out a mouthful of water. Zhou Yongxing, say it again, you are really shameless. He clearly heard the joyful laughter on the other end of the phone. Thank you. You're welcome. Gu Bai put down the water cup and sat on the sofa. Why are you taking me there today? This was what he was most confused about. He was so drowsy in the morning that he didn't have time to ask. Eat delicious food, drink spicy drinks, travel and have fun. Don't turn your butt and sell me to the mountains to be your wife. Even if you want, I can't bear to let you go. Sassy. Where have you been? At the door. Gu Bai stood up instantly, walked quickly to the door and opened it, then saw the person on the phone standing in front of him and talking to him. Why didn't you knock? Stepping aside to let the other person in, Gu Bai continued, when did you arrive? Zhou Yongxing grabbed the person in front of him and said, when I called you. Gu Bai, who was held in his arms, raised his head slightly. Don't move, I'll hold you for a while. Gu Bai simply stopped moving and stayed in the other's arms. He calmed down instantly. He hoped to let time pass by without feeling cruel. Come with me to a place today. Where? You'll find out when you get there. Following Zhou Yongxing out, the street lights gradually lit up, and there were more and more pedestrians, all of whom were rushing around for their own reasons. Did work go well today? Gu Bai asked in the car. Not so smooth. Did you encounter any difficult problems? While waiting for the traffic light to turn red, Zhou Yongxing tilted his head to look at Gu Bai and said leisurely, yes, because someone didn't come today, everything is not going smoothly. Don't you think it's annoying? Gu Bai raised the corner of his mouth, that's really annoying. Yes, not only did you steal my heart, but you also stayed by my side all the time. Why didn't he realize before that Zhou Yongxing had perfect skills in talking about love? Even a grown man like him was moved. If you make me happy today, I will ask him tomorrow if he can hang on your belt every day, okay? Make a deal. Think about the 2 people who had almost nothing to say to each other in the car before. As long as that layer of window paper is broken, their souls will unconsciously get closer to each other, and their relationship will become intimate unconsciously. As expected, when you are with someone you like, you have endless things to say and endless fun to enjoy. Even the wind blowing by is gentle. Not long after, they arrived at their destination, which was a very impressive place. The sign had winding English letters and the design was high-end, but Gu Bai couldn't understand it. Zhou Yongxing took him straight upstairs and watched Gu Bai look here and there, finding it interesting. Why, are you really afraid that I will do something to you? I can't tell what this place is for. Have a meal. As Zhou Yongxing finished speaking, the elevator door opened, and what came into view was the polished black glass floor. The entire wall opposite was made of tall floor-to-ceiling windows, through which one could clearly see the dazzling night view of the city. The perfectly carved wooden table looks like a collectible work of art. There are burning candles on the table, which become even more profound and charming under the dim light. He finally understood why there were so many candlelight dinner scenes in novels, because they were really very romantic. Zhou Yongxing brought him to the table and sat him down, and the melodious sound of violin slowly sounded. I saw the person sitting opposite me. His face was as handsome as before, but now it was even more charming. Before I even started drinking, I felt like I was getting drunk. I was immersed in romance and was intoxicated. I'm back to my senses. Are you satisfied? I didn't know how to describe it for a moment. If I said it immediately, it would seem too eager, but if I said it plainly, it would seem perfunctory. I found myself getting drunk. Do you need to wake up? No. I stared at him, as if I saw the sea and stars in his eyes. I will still say I love you when I am drunk. The other person smiled, his eyes moving slightly. We held up the dark red liquid flowing in front of us. Cheers. Cheers. Today, I will get drunk to death. Chapter 31. Originally just a few sips, Gu Bai thought that the drinking capacity he had developed in college in his previous life would be carried over. Unexpectedly, this thing depends on the body. Gu Bai rarely drank in the past. Gu Bai had obviously overestimated himself. He was already a little drunk, and his eyes began to become blurry. He looked at the candlelight dancing on Zhou Yongxing's face, with an undisguised smile on his face. He squinted his eyes and tilted his head to look at Zhou Yongxing. Drunk, Zhou Yongxing reached out and touched Gu Bai's red face. His cheek, which was beginning to feel hot, touched Zhou Yongxing's cool fingers. Gu Bai couldn't help but rub it there, wanting more. Seeing Gu Bai's tipsy look, Zhou Yongxing smiled, pinched Gu Bai's face, and looked down at the watch on his wrist. Okay, you've had too much to drink. Go out and get some fresh air. You'll feel better. As he spoke, he stood up, walked to Gu Bai, took Gu Bai's hand, and stood up while hugging the dazed Gu Bai. Where are we going? Go to the terrace upstairs to enjoy the breeze and the view. Okay, let's see the scenery. Zhou Yongxing took Gu Bai to the sightseeing elevator. Gu Bai stood in the elevator and leaned on Zhou Yongxing. Seeing this, Zhou Yongxing also cooperated and stretched out his arms to hug Gu Bai's shoulders. With his head resting on Zhou Yongxing's shoulder, Gu Bai looked through the transparent glass of the sightseeing elevator and saw that the lights were already on outside. All around him were brightly lit buildings, and the city was wrapped in high-rise buildings. Gu Bai looked at the lights in a daze and sighed unconsciously. It's really beautiful, the night view at night. It's nothing once you get used to it. We are surrounded by high-rise buildings. There is not a single gap. These buildings are like beautiful beasts. People are addicted to them and even their breathing is suppressed. Gu Bai looked at the light and shadow in front of him, closed his eyes silently, and took a deep breath. What are you thinking about? Is the elevator too stuffy? Zhou Yongxing turned his head to look at Gu Bai and touched Gu Bai's hair. Maybe. Gu Bai raised his head and looked at Zhou Yongxing's face. Suddenly, he thought that this was not his own world, but just a world in the book. Would he suddenly be woken up by the alarm clock in the morning and then find out that this was just a dream? Zhou Yongxing, are you dreaming? Of course not, silly kid, we are now, really together, having had dinner, and now preparing to go to the terrace. Gu Bai stretched out his hand and pinched Zhou Yongxing's face. Seeing Zhou Yongxing's serious expression, he burst out laughing. Seeing that Gu Bai had recovered his strength, Zhou Yongxing also pinched Gu Bai's face in revenge. Pretending to be deep. Are you kidding me? I didn't. I'm not. Gu Bai shrank his neck, giggled, and dodged Zhou Yongxing's attack. Okay, we're here, stop making trouble. The elevator just reached the terrace. Gu Bai shrank his neck, shook off Zhou Yongxing's attack, rushed out of the elevator and headed straight for the terrace. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, several loud noises were heard from a distance. Gu Bai, who had rushed out, was startled. He quickly stopped and looked at Zhou Yongxing, who was following behind with a look of horror. Gu Bai stared at himself with frightened eyes like a frightened rabbit. Zhou Yongxing smiled, then looked up at the sky. Soon, fireworks exploded in the sky. Gu Bai came back to his senses and watched Zhou Yongxing looking up at the sky. He then raised his head and saw colorful fireworks blooming before his eyes. It was as if he was looking at a kaleidoscope from his childhood. He stood there in a daze. Gu Bai smiled and looked at the fireworks in the sky, his mouth slightly opened unconsciously, watching the fireworks in front of him explode in the sky and then extinguish before his eyes, just like falling. Zhou Yongxing stood not far away, his eyes quickly moved from the fireworks to Gu Bai. This scene was deeply imprinted in Zhou Yongxing's mind until a long time later. The boy, smiling like a child, stood on the terrace of the city and ran out full of energy. The fireworks happened to explode at this time, and the sky was full of colorful stars, shining on the boy's body and also reflected in his eyes. Compared to the fireworks in the sky, this young man with stars in his eyes is more fascinating to Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing is also mesmerized by the beauty in front of him. At this moment, what he can truly feel is the throbbing of his heart. The fireworks ended quickly. After watching them, Gu Bai trotted over to Zhou Yongxing, held Zhou Yongxing's arm, and jumped slightly with excitement. Wow! Zhou Yongxing, did you prepare this? It's so shocking. It's not something I prepared. This is the fireworks show at Binjiang Square. I heard that this is a rare place to watch it. I just calculated the time and brought you here. Zhou Yongxing, are you the master of time management? Your calculations are so accurate. Gu Bai was still immersed in the surprise just now and couldn't pull himself out of it. I'm telling you, I ran out just now and suddenly there were several loud noises. I was almost scared to death, you know. I thought terrorists attacked the building and wanted to pull you to escape. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai, who was startled and nagging, and laughed. You're so scared that you can't even walk. I think I have to carry you to escape. No, I was just a second slow in reacting, and then the fireworks started. I tell you, if the fireworks had appeared 1 second later, I would have dragged you downstairs and you wouldn't have been able to see the fireworks. Sure enough, Gu Bai, who was overly excited and surprised, seemed to have a switch pressed. He couldn't stop talking and had to keep chattering to calm himself down. Yes. Then may I ask, is Hero Gu satisfied? Well, I'm very satisfied. You did a good job. Keep it up. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's arrogant and smug look, and he really thought he was adorable. He thought it was time for him to take a break from his non-stop chattering. Gu Bai was still talking excitedly about the fireworks, but he didn't notice that Zhou Yongxing's eyes had begun to change. Before he could react, his head was held firmly by Zhou Yongxing. Soon there was a warm touch on his lips. Gu Bai was so scared that he opened his eyes wide, closed his mouth, held his breath, and stood there motionless. Zhou Yongxing slightly moved away from Gu Bai's lips a few centimeters, put his hand on Gu Bai's ear, slowly kneaded Gu Bai's soft earlobe, and laughed softly. Silly, you need to learn to breathe when you kiss. Gu Bai obeyed and let out a long breath. Looking at Zhou Yongxing, who was almost touching his face quickly turned red again. How could this person break the rules, smile like this, and be so close to me? Does he want me to die? I know, I was just scared. Then let's do it again and check the teaching results. After saying that, Zhou Yongxing's lips pressed against his again, still as soft and warm as before, and his nose was filled with the familiar scent of wood and mint tobacco. Gu Bai slowly closed his eyes, slowly trying to accept Zhou Yongxing's kiss, trying to respond to him. Zhou Yongxing felt Gu Bai's response and kissed him even more fiercely. Gu Bai even felt that his lips were about to be bitten through. He couldn't help but cry out in pain and rejection. Come on, there's a terrace here. A sudden male voice broke into the ears of Zhou Yongxing and Gu Bai. Gu Bai pushed Zhou Yongxing away like a frightened bird, but he felt that the voice just now was inexplicably familiar. Zhou Yongxing heard it and quickly stood up, looking towards the stairs of the emergency passage not far away. Come on, no one usually comes to this terrace. It was the same voice again, and it had already reached the door of the emergency passage. Gu Bai suddenly woke up and finally recognized whose voice it was. It was a voice that made him hate, Zhang Qi. Soon, Zhang Qi pulled a tall man out of the door of the emergency passage, and against the various lights of the building, he found two people on the rooftop. Sorry to bother you, we thought no one was around. Obviously, Zhang Qi thought they were doing something shameful on the terrace, so he apologized politely and wanted to leave the terrace with his people. Wait, Gu Bai. It was Zhou Shenggulin's voice. Gu Bai didn't dare to speak. He didn't expect that in such a dark night, Zhou Shenggulin could recognize him just by the lights of the nearby buildings. He originally thought that Jiang Qi couldn't recognize him, although he also thought that Zhou Shenggulan and Jiang Qi might be together. Gu Bai did not respond to Zhou Shenggulan's question, trying to get away with it. On the other hand, Zhou Shenggulan, as if he was very sure that it was Gu Bai, directly shook off Jiang Qi's hand and rushed forward. Jiang Qi was also a little dumbfounded. He had never thought that he would meet Gu Bai here. Looking at Zhou Shenggulan's nervous questioning, he felt a little uncomfortable and grabbed Zhou Shenggulan's arm tightly. However, when Zhou Shenggulan saw that Gu Bai didn't say anything, he quickly pushed Jiang Qi away. Jiang Qi staggered after being pushed and looked at Zhou Shenggulan walking towards the opposite side aggressively. Zhou Shenggulan walked closer and was even more certain that it was Gu Bai. He took 2 steps at a time and grabbed Gu Bai's hand, but he was grabbed by another strong arm. I advise you to let him go quickly. Zhou Yongxing. When Zhou Shenggulan heard Zhou Yongxing's voice, he was obviously shocked. He originally wanted to go up and see what was going on and what kind of handsome man was next to Gu Bai, but he never thought that it was Zhou Yongxing. It's me, why don't you let go? Let go. Why should I let go? Zhou Yongxing, don't forget that I'm married to Gu Bai. It was formally married, and it's clearly written in black and white. What do you mean? Let go. Zhou Yongxing obviously didn't want to waste time talking. He grabbed Zhou Shenggulan's wrist and used force to pinch Zhou Shenggulan's wrist bone. Zhou Shenggulan was pinched so hard that he couldn't bear it any longer. He let go of Gu Bai's hand and touched his wrist to check if there was anything wrong. What? Are cheating so blatant now? The real owner is still here. He was caught cheating and he is so self-righteous. This is the first time I have seen this. Zhou Shenggulan reached out and pinched Gu Bai's chin, raised his face, and his eyes quickly locked on Gu Bai's lips. There were obvious signs of being kissed. For a love veteran like Zhou Shenggulan, he had seen it many times. Oh, I was wondering, in the middle of the night, they picked an empty terrace and turned out to be doing something shameful. Look at their lips, how fragrant they are. Don't you think so, Zhou Yongxing? Gu Bai slapped Zhou Shenggulan's hand away in disgust and glared at him viciously. Have you never seen someone having an affair with impunity? Just look in the mirror. Zhou Yongxing frowned when he heard the harsh words Zhou Shenggulan said. Chapter 32. Jiang Qi held Zhou Shenggulan's arm. Zhou Shenggulan felt it, turned his head to look at Jiang Qi, just touched Jiang Qi's hand silently, then pushed Jiang Qi's hand away and took 2 steps forward. Jiang Qi just stood there in a daze, looking at his hand being pushed away, a little surprised. Why, are you two determined to get together so quickly? Do I need to notify you? Zhou Yongxing held Gu Bai's hand and looked at Zhou Shenggulan indifferently. I am the legitimate wife after all, so you should inform me. You haven't divorced yet, right? Soon. Zhou Yongxing frowned when he heard about this marriage, and he felt even more disgusted when he saw Zhou Shenggulan using this matter to pressure him in a domineering manner. Soon. I think it's too early. Divorce is not that easy. After Zhou Shenggulan finished speaking, he turned around and took Jiang Qi, who had been following him, and walked away. Zhou Yongxing stared at the 2 people walking away, saying nothing but frowning. Seeing the silence between the two, Gu Bai looked up at Zhou Yongxing, and tightened his hand with some worry. Zhou Yongxing. It's okay, don't worry. I will help you deal with this matter. I will let you get a divorce without any loss. Zhou Yongxing turned his head and looked at Gu Bai's frustrated and pitiful expression. He felt more and more distressed. The person he cherished so much and loved so much was now being wronged and restricted by a piece of paper. After touching Gu Bai's head, Zhou Yongxing pulled Gu Bai into his arms. Gu Bai leaned his head on Zhou Yongxing's shoulder. Zhou Yongxing gently patted the back of Gu Bai's head and comforted him softly, it will be solved. Zhou Yongxing could feel Gu Bai's disappointment. It was supposed to be a wonderful night and all the arrangements were beautiful and just right, but Zhou Yongxing had no way of controlling this accident. The appearance of Jiang Qi and Zhou Shenggulan was indeed something Zhou Yongxing had not expected, nor had he thought that there would be a conflict. When Gu Bai thought about the unresolved marriage between him and Zhou Shenggulan, his mood fell to the bottom. He was obviously already together with Zhou Yongxing peacefully, but there was no way to change the fact that he was married. Zhou Shenggulan even mocked Zhou Yongxing, saying that the boss of the Zhou group was having a mistress. Zhou Yongxing took Gu Bai downstairs and got into the car, ready to send Gu Bai home. Along the way, Gu Bai still sat in the passenger seat without saying a word, looking out the window out of habit. What's wrong? Are you still thinking about Zhou Shengelin? Seeing the dull atmosphere, Zhou Yongxing asked Gu Bai, who was usually cheerful and talkative, to become silent. No. Gu Bai just shook his head but didn't say much. Really? If you secretly think about other men, be careful that I will be jealous. Gu Bai saw Zhou Yongxing pretending to be cute and saying such things while pretending to be angry. He was not like the cold and aloof CEO before. He laughed secretly and turned to look at Zhou Yongxing, who was driving seriously and saying childish words to amuse himself. No, I just miss you. Gu Bai tilted his head and smiled at Zhou Yongxing. Zhou Yongxing felt relieved when he saw Gu Bai's silly smile. Don't be unhappy. Yeah. Gu Bai nodded obediently and looked straight at the road ahead. When they arrived at Gu Bai's apartment, Zhou Yongxing still followed Gu Bai upstairs worriedly. Gu Bai looked at Zhou Yongxing, who had no intention of going back, and sat on the sofa, and Zhou Yongxing sat down too. Would you like some water? Or a drink? It's evening now. Have a glass of milk. After saying that, without waiting for Gu Bai to react, Zhou Yongxing stood up and went to the kitchen. He took out the milk from the refrigerator as if he knew the way there, put it on the table, and then took out the milk pot that Gu Bai hardly used. After washing it, he turned on the fire and slowly heated the milk. Seeing that Zhou Yongxing had not returned from the kitchen, Gu Bai followed him to the kitchen. He watched Zhou Yongxing standing quietly in the kitchen heating milk like a house husband. The hot steam from the milk slowly enveloped the entire kitchen. The whole scene was quiet and beautiful. The air was full of a warm smell. Zhou Yongxing saw Gu Bai enter the kitchen out of the corner of his eye, so he turned his head to look at Gu Bai. It will be fine soon. Why don't you take a shower first? It will be just right for you to drink some milk when you come out. Okay. Gu Bai nodded and went to the bedroom to take a shower. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai's back and always felt that Gu Bai was not as calm as he seemed to be tonight, and his condition was not quite right. Zhou Yongxing was a little worried, even though Gu Bai did not do anything strange. After the milk was boiled, he took 2 glasses and poured out the milk from the small pot. It was just enough to cool down. Gu Bai had finished his shower and came out just in time to drink the milk and go to sleep. Zhou Yongxing was sitting in the living room of Gu Bai's house. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Soon the other party replied. Zhou Yongxing looked at the message, frowned, and started chatting with the other party. After a while, Gu Bai came out of the bathroom covered in steam. He was wearing a green dinosaur t-shirt and shorts. Maybe he stayed in the bathroom for too long. His face was steamed red by the hot steam, and his eyes also turned red. Now he looked more like a rabbit. Zhou Yongxing sat on the sofa, looking at his phone with a serious face, typing and sending messages from time to time. Gu Bai came out of the bathroom without being noticed by Zhou Yongxing. Gu Bai saw 2 cups of warm milk on the table, picked them up and walked towards the sofa. What are you looking at? Gu Bai suddenly spoke. Zhou Yongxing's whole attention was on the phone. He was startled by the sudden voice. He raised his head and looked at Gu Bai in front of him, and took the milk from the other's hand. Nothing, just talking about work. Seeing you look so serious, I thought the company was going to go bankrupt. Don't worry, it's a small problem. Zhou Yongxing looked at Gu Bai with some guilt and pulled Gu Bai to sit down. Gu Bai started to gulp down the milk from the cup. Zhou Yongxing just sat beside him and watched Gu Bai drinking the milk. He reached out and touched Gu Bai's hair and found it was wet. Why don't you blow dry your hair? Oh, I forgot. Don't catch a cold. Where is the hair dryer? In the bathroom cabinet. Zhou Yongxing stood up and went to the bathroom to get a hair dryer. He went to the living room, plugged in the power and started to blow dry Gu Bai's hair. He thought of the palpitations he felt when he touched Gu Bai when he blow-dried his hair for the first time. The hot air was blowing, and Zhou Yongxing's fingers were gently combing Gu Bai's hair, massaging his scalp from time to time. Gu Bai closed his eyes, drinking milk and enjoying the emperor-level service. Zhou Yongxing, will I be a burden to you? Gu Bai asked this question suddenly without any context. Zhou Yongxing was stunned for a moment and tapped Gu Bai's head gently. How is that possible? What are you imagining? Think about it, I'm already married. If other people knew that we were together, and you're the president of the company, it would not only have a bad impact on you, but also on the company's reputation. Your existence is the happiest thing for me. No matter what you are like or what your past is like, I am lucky to be with you. Gu Bai was frightened by the sudden sweet confession. What's wrong with this person? He doesn't speak nicely and is so annoying that he wants to kill me, right? Why are you suddenly saying something like that? Zhou Yunxing put down the hair dryer, rubbed Gu Bai's fluffy hair that had just been blow-dried, and sat next to Gu Bai. Then stop thinking about it and go to bed. I'm going back too. Yeah, okay. Zhou Yunxing followed Gu Bai into the bedroom, watched Gu Bai lie down in the quilt obediently, walked forward and carefully tucked in the corners of the quilt for him, gently kissed Gu Bai's forehead before leaving with peace of mind. The next day, Gu Bai got up on time, got himself ready, and just went downstairs and walked to the gate of the community when he saw a familiar car parked in a familiar location. Gu Bai was watching from afar. He was still half asleep, but he immediately became alert, as if his whole body was lit up. With his eyes shining, he trotted to the car, opened the passenger door skillfully, and got in. Good morning. Zhou Yunxing was sitting in the car and saw Gu Bai coming out from a distance. He saw him walking out with a grumpy look on his face.